Chapter 12 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 12. The provincial district of Canterbury is both an agricultural and a pastoral country, part of it being well adapted to grain growing and the rest to grazing. Its staple productions are grain and wool, and it ships large quantities of both to England and other countries. There are more than 5 million sheep in the district, besides 200,000 cattle and horses. The annual product of wheat is nearly 7 million bushels, and of oats half that amount. Evidently, the Canterbury pilgrims did not choose unwisely when they came here to found their utopia. Our friends were invited to visit a sheep station and wheat farm in the interior, and at once accepted. Mr. Abbott, the gentleman who gave the invitation, explained to them that the plain of Canterbury, which extended to the foot of the outlying hills of the Southern Alps, was principally devoted to agriculture, while the hilly region was more adapted to sheep raising. "We will go to the sheep-shearing region first," said he, "and on our return we'll have a look at a wheat farm. We will go by railway to Springfield, 46 miles, and from there the coach will carry us in a few hours to the sheep station that I wish you to see. Be ready for the train at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." The party was ready at the time appointed. In fact, it was ready some minutes before the time, in accordance with the promptness which characterized the movements of Dr. Bronson and his nephews. They found the railway station large and commodious, and arranged after the plan of an English station in a community of much greater extent. "It was built for our future rather than for our present needs," said Mr. Abbott. "In time we hope to require all the space at our command, but just at present there is sometimes a suggestion of loneliness about it." The country through which the train passed on its way to Springfield bore evidences of careful cultivation, and our friends found it difficult to believe that previous to 1850 this whole region was a wilderness. Certainly the Canterbury pilgrims were not inclined to idleness, and the condition of their fields indicated that they belonged to men of industry and intelligence. As the train moved westward, the mountains became more and more distinct, and long before Springfield was reached, they filled the whole of the western horizon with their towering peaks. "We have an agricultural college at Lincoln," said Mr. Abbott, "where our young men can learn practical and scientific agriculture adapted to the colony. It is under the control of the Canterbury College Board of Governors, and has a farm of 500 acres and comfortable buildings for the students. Agriculture is taught practically, and we have every reason to expect excellent results from the college in the course of the next few years." From Springfield, a ride of a few hours carried the party to the sheep station, where they were warmly welcomed. The sun was just setting when they arrived, and it was too late to examine the place and its surroundings. A supper consisting of mutton in cutlets and stew, accompanied by bread baked on hot stones and washed down with tea, received careful and appreciative attention by the hungry travellers. The sleeping accommodations were limited but comfortable, and in the morning all were out in good season and ready to consider the sheep-raising question. Horses were brought, and though somewhat unruly at first, they proved very satisfactory to their riders. At any rate, nobody had any bones broken in the forenoon's ride, though there were some narrow escapes. Accompanied by their host, the party rode over the sheep run for several miles, visiting the herders in charge of their flocks, and studying the peculiarities of the country. Frequently during their ride, Mr. Abbott drew rein and called attention to the natural and other advantages or disadvantages of the business, and showed them wherein it differed from sheep farming in America. "Here, as everywhere else," said he, "we must make sure of a plentiful supply of water if we want to prosper. Some of the streams run dry at certain seasons of the year, and it is necessary that a man should know before he locates if a stream can be relied upon throughout the year. On some of our runs, we have made trenches and brought water for long distances, as it is cheaper to have the water run where we want it than to drive the sheep several miles. There is an abundance of water flowing from the mountains, but it is not properly distributed by nature. Therefore, we have called science to our aid, and extensive irrigation works have been made by the local and colonial governments, and in this way thousands upon thousands of sheep pasturing and agricultural lands that were formerly almost worthless are now valuable. You probably observed some of the irrigating ditches as we were coming along the railway. In the lower hills we do not suffer from snowstorms, but some of the sheep farmers who have established themselves high up among the mountains have lost heavily from this cause. Sometimes there will be several years without a severe storm, and then will come one that kills off thousands and thousands of sheep in a very few days. This was the case a few years ago when the losses were very heavy. One flock of more than 1,000 sheep was shut up in the mountains and perished with their herder, who was found dead by their side. Other flocks were buried and died in the snow, but the herders managed to save themselves. But the rabbits and parrots are our worst enemies, as you may have heard. Yes, I've heard so, replied Frank. At least I've been told that the rabbits have been terribly destructive of grass and ruined many thousand acres of pasturage. Rabbits were first introduced, said Mr. Abbott, as a table luxury and to furnish hunting sport, and besides it was thought they would be handsome ornaments on the place. But very soon it was found that they were a great pest. They increased very rapidly, and as the country was sparsely settled, the settlers were unable to keep them down. Men were hired to trap, shoot or capture them in some way, and were paid at the rate of 2d for each rabbit skin. But this plan was not effective, as it was not rapid enough, and after many experiments we took to poisoning the creatures by wholesale. How did you do it? By means of grain saturated with phosphorus. We prepare barrels with closely fitting lids and fill them half full with oats. Then we pour boiling water on the oats, and when they are thoroughly soaked and swollen, we pour in a quantity of phosphorus, quickly replacing the cover so that the poisonous fumes cannot escape. This grain scattered over the ground is death to the rabbits, but the disadvantages of the plan are that sheep are often killed by the poisoned grain. To give you an idea of the slaughter of rabbits in New Zealand, let me say that 10 millions of rabbit skins are exported every year, but the value of these skins is very little compared with the damage which the animals have caused. The latest official reports show that the nuisance is checked in some localities, but there are yet many millions of rabbits to be disposed of. In England and other countries, foxes, wolves, weasels and other noxious animals keep down the number of rabbits. But here, where they have no natural enemies, the country suffers terribly. Many a sheep farmer has been ruined by the total destruction of his pasturage, and the loss to the colony may be reckoned by millions of dollars. Australia and Tasmania are equally afflicted by rabbits, the gentleman continued, which were introduced into those countries from New Zealand for the same reason that they were introduced here. Millions of pounds sterling would not compensate for their ravages, and the public and private expenditure for their destruction has already mounted into those figures. Dogs, ferrets, poison, trapping, drowning and every other known means have been tried to reduce them, but without success. Occasionally the whole population turns out for a rabbit battue in which many thousands of the animals are killed. The owners of sheep and cattle runs have built hundreds of miles of rabbit fences, and the colonial governments have done likewise. The fences stop the progress of the vermin for a time, but after a while they manage to burrow beneath them and come up on the other side, and so the fences are not effective to prevent the spread of the pest. Haven't I read about their being killed by forcing noxious gases into their warrens? One of the boys asked. Yes, was the reply, that has been done, but the machines for making and using the gas are costly and cumbersome, and in rocky regions they do not work satisfactorily. Recently the government of New South Wales has offered a reward of £25,000 to anyone who will devise a successful system of destroying rabbits, provided it is not dangerous to livestock and to human beings. The attention of the scientific world is directed to the subject, and perhaps the remedy may be found. Pasteur, the celebrated French scientist, has proposed to inoculate a few rabbits with chicken cholera and allow them to run among their kindred and thus introduce the disease. He says it is harmless to all animals, with the exception of rabbits and chickens, and believes that the whole rabbit population could in this way be killed off, though at the same time our domestic fowls would be killed too, unless they were carefully shut up. We could afford to lose every fowl in the southern hemisphere if we could only get rid of this great pest of rabbits, but it will be necessary to proceed very cautiously, lest our sheep and cattle should suffer. The youths had a realizing sense of the extent of this pest in the Australasian colonies, when they saw on several occasions whole hillsides and stretches of plain that seemed to be in motion, so thickly was the ground covered with rabbits. Mr. Abbott further told them that Dunedin and other cities had a regular exchange or market for rabbit skins, where dealings were conducted as in the grain, wool and other exchanges. The skins mostly find their way to London, Paris, Berlin, Vienna and Naples, where they are made into kid gloves of the lower grades. They are also made into hats, and it is hoped that they may be found useful for other purposes, so as to make profitable the wholesale slaughter of the animals on whose backs they grow. How about the parrots? Fred asked, when the rabbit question was disposed of. That is a strange piece of history, replied Mr. Abbott. When the sheep farmers first established their stations among the mountains, there were flocks of the kea, or green parrot, living in the glens and feeding entirely on fruit and leaves. They were beautiful birds, and nobody suspected any harm from them. After a time it was observed that many of the sheep, and they were invariably the finest and fattest of the flocks, had sores on their backs, and always in the same place, just over the kidneys. Some of the sores were so slight that the animals recovered, but the most of them died or had to be killed to end their sufferings. The cause of these sores was for some time a mystery, but at length a herdsman on one of the high ranges declared his belief that the green parrots were the murderers of the sheep. He was ridiculed and laughed at, but was soon proved to be right, as a parrot was seen perched on the back of a fat sheep and tearing away the flesh. Investigation showed that in the severe winters the parrots had come at night to the gallows, where the herdsmen hung the carcasses of slaughtered sheep. They picked off the fat from the mutton and showed a partiality for that around the kidneys. How they ever connected the carcasses with the living sheep is a subject for the naturalists to puzzle over, and especially how they knew the exact location of the spot where the choicest fat was found in the living animal. It seems that the attacks on the sheep began with a few months after the parrots had first tasted mutton at the meat gallows. "Have they done much damage?" one of the youths asked. "Yes, a great deal," was the reply, "but not so much of late years, as they are being exterminated. One man lost 19 fine imported sheep out of a flock of 20, killed by the parrots, and another lost in the same way 200 in a flock of 300. Every flock in the mountains suffers some from this cause, probably not less than 2%. A shilling a head is now paid for keas, and there is a class of men who hunt them for the sake of the reward. But the sagacious birds that formerly came without fear into the presence of man now keep themselves carefully concealed in the daytime and only venture out at night. Their depredations have always been made in the night, and hence it was some time before the cause of the wounds on the sheep was known." Frank and Fred asked about the profits of the sheep-raising business, but the information they obtained did not encourage them to become sheep farmers in New Zealand. What with the rabbits and the parrots, with diseases among sheep, fluctuations in wool, the high price of labour, especially at shearing time, when extra men must be engaged with a full knowledge of their importance, the profits are not what they were in the early days of the industry. From the sheep station they returned to Springfield and took train again in the direction of Christchurch. At the second or third station from Springfield they were met by a carriage which took them to the wheat farm, which was one of the objects of the journey. Time did not permit a lengthened stay here, but it was sufficient to enable them to see a good deal before their departure. Here is a summary of what they learned about wheat farming in New Zealand. About 400,000 acres of ground are utilised for wheat in the different counties of the colony. The farmers expect 25 bushels to the acre in most localities, but frequently this figure is exceeded, the average throughout the country for 1 year being in excess of 26 bushels. Consequently, the wheat crop may be set down at 10 million bushels, of which by far the greater portion is available for exportation. Frank made a note here to the effect that 500,000 acres of land were devoted to raising oats, at an average of 35 bushels to the acre. Barley, hay, potatoes and other things brought the amount of land under crop up to 1.5 million acres, while there were 5.5 million acres under grasses, including grass-sown land that had not been previously ploughed. The figures were about evenly divided between the two islands. The colony contains about 14 million sheep, 700,000 cattle and 160,000 horses. Of late years, the export of wheat has fallen off, owing to the competition of India and America in the markets of Europe. The wheat farms of New Zealand are so unprofitable that the owners talk of putting much of their ground into grass, though they will continue the cultivation in order to supply enough for home consumption and to employ the machinery they have on hand. The open country of South Island is admirably adapted for wheat, and the soil is so easy to manipulate that double furrow ploughs are used. The large farms are provided with all the latest improvements in machinery and implements, and we found the intelligent farmers thoroughly familiar with American reapers and mowers, steam threshing machines, steam wagons and other things, so that we felt quite at home. They asked us about the wheat farms of America, and were inclined to shake their heads when we told them of fields so large that a plough could only turn a single furrow around one of them in a day's time. "Do you really mean it?" said one of them, with an emphasis of surprise. Dr. Bronson assured them of the correctness of the statement, and added that on the Dalrymple farm in Dakota, or rather on one of the Dalrymple farms, there was a single field of 13,000 acres. "That makes," said he, "about 20 square miles, and I doubt if you have any teams that could plough more than one furrow around such a field in a day." They acknowledged that such was the case, and though they had fields containing hundreds of acres inside a single fence, they had nothing that approached the wheat fields of Dakota. We were sorry afterwards that we mentioned our enormous wheat fields, as we thought it set them to thinking of American competition and the effect it might have on their own business in future. But of course, we couldn't resist our national tendency to brag a little. Afterwards, when we were visiting a dairy farm, a matter-of-fact Scotchman who owned the place remarked that he presumed we had much larger dairy farms in America, as he had heard of one where they had a sawmill which was propelled by the whey that ran from the cheese presses, and also a grist mill operated by buttermilk. In the wheat-growing belt of South Island, there is a scarcity of timber, the forests being mainly in the hilly and mountain region. The scarcity of timber has led to the planting of forests. Considerable attention is given to this both by the authorities and by individuals, and good results are predicted at no distant day. There is also a scarcity of water, and to meet it, irrigation works have been constructed, as already stated. Wheat farmers are troubled by rabbits and also by sparrows, which were introduced to kill off caterpillars and other insect pests. The sparrows increased in numbers almost as rapidly as the rabbits. They changed their habits, and from carnivorous taste turned to eating fruits and grains. The New Zealand sparrow shuns the caterpillars and worms he was imported to devour, and feeds on the products of the garden and the field. The same is the case in Australia, where the sparrows are now in countless millions, the descendants of 50 birds that were imported about 1860. The colonial governments have offered rewards for the heads and eggs of the sparrows, and though this has caused an extensive destruction, it has not perceptibly diminished their numbers. In an official investigation of the sparrow pest, one man testified that he sowed his peas 3 times and each time the sparrows devoured them. Another told how the birds destroyed 1.5 tons of grapes, in fact cleared his vineyard, and others said they had been robbed of all the fruit in their gardens. This is a good place to say something about the exotics that have been introduced into the Australasian colonies. Cattle, horses, sheep and swine have been of unequivocal benefit, and so has been the stocking of the rivers with trout, carp and other food fishes of Europe. Larks and a few other songbirds have thus far proved of no trouble, but even they may yet give cause to regret their introduction. In addition to the animal pests already mentioned, the Indian mina, or Mino bird, a member of the starling family, has become a great nuisance, almost equal to the sparrow. We will now turn from the animal to the vegetable exotics. Wheat, oats and the other grains are of course in the same beneficial category as the domestic animals. The innocent watercress, which is such a welcome addition to the breakfast and dinner table, has grown with such luxuriance as to choke the rivers, impede the navigation of those formerly navigable, and cause disastrous floods, which have resulted in loss of life and immense destruction of property. In the Otago and Canterbury districts of New Zealand, the government makes a large expenditure every year to check the growth of this vegetable pest. The daisy was introduced to give the British settler a reminder of home, and already it has become so widespread as to root out valuable grasses. Years ago, an enthusiastic Scotchman brought a thistle to Melbourne, and half the Scotchmen in the colony went there to see it. A grand dinner was given in honour of this thistle, and on the following day it was planted with much ceremony in the public garden of Melbourne. From that thistle and its immediate descendants, the down was carried by the winds all over Victoria, and many thousands of acres of once excellent fields are now covered with tall purple thistles, to the exclusion of everything else. Large amounts of money have been expended in the effort to eradicate the thistle, but all in vain. The common sweetbriar is another vegetable exotic that has become a pest. It was introduced for the sake of its perfume, but has become strong and tenacious, spreading with great rapidity and forming a dense scrub that utterly ruins pasture lands. Money has been extended for its destruction, but it refuses to be destroyed. The English sparrow is the subject of much discussion in the United States, and the opinion seems to be gaining ground that he is a pest to be put out of the way if possible. Those who are inclined to advocate his continued presence under the Stars and Stripes would do well to study his history in the Australasian colonies, where the damage he has caused is practically incalculable. Our friends returned to Christchurch, and after another day in that city, proceeded by railway in the direction of the South Pole. At the earnest solicitation of one of their acquaintances, they stopped a few hours at Burnham, 18 miles from Christchurch, and on the line of railway, to visit the industrial school for children whose parents have neglected to care for them properly. The object is to instruct the children in useful trades and occupations which can afford them an honourable support in later years. The school has extensive buildings and grounds, and has constantly about 300 children under instruction. Nearly all the ordinary trades are taught there, and the manager said the children generally showed great proficiency in learning what was set for them to do. The main line of railway to Dunedin, wrote Frank in his journal, has several branches which serve as feeders by developing the country through which they pass. Portions of the line are through rolling or hilly country, and there are other portions which stretch across plains resembling the prairies of the western United States. On the western horizon rises the line of snow-clad mountains, again reminding us of railway travelling over our own plains as we approach the range of the Rockies. We crossed several fine bridges spanning the rivers Rakaia, Ashburton, Rangitoto and Waitaki. These rivers flow through wide beds, and though ordinarily of no great volume, become tremendous torrents in seasons of floods. In the early days, many a traveller came to his death while seeking to ford one of these treacherous streams, and many sad memories are connected with their history. As we approached Timaru, 100 miles from Christchurch, Mount Cook, the highest mountain of New Zealand, was pointed out to us, It is 12,349 feet high, and its top is covered with perpetual snow. It is the highest peak of the Southern Alps, which stretch along the west coast of New Zealand for nearly 200 miles, very much as the Andes lie along the west coast of South America. Fred and I thought we would like to climb Mount Cook, and spoke to Dr. Bronson about it. The doctor dampened our enthusiasm by saying that it was more difficult of ascent than Mont Blanc, and he was unaware that the feat had been accomplished, since Reverend W.S. Green and 2 Swiss companions reached the top of the mountain in 1883. He added that Mr. Green was a member of the famous Alpine Club and had brought the 2 Swiss mountain climbers to assist him in making the ascent. They made several attempts before they succeeded, and when they finally reached the summit, it was after several narrow escapes from death. They passed one night standing on a narrow ledge of rock where a single misstep would have hurled them to instant death thousands of feet below. Frequently they toiled for hours up the side of a spur of the mountain, and then found that their labour was lost, as farther ascent was impossible owing to the steepness of the rock. They had all the variety of adventures recorded in the history of alpine climbing, said a gentleman who was in conversation with Dr. Bronson at the time the query was propounded, except that of being swept into crevices or down the slope of the mountain and losing their lives. Mr. Green has published a book entitled The High Alps of New Zealand, in which you will find a description of the ascent of Mount Cook. After you have read it, I don't think you'll want to follow the example of that gentleman, unless you have more than the ordinary enthusiasm about mountain climbing. As we looked at the peak of Mount Cook, rising sharply into the sky, Frank continued, we concluded that a view of the mountain from below would satisfy all our desires. The gentleman roused our curiosity, however, when he told us about the wonderful glaciers that lie on the lower slopes of the great mountain, some of them larger than any of the glaciers of Switzerland. Then on the way he pointed out several lakes that are fed by the glaciers on Mount Cook and other peaks of the Southern Alps, just as the lakes of Switzerland and Italy are fed by the glaciers from the Alps of Europe. Some of these lakes are 40 or 50 miles long and of almost unknown depth. Indeed, some of them are deeper than the level of the ocean, though their bottoms have been filling up for ages with the debris brought down by the glaciers. Look on the map and find Lake Tekapo. It is 15 miles long and 3 wide, and is supplied by the Great Godley Glacier, which lies just above it. The Tasman Glacier, 18 miles long, is the largest in New Zealand, though this statement is disputed by some authorities. At any rate, there are a great many glaciers, and all have not been fully explored. They are on the western as well as on the eastern slope of the mountains. One of them descends from Mount Cook to within 700 feet of the sea level, and for a long distance is bordered by magnificent vegetation, in which tree ferns and fuchsias are conspicuous. In this respect, the glacier resembles that of Grison in Switzerland, which comes down far below the snow level and is bordered with pine forests and almost by cornfields. Some of the moraines or channels cut by the glaciers are very deep, and most of the lakes lie in what were moraines ages and ages ago, when the ice extended much further than it does now. Lake Pukaki is a fine example of this. It is shut in by an old terminal moraine, which attains a height of 186 feet above the surface of the lake. On the western side of the Alps, there are deep channels which are called sounds, and greatly resemble the fjords of Norway. Some of them are 18 or 20 miles long, and vary from half a mile to 2 or 3 miles in width. Their sides rise almost perpendicularly, sometimes for hundreds of feet, and they are nearly all too deep to permit ships to anchor. Sounding lines 1,000 feet long often fail to find bottom there. Perhaps they are called sounds because they can't be sounded. These sounds are supposed to be ancient moraines, and during the ice period of the world, they were the beds of glaciers coming from immense lakes, encircling the bases of the mountains, and covering areas of thousands of miles. Altogether, the scenery of the Southern Alps is said to be magnificent. Dr. Bronson had decided to make no stop on the way until reaching Dunedin. and though earnestly urged to spend a day at Timaru in order to see the harbour works there, the establishment for freezing meat, the barbed wire factory, and other enterprises, he did not swerve from his resolution. The party reached Dunedin late in the evening and went to the hotel which had been recommended as one of the best. They had no occasion to complain of it, and in the morning were ready to do the sights of the place. Dunedin has the reputation of being the largest, best built, and most important commercial city of New Zealand. It is the capital of the provincial district of Otago and the commercial centre of a large area of country. The settlement of Otago was projected in 1846, and it was intended to be exclusively occupied by adherents of the Free Kirk of Scotland, just as Canterbury at a later date was to be the monopoly of adherents of the Church of England. The colony was not especially prosperous under its exclusive system, though the thrifty settlers had not much to complain of except the scarcity of neighbours. But gold changed the whole scene and broke down the barrier which the projectors of the colony had erected. In 1861, rich gold diggings were discovered about 70 miles from Dunedin. Diggers flocked in from Australia and from other parts of the world, and from the beginning of the gold rush, Dunedin dates its prosperity. It has all the characteristics of a thriving city: gas, paved streets, horse railways, racecourse, theatres, schools, academies, churches, colleges, parks, gardens, museum, manufactories, and numerous other urban things and institutions. All are to be found here. There are 3 daily papers published in Dunedin, and a score of weeklies and monthlies, and there is an excellent library, supported partly by the municipal authorities and partly by contributions of enterprising citizens. With its immediate suburbs, it has a population of 50,000 and is steadily increasing year by year. Its Scotch origin is apparent in the faces and accent of the great majority of the residents, and by the statue of the Scottish poet Burns, which stands protected by a railing in front of the town hall. Most of the streets are named after those of Edinburgh and Glasgow. Our friends spent 2 days at Dunedin, and so attentive were the gentlemen to whom they brought introductions that there were very few leisure moments. Drives in the city and the suburbs, visits to the manufactories of various kinds, the public buildings and the harbour, luncheons and dinners at the houses of their friends, kept them as busy as bees. They had hardly a minute to themselves until they finally shook the dust of Dunedin from their feet, and departed with their faces once more towards the South Pole. Frank and Fred declared that their journals were so far behind that it would be difficult for them to catch up, and they had not taken nearly as many notes of what they saw and heard in Dunedin as they desired. "I wanted," said Frank, "to make a note of the things they manufacture in Otago, and especially at Dunedin, but the list was so long and time so scarce that I didn't try. But I'll remark particularly that they manufacture a good deal of woolen cloth, leather, cotton, and other fabrics, which is something very unusual for so young a colony. There is more manufacturing here than in any other part of New Zealand, and the Scotch settlers of Otago seem to have brought here the thrift and industry for which their native land is celebrated." Dr. Bronson asked Fred if he had learned anything about the product of gold in Otago. "I have the figures right here," was the reply. From 1861, when the first discoveries were made, down to the end of March 1884, the Otago goldfields produced 4,319,544 ounces, which were valued at 17,026,320, or about $85 million. Most of the gold has been obtained from alluvial washings of various kinds, such as sluicing, tunnelling, and hydraulic washing. Auriferous reefs have been successfully worked in several instances, and unsuccessfully in more. Gold mining has become a regular industry of the country, and is less subject to fluctuations than in former times. Once in a while a new field is opened, and there is a rush to work it, but the excitement over such discoveries is not like that of the 5 or 10 years following 1861. "Coal mining is also an important industry of Otago," continued Fred. Where formerly a great deal of coal was imported, the importation has dwindled to nothing, and for several years New Zealand has not only produced its own coal, but has a surplus for export. At least that is what one authority says. Another says that the exportation consists of coal sent to Australia for gas making, and that the quantity imported for uses to which New Zealand coal is not adapted exceeds the export by nearly 50,000 tonnes. From Dunedin our friends proceeded by rail again to Invercargill, 139 miles from Dunedin, or 369 from Christchurch. Invercargill is a prosperous town of some 8 or 10,000 inhabitants, and is near the southern end of South Island, a sort of jumping-off place, as Frank called it while looking at its location on the map. The real terminus of the island, though not its most southerly point, is the Bluffs, about 17 miles below Invercargill, which stands on an estuary called New River Harbour. The morning after their arrival, the travelling trio took the train for Kingston, 87 miles, at the southern end of Lake Wakatipu. The train carried them through a fine country of broad plains, dotted here and there with tracts of forest. The region appeared to be well settled, as there were little villages scattered at irregular intervals, fields and pastures surrounded by fences, herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, isolated farms, sawmills and other evidences of settlement and prosperity. Several branch railways diverge from the main line and open up agricultural, pastoral, mining, lumber and other districts of much present or prospective value. As we approached the lake, said Frank in his journal, the country became more mountainous and picturesque. The train wound through a long defile and then came out upon the Five Rivers Plains, which take their name from 5 streams of water that pass through them. We passed through the Dome Gorge, and at Athol, 69 miles from Invercargill, the conductor told us we were in the lake country. The hills and mountains were everywhere about us, and in the west the great range of the Alps rose into the sky. At Kingston the railway ends, and we stepped on board the steamboat, which carried us the whole length of the lake. The lake is 60 miles long and reminded us of Lake Lucerne in Switzerland. We spent the night in Queenstown, a mining and agricultural town, about 20 miles from Kingston, and on the next day completed our journey to the head of the lake. The scenery is magnificent, and I can no more describe it adequately in words than I can tell how a nightingale sings or a mangosteen tastes. All around us are the mountains, the highest peaks covered with perpetual snow that seems to flash back the rays of the sun before whose heat it refuses to melt. In the distance, higher than all the rest, is Mount Earnslaw. We saw it clearly defined against the sky, but it is very often veiled by the fleecy clouds that sweep around it. I am not surprised that the mountains of New Zealand have been called the Southern Alps, for they certainly bear a close resemblance to the alpine chain of Switzerland. But I do not think any single peaks are equal to the Matterhorn or the Jungfrau, though Mount Earnslaw can well be called the Pier of Mont Blanc. On the whole, the scenery of the lake is not surpassed by that of any one of the Swiss lakes, and when New Zealand becomes the regular field for tourists, there will be a good deal of travel to Lake Wakatipu. Most of the residents shorten the name of the lake to Wakatipe. We were urged to stop at Queenstown and see the mining operations in the neighbourhood, but time did not permit us to do so, and we returned to Invercargill as quickly as the railway and steamboat could carry us. Queenstown is one of the mining centres of the Otago goldfields, which we have already mentioned, and has had the usual ups and downs of mining life. The Otago mines cover a wide extent of country, and as much of the region in which they lie is agricultural, living is cheaper here than in most other mining regions. A good many Chinese are engaged in mining in the New Zealand goldfields, and we were told that in one place, Arapuki, there was a mining population of 400 Chinese that subscribed £100 or $500 towards building a Presbyterian church, the total cost being less than $1,000. And yet I presume there are white men in Arapuki who would call one of their Mongolian neighbours a heathen Chinese. Near Dunedin and other places, as well as in the neighbourhood of most of the Australian cities, The market gardening is largely managed by the Chinese. They seem to have almost a monopoly of this business, and we were told that no European could successfully compete with them when they went at it in earnest. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 13. Steamers of the Union Steamship Company run weekly between the principal ports of New Zealand and the Australian ports of Sydney and Melbourne. The Melbourne steamers usually come from that city direct to the Bluffs, the port of Invercargill, or to Hokitika, and then make the circuit of South Island, while the steamers from Sydney run to Auckland and make the circuit of North Island, both lines touching at Wellington as a common and central port. Our friends were fortunate in finding at the Bluffs a steamer which was going direct to Sydney, and in less than 6 hours after their return from Lake Wakatipu, they were afloat and away for their destination, about 1,400 miles distant. 6 days later, the coast of New South Wales was in sight, and they entered the Australian continent through the famous Sydney Heads. All the way across from New Zealand, they had been listening to the praises of the beauty and advantages of Sydney Harbour, which were sounded by some of their fellow passengers who lived in the capital of New South Wales. "I doubt if you ever saw anything that approaches it," said one. "Not even the famous bays of Lisbon, Rio de Janeiro and New York can compare with it. So everybody says who has seen them all. The navies of all the world could anchor there, and I wish they would come sometime in a peaceful way and do so. It would bring a lot of business to Sydney and send up the price of naval stores and supplies." This blending of the practical with the boastful and poetical did not fail to amuse the listeners. It was overheard by a Melbourne man, who remarked that it was no more than you could expect of those fellows in Sydney, who were always on the lookout for something to bolster up the decaying village they lived in. Frank and Fred agreed that the Sydney Advocate, whatever might be his practical view of the anchorage of the navies of the world, was justified in his praise of the beauty of Port Jackson, while his claims as to its harbour facilities were not overdrawn. Certainly, if there is any harbour in the world where the navies of the world might anchor, it is the one at Sydney. The entrance between the heads is a mile wide, and vessels drawing 27 feet of water can come in at any time. The bay extends inland about 20 miles and is completely landlocked. There is deep water in most parts of it, and in many places ships can lie quite close to the shore. The shores are generally bold and rocky, and some of the cliffs rise to a height of 200 feet and more. The borders of the bay consist of a great many promontories jutting into it, and the spaces between these promontories form little bays or harbours by themselves. Islands in the bay add to its beauty, and it is no wonder that Frank and Fred were more than ordinarily enthusiastic over the harbour of Sydney. The city stands on Sydney Cove, one of the numberless bays or harbours of Port Jackson, about 4 miles from the entrance from the ocean. We will further remark that fortifications have been erected at the heads, and the authorities are confident that a hostile fleet or army coming to attack them could be successfully resisted. Dr. Bronson told the youths that the harbour, which resembled Port Jackson more nearly than any other of which he knew, was Avacha Bay in Kamchatka. It has, said he, several little bays or harbours around it, just as Port Jackson has, and is fully as capacious and easy of access. I wish we had a diagram of it to show to our Australian friends. Before we left New Zealand, said Frank in his journal, Dr. Bronson telegraphed to an old friend, Mr. Donald Manson, telling him by what steamer we expected to arrive. Mr. Manson was at the dock to meet us. He had secured rooms for us at the best hotel, and under his care we saw everything that was worth seeing in Sydney. Later, in Melbourne, where he was equally well acquainted, he was similarly attentive, and we hereby record our unanimous vote of thanks to him for his unvarying and unwearying politeness. If we tried his patient at any time, he never allowed us to know it, and we found him a perfect encyclopedia in everything relating to Australia, where he has been a resident for a goodly number of years. One day, when a proposition was made to go on a hunting excursion, Fred innocently suggested that he had read about Sydney ducks and would like to shoot some, provided, of course, they were in season. Mr. Manson suppressed a smile as he answered that the shooting of those peculiar birds was no longer practised. He then explained that Sydney ducks can hardly be said to exist at present, the term having been applied to runaway convicts, ticket of leave men, and other waifs and strays, of the time when Australia was the receptacle of transported criminals from England and the other British Isles. Sydney seems to have been founded by or for these unfortunates. Mr. Manson told us that the settlement was made here in January 1788 by Captain Phillip, who came here with a fleet of store and transport ships for the purpose of founding a convict establishment. He had previously landed in Botany Bay, but finding it unsuitable, had abandoned it for the future site of Sydney. The name of the place was given in honour of Viscount Sydney, who first suggested the colonisation of New South Wales, and the bay was called Port Jackson after Sir George Jackson, who was then Secretary to the Lords of the Admiralty. As soon as we had settled ourselves at the hotel, Mr. Manson accompanied us in a stroll and ride through the principal streets. Great changes have taken place here in the past 20 or even 10 years, said Mr. Manson, as he called our attention to new and magnificent buildings, which he said occupied the sites of wretched structures that had only recently given way for the more modern architecture. Some of the old streets are still narrow and tortuous, but the new part of Sydney has wider and finer streets, and the old-fashioned appearance of the city is steadily disappearing. The principal streets are laid out to the cardinal points of the compass, and intersect one another at right angles. They are called George, Pitt, Market, King, and Hunter, the leading one being George Street, which starts from the water's edge and runs through the city and out into the country, where it becomes George Street West. George Street is named after George III, and Pitt Street after his Prime Minister. The other principal streets, Macquarie, King, Hunter, Bligh, and Phillip, bear the names of the early governors, and Mr. Manson said it was fortunate that the governors were changed often enough in those days to permit no scarcity of names for the streets. Here and there we saw some wooden buildings dating from the early days of the colony, and there is an old hospital and also an ancient church which has pews such as we find in the churches of England, 100 or 200 years old. St. James's Church, the one just mentioned, is old and uncomfortable, but the cathedral is just the reverse. The public buildings of Sydney would take several or many pages for their description, and the account would run the risk of being tedious before reaching the end. When we remembered the age of the colony, they surprised us by their magnificence. The government buildings in Macquarie Street, the post office in George Street, the town hall, the university, the Crown Lands Office, and several other edifices would well adorn cities of much greater age than Sydney, and yet some of the residents complain that their buildings are not sufficiently grand for their wishes, and suggest the demolition of some of these structures to make way for finer ones. St. Andrew's Cathedral was begun in 1819 and has been 3 times pulled down and re-erected. We can't say much in favour of the street railways or tramways of Sydney, most of which have steam locomotives to draw the cars. 2 cars are coupled together and drawn by a noisy puffing engine, stopping at every other block to receive or discharge passengers. Accidents are said to be frequent, but of course the manager of the tramways always declare that the fault is due to the carelessness of the victims. They have flagmen at some of the more dangerous crossings, but in spite of them, somebody is occasionally run over. Strangers are especially liable to injury from this cause, as they are often unaware that locomotives are allowed in the principal streets. Our ride was extended to the suburbs, and without question, no city we have thus far seen in the southern hemisphere has suburbs at all approaching in attractiveness those of Sydney. First we come to Woolloomooloo, what a funny word that is to write, and then we wind along the coasts of the little bays between the promontories, Elizabeth Bay, Rose Bay, Double Bay, Rushcutters Bay, and I don't know how many other bays and coves, where the well-to-do residents have their villas. 100,000 people are said to live in Sydney proper, and 150,000 in the suburbs, so that the city with its suburbs has a population of 250,000. Fred suggested he would like to see the park or public garden. Mr. Manson asked which one. Fred didn't know, and then our host explained that he had a considerable number to choose from. There is Albert Park, said he, of 40 acres, with a statue of Prince Albert, and opposite to it is Hyde Park Square, with a statue to Captain Cook, the discoverer of New South Wales. Then there is the Domain, of 128 acres, surrounding the little bay known as Farm Cove, the Botanical Gardens of 38 acres, and we have in addition Belmore Park, Prince Alfred Park, Callan Park, Moore Park, Wentworth Park, and the National Park, and a few years hence, if you come here again, there will doubtless be more parks to hear from. During our stay at Sydney, we saw most of the parks named in the foregoing paragraph, and can testify to their beauty and the appreciation in which they are held by the inhabitants. The Domain and the Botanical Gardens were especially attractive. Their sites are beautiful, and the Botanical Gardens contains every plant known in Australia, together with exotics from nearly every country in the world. For a student of botany, these gardens would furnish opportunities for months or years of study. In the Botanical Gardens, our attention was called to 3 Norfolk pines that are said to have been planted here nearly 70 years ago. One of them is 95 feet high, and its circumference, 3 feet above the ground, is within a few inches of 5 yards. The other 2 of the cluster are taller than this one, but not so large in girth. Then they showed us a she-oak tree, which is said to give forth, when the air is perfectly still, a sound like the murmur of a seashell. Another curious growth is the Australian musk tree, which constantly gives out an odour which is perceptible several yards away. Trees and plants from tropical and semi-Arctic regions grow here side by side, the Canada fir almost touching the Indian bamboo, and the Siberian larch mingling its branches with those of the palm and the banyan. In the evening and on the following day, Mr. Manson introduced us to all the officials of prominence, and to many of the leading citizens. It was a severe brain tax to remember all their names, but we shall try to do honour to our country in this particular. We have been invited to so many houses that if we should stay here a month, we could not exhaust the list, and probably by the time the end was reached, a new list would be formed. The Australians are certainly a hospitable people, and the stranger has a lovely time among them. At their first opportunity, Frank and Fred informed themselves about the early history of the colony. Among other curious things, Fred made the following note. It seems that the people of the United States are indirectly responsible for the settlement of Australia by convicts. Here is a paragraph from page 18 of the Official History of New South Wales by Thomas Richards, Government Printer and Registrar of Copyright. Whilst America was subject to England, British offenders, political or otherwise, were transported to the southern colonies of that continent, or to the West Indies, where they were in the first instance employed chiefly in the production of tobacco. The consumption of tobacco was large, and the revenue derived therefrom considerable, Virginia and Maryland being the chief producers. The American colonies having revolted against British rule in 1776, and after a long and severe struggle gained their independence, England sought a new field for colonisation, and first tried the coast of Africa, but found it unhealthy. Her attention was then turned to Australia, the eligibility of which for the purpose had been spreading since Cook's famous voyage thither in 1768. Accordingly, a fleet of 11 sail, carrying more than 1,000 souls, was assembled at Portsmouth in the month of March 1787 to proceed to Australia. Fred read the foregoing extract to Frank. The latter listened earnestly and then remarked, "I don't see that times have greatly changed after all. England still sends us her convicts and paupers, the only difference being that she turns them loose upon us instead of deriving something for their forced labour. Her example is followed by most of the continental nations, and thus we get the human rubbish of the old world, just as we did before the Revolutionary War. Fred then went on to say that the colony by which Sydney was founded numbered 1,030 persons, including 757 convicts, among whom were 192 women and 18 children. Besides the officers, there were 160 soldiers, with 40 of their wives. The livestock included cattle, sheep, horses, pigs and goats, and there was a large stock of seeds from the tropic and temperate zones. The natives did not oppose the landing, as they supposed it was only temporary. When they found that the settlement was a permanent one, they became hostile, and many murders resulted, caused no doubt in great measure by the outrages committed by the convicts. Ships from England followed steadily, each one bringing its quota of convicts, and in a few years Sydney had quite a city-like appearance. Free emigration began a few years after the establishment of the colony, as just described, the earliest of the free emigrants being principally men of capital who came with the object of employing the convicts under contracts with the government. Free emigrants of more modest means naturally followed, and in course of time the free settlers were more numerous than the convicts and military combined. In 1831, out of 76,793 persons in the colony, 27,831 were convicts. In the early part of this century, Australia had three classes of inhabitants: free settlers, convicts, and emancipists, the latter being convicts who had served out their sentences and become free men. The free settlers refused to associate with them, and they in turn would not associate with the convicts. The free settlers were inclined to be tyrannical and wished to have the emancipists deprived of civil rights, and long and bitter quarrels were the result of their demands. The governors generally took the side of the emancipists as a matter of justice, and thus made themselves unpopular with the rest of the colony. While studying the early history of the Australian colonies, Frank and Fred obtained considerable information from a gentleman who seemed to be thoroughly familiar with the subject. As he made no allusion in any way to his ancestry, the youth thought it just possible that he might be the son or grandson of one of the involuntary emigrants of early days. Desiring to respect his reserve as much as possible, they did not make any entry of his name in their notebooks. Their suspicions were strengthened by a remark which he dropped, that it was not considered polite in Australian society to ask who and what a man's father was. "The term convict is of course odious," said he, "no matter what the circumstance that has caused it to be applied to a man. Many of the convicts who were sent to Australia owed their transportation to no worse offences than sympathising with a rebellion, snaring a hare, or catching a fish out of somebody's preserved pond. I knew a man who was transported for 7 years for nothing else than twisting the neck of a partridge, and his case was very far from being a solitary one. In the eye of the British law he was a criminal, a convict, but in the eye of common sense and humanity his respectability was not greatly tarnished. The Irish Rebellion of 1798 caused great numbers of Irishmen to be transported. They were treated as criminals, and all sorts of indignities were heaped upon them, but their only crime was that of seeking to free their country." Frank asked how the convicts were treated on the voyage from England to Australia and after they arrived there. "According to all accounts," was the reply, "they were very cruelly used. On the transport ships they were closely herded together, poorly fed, and severely flogged for the least infraction of the rules. Many died on the voyage in consequence of the inhuman treatment they received. In some cases the deaths were 1/4 of the entire number. On their arrival in Australia they were put at work in government establishments, or on public roads and wharves, or were hired out to agricultural and other colonists. You must remember that those were the days of brute force, and no officer in charge of convicts ever thought of such a thing as moral suasion and kindness, however much combined with firmness. Flogging was of daily and almost hourly occurrence, and administered for trivial offences. A historian of the colony says that any man who failed to go to church on Sundays received 20 lashes on his bare back. Prisoners were put in irons, often at the mere caprice of their keepers. Their food was scanty, their clothing often insufficient for the weather, and if a man ventured to run away, he was pursued by bloodhounds and bulldogs and brought back, unless killed by the natives or dead from starvation. Settlements were formed at several places along the coast of Australia and in Van Diemen's Land, now Tasmania. The first convict settlement in Tasmania was on a peninsula, and a row of bulldogs was chained across the narrow isthmus that connected the peninsula with the mainland, so close together that it was impossible for a man to pass between any two of them. "I suppose the prisoners rarely managed to escape," said Frank. "Very rarely," said the gentleman. "There were many runaways, but they were generally brought back and punished, and if their escape was accompanied with violence, they were hanged or shot. In the bush they were liable to starve, and many a convict's bones are whitening where he perished of hunger. The natives were hostile, and if a runaway escaped recapture and starvation, he was very likely to fall before the spear of a black man." Some of the Irish convicts of 1798 were so struck by the similarity between the Blue Mountains, about 80 miles from Sydney, and the Connaught Hills of Ireland, that they rushed off expecting to reach their homes without difficulty. One man who had tried on the voyage out to fathom the mystery of the mariner's compass felt sure that he could find his way home if he only had the thing to steer by. He stole a copy of a work on navigation and tore out the first leaf, which had the picture of a compass upon it. His theft was detected and punished, and he never had an opportunity to try his system of paper compass navigation. A goodly portion of the emigrants thought China was only a little way overland from Sydney, and many tried to reach it. There used to be a story of a runaway who had wandered for days in the bush and suddenly came to a hut in which was an acquaintance. He anxiously asked how his friend had got to China, and was much astonished to learn that he had reached a farm a few miles from Sydney, and his acquaintance had been hired there as a labourer. "If you wish to learn how the convicts were brought from England to Australia," continued their informant to Frank and Fred, "how they lived when they got here, and how they were treated, read a story entitled His Natural Life by Marcus Clarke, an Australian journalist and litterateur. In the form of a novel, he has preserved much of the history of the old convict days. It is not altogether agreeable reading, though it is instructive. All the colonists, except the convicts themselves, and they had no voice in the matter, protested against Australia being peopled by these objectionable individuals, and protest after protest was made to the Home Government. These protests had their effect, and in 1840 transportation to New South Wales came to an end. An attempt was afterwards made to renew it, but was never carried out. It was continued later in Van Diemen's Land and other colonies, and in West Australia until 1868, when it was brought to an end, not so much at the wish of the people of West Australia as of those of the other colonies. "And let me say in conclusion," he remarked, "that there are many prominent citizens of Australia whose fathers or grandfathers were transported, and nobody in his senses thinks any the worse of them in consequence. There are some gentlemen high in official position, of course it would not be polite for me to name them, who are thus descended, and so are some of the wealthiest and most prominent citizens in civil life. Everybody may be aware of it, but nobody talks of it in public. In our political contests, the opposing candidates use as hard language about one another as the same class of men do in political contests in the United States. They may say anything they please, except that the man they are denouncing is the descendant of a transported convict. Whenever this is done, although the statement may be perfectly true, the injured man can bring a suit for slander, and be certain of high damages. Only a few years ago an aspirant for office was compelled to pay £10,000 for saying in a public speech that the man against whom he was contending was the son of an involuntary emigrant from England." The gentleman paused, and Fred took the opportunity to ask what a ticket of leave man was in the days of transportation. "As to that," was the reply, "tickets of leave are in use today in other countries as well as in England, though they are not known by that name. In the United States you have a system of remitting part of a sentence in case of good conduct, and we do the same in England. Well, this is what the ticket of leave was in Australia. A man received a conditional pardon consequent upon good conduct up to the time it was granted, and also conditioned upon continued good conduct during the time it was in force. In Australia, a ticket of leave man was required to remain in a certain prescribed district, where his conduct could be observed. In practice, it often happened that the man ran away and sought a home elsewhere than under the British flag. A good many ticket of leave men found their way to the Fiji, Samoa, Society and other islands of the Pacific, where they led lives that often were not in accordance with civilized rules. In consequence of their violation of the permit granted them, they were always greatly alarmed when a British ship appeared in the offing. Many ticket of leave men became good citizens. Some of them obtained grants of land and established farms where they supported themselves. And not a few of this class became prosperous and wealthy. The mechanics found plenty of occupation in the cities and towns, and thus there gradually grew up a population of emancipists who have been mentioned already. In the disputes about the rights of the emancipists, their cause was warmly espoused by Governor Macquarie, who earned the title of the prisoner's friend. Some excesses followed the adoption of this policy, but the colony was benefited by it, and ultimately all classes of freemen were admitted to an equal footing, and the cessation of transportation in time caused a perfect commingling of classes and an extinction of the old feud. The conversation terminated here, and the youths thanked their informant for what he had told them on this interesting subject. They closed their notebooks as soon as the interview ended, and then went out for a stroll. Curious to see the shipping in the harbour, they directed their steps to the Circular Quay, the modern name of Sydney Cove, where the original expedition landed in 1788. The founders of the settlement could hardly recognise the cove should they revisit it today. Circular Quay, said Fred in his account of their walk, is at the head of the cove and has a length of 1,300 feet, available for the largest vessels. It has piers and pavilions for the ferry steamers, which are numerous and active, and the government has made a liberal expenditure for extending the wharfage accommodations and erecting sheds for the storage of goods. The Australian Steam Navigation Company have their wharves here, and several of their vessels were loading or discharging at Circular Quay all at once. To give an idea of the commerce of Sydney with other parts of the world, let me mention the various steamship lines whose vessels were visible from this quay. One of the first to come within our line of vision was a great steamer of the Peninsular and Oriental Company, familiarly known as the P&O, and not far from it was another equally large steamer belonging to the Orient Line. Each of these companies has a fortnightly service each way between England and Australia, and the sharp competition between them has had the effect of reducing the price of passage and securing rapid voyages. A little farther away was a steamer flying the tricolour of France. It belonged to the Compagnie des Messageries Maritimes, a rival of the P&O in Asiatic waters, and at the principal ports of Asiatic and Australasian lands. The Austrian flag was visible on a steamer of the Austrian Lloyds, and the German flag upon a magnificent vessel of the North German Lloyds, or Bremen Line. Australia has an abundance of steam communication with the rest of the world. The P&O line has a fortnightly service each way between London and Sydney via the Suez Canal, the other Australian ports included in its itinerary being Melbourne, Adelaide and King George's Sound. The Orient Line has a similar fortnightly service, also by the Suez Canal, but omits King George's Sound from its list of Australian ports. The North German Lloyds has a service each way every 4 weeks between Sydney and Bremen, its Australian ports being Sydney, Melbourne and Adelaide. The Messageries Maritimes French mail line has a similar 4-weekly service each way between Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide and Marseille. Then there is a 4-weekly service each way of the British India Steam Navigation Company between Brisbane and Aden, connecting at Aden with the same company's line to and from London and touching at Batavia, Java on every voyage. The New Zealand Shipping Company and the Shaw, Saville and Albion Company have each a 4-weekly service from London to New Zealand by way of the Cape of Good Hope and Hobart, Tasmania, and their steamers return to London by way of the Strait of Magellan Rio de Janeiro and the Canary Islands. Last but by no means least is the 4-weekly service each way between Sydney and San Francisco, which has been already mentioned. All these steamship lines receive subsidies from the colonial governments, and all with the exception of the American one receive subsidies from their home governments. It is a curious circumstance and a humiliating one to Americans in Australia or having relations with the Antipodes that the American line between San Francisco and Australia is subsidised by the colonies, but receives nothing from the United States, under whose flag it sails. Our commerce with Australia and New Zealand now exceeds $12 million annually and could be greatly increased by the encouragement of regular and permanent steam communication with the colonies. An officer of one of the steamers running to San Francisco spoke to us and remarked that he had met us in the last-named city just as we were taking passage for Honolulu. He told us we could start from Sydney for Greenland's icy mountains or India's coral strand, or for any other mountains or strands on the globe. That wharf to the east, said he, is called Woolloomooloo. It was built at a heavy cost, but the water near it is too shallow for sea-going vessels of the deepest draught, and it is principally used for coasting vessels, of which you see there are a great many. Then he told us that Darling Harbour, on the western side of the city, had its entire frontage covered with wharves and quays. Grafton Wharf, with its building, covers an area of more than 3 acres. As for dry dock accommodations, he pronounced Sydney one of the best ports he had ever seen. There are 2 or 3 docks that were good enough for the ships of 20 years ago, but are of less importance today. A few years ago the government built a dock 450 feet long and wide in proportion, and it was thought sufficient for all necessities for years to come. But hardly was it completed before it was found too short for the largest modern steamships, and so another has been built that is 680 feet long, 180 feet wide between the walls, and 85 feet in the entrance gate. How long will it be before they will find this dock too small for the wants of commerce? In 1 year the number of British and foreign ships that entered Port Jackson was 2,601, with an aggregate tonnage of 2,088,307 tons. There are several shipbuilding and repairing establishments here. That of the Australian Steam Navigation Company alone covers more than 6 acres and employs nearly 500 persons. 100 years ago this was a howling wilderness. That is, if the Australian savages were accustomed to howl, and I presume they were. We could give figures about Sydney that would make your head an ant-hill of units and tens, as Dr. Holmes says, but perhaps you've had enough to convince you of the importance of the city. It has 6 daily papers, weeklies so numerous that the list would be monotonous, and as for schools, churches, hospitals, clubs, hotels and other institutions of a great city, there are all that could be reasonably expected. As to manufacturing industries, it has a great many factories, foundries and engineering establishments. For clothing alone there are more than 50 factories, employing from 50 to 400 hands each, and the other manufacturing concerns are in similar proportion. Our friends went on a steamboat excursion to Parramatta, which lies up the river of the same name, about 15 miles from Sydney. Next to Sydney it is the oldest town in the colony, having been founded in November 1788. It was originally called Rose Hill, but the name was afterwards changed to the Aboriginal one of Parramatta. The first grain raised in the colony was grown at Parramatta, and here the earliest grants of land were made to convicts who had served their time at hard labour and were entitled to become colonists. It is now a prosperous town with from 8 to 10,000 inhabitants and has a considerable business in manufacturing. Along the banks of the river and in the neighbourhood of Parramatta there are many flower gardens from which Sydney is abundantly supplied with boutonnières, bouquets and huge baskets of flowers at all seasons of the year. Our chief interest in Parramatta, said Fred, was to see the orange groves, which have made the place famous throughout Australia. We were accompanied by a gentleman who was well known both in Parramatta and in Sydney, and he took us at once to the orangery of the late Mr. Pye, who devoted the greater part of his life to the introduction and cultivation of this excellent fruit. They told us that more than 10,000 oranges had been gathered in one season from a single tree. We have never eaten finer oranges in any part of the world than at Parramatta, and the other fruits grown in the orchards of the place are said to be equally good in their season. The oranges are best in December, but they are gathered ripe during every month of the year. Of course, they wanted us to inspect some of the factories, hospitals and other public buildings, but our time was too limited, and were returned to Sydney by railway instead of taking the steamboat back again. Other excursions were made in the suburbs of Sydney, and Dr. Bronson and his nephews received invitations to visit some of the interior towns of the colony. One of their excursions was to Botany Bay, which lies 5 miles from Sydney by land, the distance by sea being fully 15 miles. A horse railway connects the village with Sydney, and the ride is quite a pretty one. The chief object of interest is the monument, which marks the spot where Captain Cook landed in 1770 and took possession of the place in the name of the British Crown. The consideration of the up-country invitations was postponed until the return of the party from Queensland, whither they went as soon as the sights of Sydney were exhausted. How they went and what they saw will be told in the next chapter. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 14. A coasting steamer carried Dr. Bronson and his young companions to Newcastle, a town which resembles the English one of the same name in being an important centre of the coal trade. The distance from Sydney is about 75 miles, and consequently the voyage was of only a few hours' duration. Even this limited time was utilised by a conversation about the political divisions of Australia and the relations between the colonies. The conversation began with a question from Dr. Bronson as to what the youths had learned on the subject since their arrival at Sydney or on the voyage from New Zealand. Frank was the first to reply. "We have read to you our notes," said he, "about the settlement of New South Wales by the fleet of ships that came out from England by order of the government. New South Wales was thus the parent colony, and the others, with one exception, are offshoots from it. In 1790 New South Wales established a penal colony on Norfolk Island, which has since been given up to the Pitcairn Islanders, descendants of the mutineers of the Bounty. Van Diemen's Land, or Tasmania, was settled as a penal colony in 1803 by Lieutenant Bowen, who was sent from Sydney with a few convicts and their guards, and formed a settlement near the spot where the city of Hobart now stands. Queensland, under the name of Moreton Bay District, was settled in 1825 from Sydney, and became a separate colony in 1859. Victoria, then known as Port Phillip and forming part of New South Wales, was colonised in 1803 and afterwards abandoned. It was permanently settled from Tasmania in 1835, and on July 1st, 1851, the colony was separated from New South Wales and became independent. South Australia was colonised by emigrants from Great Britain in 1836, and West Australia by a detachment of soldiers and convicts from Sydney in 1826. New South Wales can thus claim the parentage of all the colonies of the continent and its adjacent island, Tasmania, with the single exception of South Australia. West or Western Australia is described by its name, as it occupies the entire western part of the continent. South Australia is a misnomer. The parent colony is in the southern part of the continent, but its jurisdiction extends from ocean to ocean to the northern shore and includes the so-called Northern Territory, or Alexandra Land, which will one day no doubt form an independent government. To the eastward of the Northern Territory and South Australia is Queensland, and south of Queensland and eastward of South Australia is the parent colony of New South Wales. Then comes the colony of Victoria, south of New South Wales. Territorially, it is the smallest of all the colonies, but it isn't small in any other way. Tasmania is 150 miles south of Victoria, from which it is separated by Bass's Strait, which preserves the name of its discoverer, Dr. George Bass of the Royal Navy. Frank paused a moment and gave Fred an opportunity to speak of something he had just read about Dr. Bass. He made his first expedition, said Fred, in 1796 in an open boat 8 feet long, in company with midshipman, afterwards Captain, Flinders, and the crew of one boy. They narrowly escaped being drowned in the sea, and later in being killed by the natives, when the wind drove them ashore. In the following year, Dr. Bass went in a whaleboat, with a crew of 6 men and provisions for 6 weeks, and found that the coast trended so far to the west as to indicate the separation of Tasmania from the mainland, and in the next year, 1798, he obtained a sloop, and in company with Captain Flinders actually sailed through the strait and determined the question. "I see you have been reading to advantage," the doctor remarked, "and please add to your notes that this same Dr. Bass is supposed to have died a slave in the mines of Chile. He was arrested at Valparaiso in consequence of a dispute with the authorities, and was never again seen or heard of by his friends. There was a rumour that he had been sent to the mines, and that was all." "If the Australian continent were divided into 100 equal parts," said Frank, "Victoria would include 3, New South Wales 10, Queensland 23, South Australia 30, and West Australia 34. The greatest length of Australia is about 2,400 miles, and its greatest width between Cape York on the north and Wilson's Promontory on the south is 1,971 miles. It has about 7,750 miles of coastline and an area of 2,944,628 square miles. A good idea of the extent of Australia may be had by comparing it with other countries. It is about 26 times the area of Great Britain and Ireland, 15 times the size of France, about 1/6 smaller than the whole of the United States of America, and only about 1/5 smaller than the whole of Europe. Fred asked who gave it the appellation of Australia. "The name was given by Captain Flinders, of whom we were speaking a few moments ago," replied the doctor. "His memory is preserved in a river and a mountain range of the continent, whose coast he explored. On his return to Europe, he was captured by the French, and was held a prisoner from 1806 to 1810. He died in England in 1814, shortly after publishing his book, A Voyage to Terra Australis." "There is a great part of the country not yet explored," said Frank, as the doctor paused. "A writer on this subject says that the unexplored region of the present day is almost entirely confined to Western Australia, and a large portion of the Northern Territory of South Australia. New South Wales and Victoria have an area of 400,000 square miles, almost every mile of which is fairly known. Queensland may still have a small extent of unknown land in the far northern peninsula. South Australia has at least 250,000 miles unexplored, or but little known, and West Australia has fully 500,000 square miles that have been crossed at intervals by the tracks of a few explorers. In round figures, the extent of unexplored or partially known country in Australia is more than double that of the thoroughly known portion. The continent is almost fairly bisected by the overland telegraph line, which follows closely the track of MacDougall Stewart, the explorer, and the telegraph may be considered a line of demarcation between the explored and unexplored portions." "And have you ascertained why the continent has not yet been thoroughly examined?" Dr. Bronson queried. "I have," Fred replied with alacrity, "and I presume Frank has done so too. It is because there is no water in the interior of the continent, or but very little. If you look on the map, you will see very few rivers, and none of those that exist is of great size. Australia is nearly as large as Europe, and see the difference in the rivers. Europe has the Danube, Rhine, Volga, Don, Vistula, Seine, Rhone, all large rivers, together with more than twice as many of lesser note, but all of them important, while Australia has only a single river of consequence, the Murray. There are hundreds of miles of coastline, together where not a single stream, great or small, flows into the sea, and some of the interior rivers dry up and disappear in the hot season. "I read about that too," said Frank. "The Murray and its tributaries, the Lachlan and Murrumbidgee, are lasting streams, but the Darling, a river of considerable size, flowing into the Murray from the north, has the Australian peculiarity of disappearing into quicksands and marshes. With the exception of the Murray, all the other permanent streams of Australia are short and of little consequence, and, like the rivers of New Zealand, they have been clogged with watercress, which was introduced from England in the expectation that it would be a great luxury." "You have hit exactly upon the obstacle which has baffled Australian explorers," said the doctor. "All who have sought to penetrate the interior have suffered terribly from thirst, and some expeditions that have never been heard from are supposed to have perished from the same cause. The rainfall in the interior of the continent is slight, the heat in summer is intense, and even in winter the thermometer sometimes runs to a high figure." "Then it is fair to suppose that the interior of Australia is practically of no use," Frank remarked. "It is fair to suppose so," was the reply, "but some scientists believe that good pasture land and habitable country will yet be found in the interior, where the few explorers who have been there report only a desert, unfit to sustain human life and impracticable for settlement. Artesian wells have been bored in many places, and a fair proportion of them have succeeded in finding water. There is so much territory in Australia that it is not likely the capabilities or disadvantages of all parts of it will be thoroughly known for many years to come. And now," he continued, as he glanced at a book he held in his hand, "let us read what an English author has written concerning this strange country. Almost everything in nature is, in Australia, the reverse of what it is in England. When we have winter, they have summer. When we have day, they have night. We have our feet pressing nearly opposite to their feet. There the compass points to the south. The sun travels along the northern heavens. The barometer rises with a southerly and falls with a northerly wind. The animals are disproportionately large in their lower extremities, and carry their young in a pouch. The plumage of the birds is beautiful. Their notes are harsh and strange. The swans are black. The owls screech and hoot only in the daytime. The cuckoo's song is heard only in the night. The valleys are cool. The mountain tops are warm. The north winds are hot. The south winds are cold. The east winds are healthy. The bees are without sting. The cherries grow with the stones outside. One of the birds has a broom in its mouth instead of a tongue. Many of the beautiful flowers are without smell. Most of the trees are without shade, and shed their bark instead of their leaves. Some indeed are without leaves. In others the leaves are vertical, and even the geological formation of the country, as far as ascertained, is most singular. In other parts of the world coal is black, but in Australia they have bituminous coal as white as chalk. Taken as a whole, the country, as far as explored, exhibits less hill and dale, with a less compact vegetation than in most other parts of the world. In the interior there is a bare, barren, stony desert, totally unfit for man or beast. A more or less broken chain of mountains extends from Spencer Gulf round the south coast, all along the eastern coast and round the northern coast, nearly to Limming's Bight. The rivers are few in number, the watercourses are very low in summer and frequently dried up. No dense forest exists, as in America. The herbage generally is thin. The grasses, although highly nutritious, growing in patches. The highest peak is Mount Kosciuszko, 6,510 feet above sea, at the head of the Murray, which is the largest Australian river, 2,500 miles long. Australia contains no antiquities, and the tourist who expects to find the ruins of temples, palaces and pagodas is doomed to disappointment. It was discovered by the Portuguese about 1530 and visited by the Spaniards in 1605 and by several navigators down to Captain Cook in 1770 and settled in 1788. All its cities are of modern foundation and growth, and Australia may be compared in a general way to that part of the United States west of the Mississippi River. We shall have an opportunity to verify many of these statements, said the doctor, when we travel in the interior. Then turning to Frank, he asked that youth what he had learned concerning the government of the colonies. I learned that they are wholly independent of each other, was the reply, and furthermore that there is a great jealousy between them. Each of the colonies must be considered in many respects a distinct province, having its own government, local laws and customs regulations. With the exception of West Australia, they all enjoy responsible government, and that colony will no doubt have the same constitutional privileges as the others before many years. The form of government is a modification of the British Constitution, the sovereign being represented by the Governor, who is appointed by the Crown, the House of Lords by the Legislative Council, nominated or elected, and the House of Commons by the Legislative Assembly, elected by the people. The imperial laws are in force unless superseded by local enactments, and all acts passed by the colonial legislatures must receive the assent of the sovereign before they can become laws. In each of the colonies, the qualifications for exercising the franchise are placed very low, and manhood suffrage is practically the rule. An effort has been made to league the Australian colonies into one great confederation. The friends of the movement are confident of its success in course of time, but local jealousies have thus far prevented it. It doesn't take long to find out that the colonies are very jealous of one another, Fred remarked. It's a pity that this state of affairs exists, but after all it has done a great deal towards the development and population of the country. Jealousy between communities and colonies is the basis of enterprise, and many things have been done here in consequence of competition that without it would never have been done at all. When one colony sends out an exploring expedition, another does the same. When one establishes a system of cheap emigration, the rest will not be left behind. And so it goes through all their enterprises. It is exactly like the rivalry that existed between our western states and cities 20 years ago, and still exists to some extent. Spoken like a statesman, said the doctor, as he nodded approvingly towards his nephew. Put your remarks on paper and send them home. They may be beneficial to some of our friends in St. Louis and Chicago. Fred promised to do so, and when some time later he wrote out his views, he added the following. It's very funny to hear the people of one city or colony talk about those of another. Each decries all the rest, and represents his own region as the only perfect one. Talking about the climate, a Sydney man will tell you that the capital of New South Wales is quite exempt from the cold winds that make life unbearable in Melbourne and Adelaide. The Melbourne man tells you how you suffer from brickfielders, hot and dusty winds from the interior at Sydney, and how the poor wretches in Adelaide are perspiring at every pore with a temperature and humidity like those of a Russian bath. Each colony has its own postal regulations, its own postage stamps, and its own rates for letters and other mail matter. New South Wales is a land of free trade, while Victoria, its neighbour, is a land of protected tariffs. Each can demonstrate the advantages of its particular system, and on the other hand, each has a minority party that wants its laws patterned after those of its rival. The gauges of the railways are different, so that there is a break at every frontier. Consequently, passengers are obliged to change trains, and all freights bound across the line must be transshipped. The enactments of the colonial legislatures are often hostile to one another, and sometimes the rivalry expresses itself so strongly that it seems unfortunate that the colonies have a common language. None of the colonies has any state church, and all religions are placed on the same footing. The Episcopalians are the dominant body, so far as numbers are concerned. The Roman Catholics are next, and then come the Presbyterians, and after them the Methodists. These are the four great denominations. Far below them in numbers and in their order of strength are the Lutherans and German Protestants, Baptists, Congregationalists, Jews, Bible Christians, Church of Christ, Unitarians and Free Presbyterians. The Asiatic proportion of the population adds Muslims, Confucians and pagans to the list of religionists. Considering the recent settlement of the colonies, the proportion of places of worship to the population will compare favourably with other countries. There is a tendency to exclude religious teaching from the public schools, and in place of this there is a widespread interest in Sunday schools, which abound all over the continent wherever it has been settled. In the matter of education, the colonies are happily actuated by the same impulse, all believing that it is one of the vital principles of good government. The children are taught either wholly or partially by the aid of the state funds of each province, and in nearly all the colonies a separate department, under a minister of the Crown, controls the machinery of education. The leading principles of education in Australia are that it is free, or very nearly so. It is compulsory and it is secular, though not in all cases, to the absolute exclusion of Bible reading. The latest reports at hand show that there are 5,844 state schools in Australia, with 553,191 pupils and 11,890 teachers. There are numerous high schools, academies and denominational schools in the cities and larger towns, and there are colleges and universities at Sydney, Melbourne and Adelaide. We will now drop the journals and statistics of Frank and Fred and attend to what they saw and heard on their journey. We left them on their way to Newcastle, which they reached without mishap. A fellow passenger told them that several disastrous wrecks had occurred at the entrance of Newcastle Harbour, which was formerly very dangerous when the wind blew heavily from the southeast. A breakwater has been constructed that greatly diminishes the danger, as it protects the bar from the heavy seas which formerly swept over it. Newcastle is the outlet of a considerable extent of country, but its principal business is in coal, of which it ships more than 2 million tons annually. The town has many evidences of prosperity, and its appliances for handling coal are extensive and excellent. One of the citizens volunteered to show our friends the coal mines. While they were making the round of the place, he said that a careful estimate showed that the coal seams now being worked contained enough coal to keep up the present rate of production for 512 years. There are 35 seams of coal, varying from 5 to 12 feet in thickness, and one seam, the Greta, is 21 feet thick. Nearly 5,000 miners are employed underground, and 1,000 at the mouths of the mines. The deepest workings are those of the Greta, 450 feet, and the Stockton, 380 feet. The authorities of Newcastle believe they have the finest appliances for handling coal that are to be found anywhere, and Dr. Bronson said he certainly did not know of any that surpassed them. Since the visit of our friends, we are told that the railway from Sydney to Newcastle has been completed, and also the line which connects with the one from Brisbane, at the frontier between New South Wales and Queensland. From Newcastle they went by land to Brisbane. Near Tenterfield they left the railway for a coach ride of 40 miles, which brought them to Stanthorpe, where they found a train to carry them to their destination. At several points on their coach ride they saw the working parties making cuttings and fillings along the route for the railway that now completes the connection between the capitals of the colonies of Queensland and New South Wales. There is now continuous railway communication from Brisbane to Adelaide, a distance of very nearly 1,800 miles. The train left Newcastle at 7:15 in the morning and brought them to Tenterfield at a little past midnight, the distance being 381 miles. It carried them through a country of varied characteristics: hill, valley, plain, mountain, forest and open country, presenting themselves in succession. It can be briefly described, said Frank, as an agricultural, pastoral and mining region, some of it being of great value and other parts quite forbidding in aspect, owing to the scarcity of water. We passed through some of the goldfields of New South Wales, but did not stop to visit them. We were told that considerable quantities of diamonds had been obtained near Bingara, 110 miles north from Tamworth, an important town on the railway, about halfway between Newcastle and Tenterfield. The names of stations on the line of railway are a curious mixture of native and foreign words, the foreign ones including English, Scotch, Irish and American, together with some that were difficult to classify. For example, there were Murrurundi, Corroboree, Corroboree and Moonby, all of Australian origin, and then we found Hamilton, Lochinvar, Dundee, Stonehenge, Emerald Hill, Kentucky, and other familiar words. Then followed Doughboy Hollow, Honeysuckle Point, Kelly's Plains and Willow Tree, which reminded us of names that we had heard in the Pacific states of America. Occasionally we saw herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, and were not surprised to learn that the country is considered an excellent region for raising those animals. We passed through forests of gum trees, as they are called here, the ordinary appellation of the eucalyptus, of which there are many varieties. Compared with the trees of England and America, the gum tree is not beautiful, and no one would think of growing it for ornament alone, but on the whole it is by no means ill-looking. The leaves do not spread out horizontally, but depend vertically from the boughs. Consequently, the tree gives little shade in the daytime, but the traveller who passes through a gum forest at night blesses this peculiarity of the tree, as it admits the light of the moon and stars to the great advantage of the wayfarer. Compared with European trees, the verdure of the eucalyptus is scanty, and its green is rather sombre. Some of the varieties of this tree are far more attractive than others, the handsomest of all being the Banksia, named after Sir Joseph Banks. The Eucalyptus amygdalina, or giant gum, has the reputation of being the tallest tree in the world, and the Australians are greatly pleased to mention this fact. There are reports of giant gum trees that exceed 500 feet in height, but the highest one with an official record is on Mount Bor, Gippsland. It was measured by Mr. Hodgkinson, a civil engineer who certifies to its height of 471 feet. This is considerably more than the height of the tallest of the big trees of California, according to the authorities we have consulted. New groups and forests are discovered from time to time, and perhaps one of these days we shall hear of a giant that exceeds 500 feet. The eucalyptus has been carried to other countries, and it seems to do well all over the world where the climate is not too cold for it. It grows rapidly and is said to prevent malaria and fevers. We asked Dr. Bronson about the latter statement, and he said he was greatly inclined to believe it. The French introduced it into Algeria and found that fevers diminished rapidly or disappeared altogether where it grew, and they are so thoroughly convinced of its utility that they have planted great numbers of eucalypti. Mr. Bossistow, Commissioner for Victoria at the Colonial Exhibition in London 1886, discusses this subject thoroughly and says that malarious diseases are not native to Australia and imported fevers diminish in violence. He thinks this effect is caused by the eucalyptus, which is evergreen and constantly exhausting humidity from the earth and throwing off oil and acid from its leaf. A small quantity of eucalyptus oil sprinkled in a sick room improves the air at once and renders breathing easier. Mr. Bossistow contends that the volatile oil thrown off by the leaf absorbs atmospheric oxygen and transforms it into ozone. The giant gums are sometimes called silver stems for the reason that after they have annually shed their bark, they shed their bark and not their leaves, the new skin is of the whiteness of silver. As the trunk is perfectly round and the lowest limbs are often 200 feet and more from the ground, the sight of a group of these enormous trees is a very fine one. The giant gums are more slender than the big trees of California. The former are the tallest in the world, but the latter have the greater diameter in proportion to their height. Next to the giant gum is the red gum, or Eucalyptus rostrata, and next to that is the blue gum, or Eucalyptus globus. The former is the finest timber tree, while the latter is the most favoured for its anti-fever qualities, and is the tree most frequently carried to foreign lands. Don't expect me to go through the whole catalogue of eucalypti, as there are fully 200 of them, according to the botanists. The lowest and most widespread is the Eucalyptus dumosa, or mallee scrub, and you may judge of its extent when I tell you that a single tract of mallee scrub, shared between South Australia and Victoria, covers an area of nearly 9,000 square miles. And it isn't the largest area of scrub either, says an Australian at my elbow. Well, the mallee is a strange-looking plant, and I can compare it to nothing better than the frame of an umbrella turned bottom up and without any handle in the centre. It has a globular mass at its base with a few horizontal roots, and then a long taproot that goes down to a great depth till it reaches moisture. Above ground there are a lot of shoots or stalks from a foot up to 20 feet long, each of them having a tuft of leaves at the top. No surface water can be found in the districts where it grows, and the scrub is just a little more than high enough to hide a man on horseback. To be lost in the scrub is very dangerous. You cannot see in any direction. There are no trees you can climb to find your bearings, water or food is not to be found, and the victim is very likely to lose his reason and die of thirst, starvation and insanity. Terrible stories have been told us of the death of people lost in the scrub. Men have gone there to search for missing friends, and both searchers and sought af never been heard of again. It was after midnight when our friends reached Tenterfield, and at 9 o'clock the next morning they were on the coach and dashing away towards Stanthorpe. Over the plains and hills they went at a good speed, and were reminded of previous rides in the newly opened regions of the Rocky Mountains and in California. Coaching in Australia is less famous than formerly, owing to the rapid extension of the railway, but there are still many interior lines where the old system is maintained. Coaching in Australia owes its development to some enterprising Americans, Cobb and Company, who went there in the times of the gold discoveries and established lines all over the principal roads, from the coast ports to the auriferous districts. The wonderful tales of coaching west of the Missouri River a quarter of a century ago might be repeated concerning the same business in Australia. Dr. Bronson and his companions had no time to examine the mineral and other attractions of Tenterfield, though they were invited to do so. Gold, silver, tin, antimony, plumbago and other minerals are found in the region round about the town, at distances varying from 5 up to 40 miles. Some mining localities were pointed out along the coach road, and rich specimens of gold-bearing quartz were shown by the fortunate possessors. Cobb's coach carried them safely to Stanthorpe, sometimes called the border town, owing to its position on the frontier, and the sanatorium of Queensland, in consequence of the salubrity of its climate. It is celebrated for its tin mines, which are scattered around the neighbourhood. The product varies considerably from one year to another, being affected by the scarcity or the abundance of water. They spent the night at Stanthorpe in a fairly comfortable hotel, and at 9 o'clock on the following morning left by train for Brisbane, 207 miles, where they arrived at 10:30 in the evening. Frank and Fred were out the next morning at an early hour to see the sights of the capital of Queensland. They found it smaller than Sydney, a total population within a radius of 5 miles of the centre of the city being less than 100,000. It is on the River Brisbane. River and city were named after Sir Thomas Brisbane, the governor of the colony of New South Wales in 1825, the year when the city was founded as a penal settlement. The river surrounds it on 2 sides and gives it an excellent water frontage. From the city to the debouchement of the river into Moreton Bay is about 25 miles by the course of the stream, though not more than half that distance overland. Their walk took them along Queen Street, the principal avenue, to Victoria Bridge, a fine structure of iron which spans the river between North and South Brisbane. The bridge is more than 1,000 feet in length and divided into 13 spans, with a swing in the centre to permit the passage of vessels. Like most works of the kind, it is said to have cost more than double the original estimates of the engineers who planned it. The youths were not favourably impressed with the streets of Brisbane on account of their narrowness, Queen Street being little more than 60 feet wide, and the others in the same proportion. They asked why the streets were made so narrow when there was such an abundance of land in Australia at the time the place was founded, and were told that it was due to the orders of one of the early governors Sir George Gipps, who wished to be economical with the land of the government. But if Queen Street is narrow, it is by no means unattractive, as it can boast of many fine shops and substantial buildings, including several belonging to the government. Frank called Fred's attention to the verandas that on one side of the street ran almost from one end to the other and extended quite across the sidewalk. Fred rightly conjectured that they were intended to screen pedestrians and goods from the heat and glare of the sun, Brisbane being blessed with a climate of tropical character. A policeman of whom they made inquiry pointed out the post office, town hall and exchange, the two last named being in one building, which also contains the Chamber of Commerce and the Council Chamber, and also the courthouse and other public edifices. They were all fine buildings, with the exception of the courthouse, which is a low, solid-looking structure of stone, 2 stories in height, and of unattractive appearance. Fred asked the policeman the reason of the difference in these buildings. "The courthouse is one of the old prisons of the days of the convict system," was the reply. "It was the female penitentiary and workshop, and at one time was crowded with women who had been transported from England to spend the rest of their lives in Australia. It will probably be torn down before many years, as the people want to get rid of everything that can remind them of the convict system." Turning to the right, at the end of Queen Street, and close to Victoria Bridge, they walked along William Street, past the Museum and the Houses of Parliament, till they came to the Government Domain, which contains residence of the colonial governor. Close by are Queen's Park and the Botanical Gardens, and here they lingered until it was time to return to the hotel and meet Dr. Bronson, who had announced his intention of sleeping till a late hour. The river makes a sharp bend around Brisbane, and the Government Domain, Botanical Gardens and Queen's Park are prettily situated at the end of the point of land enclosed in the bend. In colonial parlance it is called a pocket, and Queen Street may be said to run across the top of the pocket, as it extends from the river to the river again, just as the numbered streets of New York go from the water on one side of Manhattan Island to the water on the other. Frank and Fred thought they had nowhere seen more attractive botanical gardens than those at Brisbane. They were particularly impressed with the row of trees that lined the river bank. They resembled pines and were of a sugar-loaf shape, and the custodian of the place said they were known as Bun-Yip trees. All the shrubs and plants indigenous to the colony are to be found in the gardens, together with exotics from all parts of the world whose climate in any way resembles that of Queensland. Our friends were told that the gardens had been of great practical value to the colony in facilitating the introduction of plants which could be cultivated to advantage. Indigo, madder, coffee and tea plants were introduced into Queensland by means of the Botanical Garden, which first developed them, and then sent seeds and cuttings to those who made application. Sugar and cotton were also developed from the same source, and at present the sugar and cotton interests of the colony are of very great importance. On their way back to the hotel, the youths again encountered the communicative policeman, pointing in the direction of a round building similar to a windmill and supporting a signal mast, he said. "That is what we call the observatory, and it is used for signalling vessels coming into the harbour. It's one of the relics of the convict time. There was once a windmill there where they ground the grain for the convicts to eat, and when the wind didn't blow, the prisoners had to work a treadmill in the lower part of the building. I used to know an old fellow who had often done his trick at the wheel. He said he used to have to go it 4 hours on a stretch, and when through with his trick, he was ready to lie down and take a rest. There isn't any part of the treadmill there now, as it was quietly stolen away by the boys, who sold the old iron for a good price." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 15. The sights of Brisbane were soon exhausted, and our friends arranged to make a journey to the interior, in spite of the efforts of hospitable residents to detain them for several days in the capital. The trio agreed that nowhere else in the world was there a more hospitable population than in Australia. In no other country was the stranger made more heartily welcome. They had already recorded this impression, and it was renewed at every place they visited during their journey through the continent. Frank thought that the name of Australia, Felix, which was originally applied to the Port Phillip district, should be given to the entire country, in view of the general amiability of the inhabitants and their courtesy to strangers. Dr. Bronson and his nephews desired to make a study of bush life, and an excellent opportunity was offered in an invitation to spend as long a time as they chose at an interior station in Queensland. Rising at an early hour one day, they took the train of the Southern and Western Railway at 5:40 a.m. and rode straight through to Roma, 317 miles, which they reached at 10 o'clock at night. The railway continues to Morven, 110 miles distant, and from that point it will be extended in the near future, at least such is the promise, 200 or 300 miles farther. The original scheme was to carry it to Point Parker on the Gulf of Carpentaria, a distance of 1,000 miles from Brisbane. But in consequence of the great expense of the undertaking, the completion of the line has been indefinitely postponed. The railways of Queensland are on the special narrow gauge principle, the rails being only 3 foot 6 inches apart. The gauge of New South Wales is 4 feet 8.5 inches, and that of Victoria 5 feet 3 inches. In South Australia, the Port, North and Southern lines are of 5 feet 3 inches gauge, and other lines are 3 feet 6 inches, all like the Queensland railways. For sparsely settled regions, the narrow gauge has been found serviceable and economical, and thus far there has been no occasion for express trains at a high rate of speed. As on many of the smaller lines of the United States and other countries, the so-called express trains stop at all stations and are not famous for their rapid progress. The country through which our friends travelled was not unlike that between Newcastle and Brisbane, as already described. For some distance the railway lay along the valley of the Brisbane River, which contained some excellent farming country, with fine stretches of woodland and occasional swamps. The dividing range of mountains filled the western horizon, and the laboured puffing of the locomotive at frequent intervals told that the grade was an ascending one. In the immediate vicinity of Brisbane, the land is of poor quality, except in the neighbourhood of the streams, and in the early days of the colony, a great many settlers were ruined by attempting to establish farms where the soil was not suitable. But in spite of these early discouragements, the capabilities of the region have been developed by the perseverance of the settlers. At present, the visitor to the district around Brisbane will see prosperous farms, vineyards, orchards and gardens, though he will still find a great deal of land that is practically unoccupied. At a station a few miles out from the city, the train halted for several minutes and gave Frank and Fred an opportunity to glance at one of these suburban farms. The house of the owner was embowered in vineyards, and close by was a field or plantation of pineapples, which grow here in great profusion and are of delicious quality. Frank asked the name of a vine that had crept over the roof of the house and almost concealed it from sight. He learned that it was known as the passion fruit and was a native plant, producing a very pleasant tart fruit, which unfortunately was not then in season. There was a garden at one side of the house, and in it were all the vegetables of an English garden, including several kinds of melons, besides ginger, arrowroot, sweet potatoes, and other tropical and semi-tropical productions. Farther back was an extensive field of sugar cane, which was flanked on one side by a field of oats, and on the other by rows upon rows of luxuriant maize or Indian corn. "This is a wonderful region," said a gentleman who accompanied our friends as the train moved on. "Probably there is no other place in the world where the products of the tropics and temperate zones grow so well together, and certainly there is none where they grow any better. Apples, peaches, pears, cherries, and other northern fruits are side by side with the lemon, orange, citron, pomegranate, fig, and guava. It took us a long while to find out exactly what was wanted, and during that time living was very dear in Brisbane. Now the city has a plentiful supply of fruit at very low prices, coming from the numerous gardens in its vicinity. Irrigate the soil abundantly and it will produce almost anything in the world that you want. We send great numbers of pineapples and bananas to Sydney and Melbourne, and also to the higher country west of us. You already know, he continued, that Australia is a land of contradictions, when considered from the standpoint of England or the United States. In your country, the land with the heaviest timber is the best for agriculture after the wood is cleared away, but here it is often just the reverse. The largest trees, which cost most money to remove, are quite likely found on soil that refuses to produce grass when the land has been cleared, or if it produces grass or grain at all, it is not enough to pay the cost of clearing. It is in this particular that so many of the earlier settlers ruined themselves by expending time and money in clearing up ground that afterwards proved worthless. In the course of the conversation that followed, the gentleman spoke frequently of scrub and forest land, as though they were distinct from each other. Fred politely asked what was the difference between them. Scrub land, replied the gentleman, is distinct from forest land in several features, but particularly in that of undergrowth. Scrub in Queensland means the low land on the banks of the rivers. It is covered with a dense growth of trees, intermingled with a denser growth of vines and creepers, which in many places render it impossible to proceed without cutting one's way through with a tomahawk or large knife. The vines run to the tops of the highest trees and frequently cross from tree to tree, so that the whole area seems bound together with festoons of green cordage. There is a genuine bit of Queensland scrub, said he, pointing to what seemed an almost solid mass of verdure several acres in extent. It contained cabbage and other palms, fig trees which tower above most of their fellows, but are overtopped by the Bun-Yip, pine and red cedar, though the latter are not very numerous. An agile sailor might climb from one side to the other of that scrub without once going to the ground, and as for a group of monkeys or squirrels, it would be no effort at all for them to make the journey. Of course, we're too far off to hear any sounds there, but if you could be under the shade of those trees, you would find that the scrub is full of life. I speak only of sunrise and sunset. At noon the place is as quiet as a cemetery, but in the morning and evening, quite the reverse. Flocks of pigeons, cockatoos and parrots fly around and coo and chatter. Catbirds, bellbirds, whipbirds, laughing jackasses, and a host of others dart about and make the air resound with their notes. And if you watch the ground, you will quite likely get a glimpse of wild turkeys and other birds that make their homes there and shun the limbs of the trees. Keep a sharp eye out too, as you may come across snakes, and some of them are poisonous. Fred was about to ask concerning the snakes of Australia, but their loquacious friend did not give him a chance to do so. He pointed to the opposite side of the train and told the youths to observe what was there visible. That shows you the difference between scrub and forest, said he. The forest land has heavier timber, but no underbrush. You can ride on horseback through it, while you cannot get along on foot in the scrub without a hatchet. I'm speaking now of the vine scrub along the coast, he continued. In the interior we have myall, brigalow, mallee and other scrubs of a totally different character. The forest land is monotonous. You may travel hundreds of miles through it and find every mile so nearly like every other one that it is very hard to see any change. An experienced bushman knows the difference, but to a novice it is all the same. The train ascended the slopes of the hills leading to the dividing range, having left the river at Ipswich, the head of navigation, and 23 miles from Brisbane. The dividing range presents a precipitous front, and great engineering skill was required to carry the road over it, the chain being passed at an elevation of 2,600 feet. The scenery, as the range is mounted, is magnificent. The line vies with the Union Pacific Railroad in the United States in tall, spider-like bridges spanning fearful gorges and in tracks passing round the precipitous spur of the mountains. Cuttings and tunnelling are met with from the moment the ascent commences. The deepest gradient is 1 in 50. Notwithstanding the apparent danger attending a journey on this portion of the line, no accident involving loss of life or serious injury to rolling stock has occurred here since the first engine ran on it. Ipswich is in a mining and agricultural district, several rich seams of coal having been opened in its neighbourhood, and the country around it being well adapted to farms. At Toowoomba, 100 miles from Brisbane, their guide told the youths they were at the principal town of the rich pastoral district called the Darling Downs. The region was discovered and settled in 1827 and named after Sir Ralph Darling, who was then governor. Agriculture and the raising of cattle and sheep are the principal industries, and the town bears every evidence of prosperity. There are many Germans settled in this neighbourhood, said Mr. Watson, the gentleman who accompanied our friends, and they are largely interested in grape growing and the manufacture of wines. Many thousand gallons of wine are made here every year. The grapes are rich in January, and I've seen single bunches weighing 15 pounds and over. Frank asked how the wines of Queensland and Australia in general compared with those of other countries. Of course our winemaking is in its infancy, was the reply, and thus far our products will hardly bear favourable comparison with the wines of Europe, where the industry has been prosecuted for centuries. But we think they are fully equal to the wines of the United States, where the business is only a little older than it is with us. All the colonies are giving much attention to grape growing. The yield is very large, but in the last few years the vines have suffered considerably from phylloxera, though unfortunately all parts of the colonies have not been affected by it. We make so much wine, and it is so cheap and good, the gentleman continued, that it ought to be the drink of the people, just as in France, Spain, Italy, and the other countries of southern Europe. Very little wine is used by the labouring classes. Some do not drink at all. Others drink occasionally, and others daily and hourly, if they have the opportunity, but nearly all prefer spirits to wine. What makes the matter worse is that the spirits are very bad in quality, and their consumption leads to much wretchedness and degradation, just as in Europe and America. Some of the working people drink beer, as in England, and in all the cities and large towns there are extensive breweries that do a good business. Competent and conscientious judges say that the ordinary Australian wines are better than the same grades sold in Paris and other French cities. They are the pure juice of the grape, the juice being so abundant and cheap that it does not pay to adulterate it. In Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide and Brisbane, a man can buy for 3d a glass of as fine an ordinary wine as was ever made. It is nutritious and wholesome, but unfortunately the great majority of the labouring classes prefer to swallow the vile decoctions that are sold under the name of spirits. Our capabilities in winemaking are absolutely unlimited. We are shipping some of our products to Europe, where they take the place of the ordinary wines of France and Spain, and quite possibly you can get many casks of them in New York and other American cities, where they are sold as Bordeaux wines. There's a great deal in a name, said Dr. Bronson, especially when wines are to be considered. No doubt we have your Australian common wines in America under the name of Bordeaux or Burgundy, just as we have our own products. Thousands of casks of California wines are sold every year on the Atlantic seaboard, but not under their own name. Offered as Californian wines, they would not find a market, but as Bordeaux wines, they have a ready sale. And I have been told, said Mr. Watson, that the Californian, although very enthusiastic about his own state, will not drink its wine. Am I right? According to my observation, you are, the doctor replied. I do not think I ever saw a bottle of native wine on the table of a resident of California. Hotel keepers in San Francisco have told me that those who order California wines at dinner are invariably strangers. A Californian would almost consider himself disgraced if he should do so. Well, it is pretty much the same in Australia, said Mr. Watson. We are proud of our country and what it produces, but we prefer French champagne to our own sparkling wines and Spanish sherry to what comes from our vineyards and wine cellars. And not altogether without reason, I must confess, as we have not yet reached perfection with our fine wines. From wine culture the conversation naturally turned to the labour question, which Mr. Watson said was one of the perplexities of Queensland. The climate is too hot to permit the white man to work in the fields and other places where severe manual exertion is required, with the exception of the elevated regions of the Darling Downs and some other comparatively cool places. Consequently, there has been a necessity for imported labour, and in endeavouring to secure it, Queensland has had a great deal of trouble. In previous chapters, we have alluded to the Polynesian labour trade, much of which was carried on in the interest of the sugar planters of Queensland. There were many abuses in its early days, but at present the trade is under so many restrictions that the labourers have little cause for complaint. The natives are brought to the colony for 3 years. The master is bound to give them food and lodging, $30 a year wages, and then pay their passage home, in addition to the outward passage, which he has paid to the shipmaster, who brings the labourers from their islands. By the last census, there were about 6,000 Polynesians in Queensland, 10,500 Chinese, and about 2,000 inhabitants of the Malay archipelago. The Chinese, like the Polynesians, are mostly employed in outdoor work, though a considerable number of them are utilised as house servants and in other domestic employments. They go to Australia to earn a certain amount of money and then return home, just as they come to the United States. Of more than 10,000 Chinese in Queensland, all but 49 were men, and no matter how prosperous a Chinese may be in Australia, he rarely thinks of taking his family there. Frank asked what was the total population of the colony. Not far from 350,000 was the reply. There is an excess of males in the population, as is always the case in a new country, the proportions of men to women being about 3 to 2. About 1/2 the population were born in the Australian colonies, and of the remainder, fully 3/4 came from Great Britain. The colony encourages immigration by means of assisted or free passage, grants of land and other inducements, and maintains constantly an agent in London who forwards the interests of Queensland in every way in his power. "How many natives are there in the colony?" queried Fred. "I am afraid if I answered your question without an explanation," said Mr. Watson with a smile, "I should give you a wrong impression. By natives, I suppose you mean the aboriginal inhabitants of the country." "Certainly," replied Fred. "In Australia, when we speak of natives," Mr. Watson answered, "we mean white people who were born in the country, in contrast to those who have migrated from England and other lands. When referring to the Aborigines, we called them so, and we also called them blacks, or blackfellows. At the last sentence there were 148,162 natives, or whites, born in the colonies, living in Queensland, and about 20,000 Aborigines. The latter number is an estimate only, as it is impossible to take the census of the black population. If you want to see the difference between a native and an aboriginal," said the gentleman, "look where I am pointing." The youths followed with their eyes the direction of his finger, and saw a white man and a black one standing near each other, close to the little station where the train was halted, some miles beyond Toowoomba. The black man was in civilized garb and had a muscular frame, quite like that of an able-bodied Negro in the southern part of the United States. His garments were coarse and rough, his hair was black and bushy, and his chin was covered with a beard that seemed to more than rival his hair in its swarthiness. "The white man is probably a sheep or cattle raiser," said Mr. Watson, "and the black is one of his assistants." "From that, I suppose the blacks are employed about the farms and pastoral stations," Fred remarked. "Certainly," responded Mr. Watson. "Nearly every station in Queensland has 1 or 2 blackfellows employed on it as stock riders, a capacity in which they are very useful. They are good riders and quite equal to your American Indians in following a trail. They will track lost cattle and sheep when a white man would be utterly unable to do so. And we have a police force of blacks, commanded by Europeans, who perform excellent service in hunting down highwaymen and other rascals who have taken to the bush." Frank asked what was the reputation of the blacks for honesty and in other ways. "I'm sorry to say it is not of the best," was the reply. "Like most savages, they show great readiness for acquiring the vices of civilization, but great reluctance for adopting its virtues. They are adepts at lying and stealing, though they are generally faithful to those who employ them as long as they are employed. They are like all other savages in their fondness for intoxicating liquors and rarely miss an opportunity for drinking. Most of those employed about the cattle and sheep stations do not remain there long. As soon as they become fairly useful, They demand higher wages, and in a little while their demands are so exorbitant that they must be sent away. When they are out of work, they take to stealing cattle, and generally from the station where they were formerly engaged, and with which they are familiar. Many of them loaf around the towns doing small jobs of work and generally dying of drink. Why don't they return to their tribes? One of the youths inquired. For the very simple reason that they would be put to death by their own people. A black who has been employed by a white man is forever after an outcast from his own tribe. At least such is the case with nearly all the tribes I ever heard of. Frank asked Mr. Watson if he had been among the blacks and seen them at home. The gentleman replied in the affirmative, and then both the youths asked him to tell more about them and their ways of living. Mr. Watson kindly assented, and at once began his story. At starting, let me say, he remarked, that the Aborigines of Australia are about the lowest type of the human race that can be found, with the possible exception of the natives of Terra del Fuego. They belong distinctively to the black race, though their hair, while curly, has not the woolly crispness of that of the African Negro. In the interior, away from settlements, they go entirely naked, and when white men first came to Australia, the natives had no knowledge of the uses of clothing. Around the settlements they have adopted civilized customs in the matter of dress, but only upon compulsion. I have known the blacks who were employed at a sheep station to go naked when away from the dwelling of their employer, and only resume their clothing on returning to the house. What kind of houses do they live in when by themselves? Frank asked. They had not learned to build houses until the Europeans instructed them, was the reply, and the wild tribes of the interior still continue to live as they did of yore. They occasionally build rude huts of bark by inclining 2 or 3 strips against each other in the form of a cone, but more frequently their only protection against the weather is a single strip of bark, or a large bough of a tree inclined towards the wind and held in place by an upright stick. In my younger days I owned a station in a region where the blacks were numerous, and though they occasionally stole some of my sheep and cattle and committed other depredations, our relations were, on the whole, of a friendly character. I allowed them to visit my house, but only on condition that they were properly dressed, the dress consisting of a skin or piece of cloth around the waist. As a single garment lasted them a long time, it was evident that they wore it only when coming to my house, laying it aside as soon as they were out of sight. When going into battle they paint their bodies with red earth to give them a hideous appearance, and if they can obtain European paints of different colours, they are especially happy. They imagine that the more hideously they are decorated, the more likely are they to be victorious in fights with other tribes. Like most other savage people, they obtain fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, but the operation requires so much exertion that they take great care to preserve fire when once they have obtained it. A tribe will wander about for days and weeks carrying fire in coals, carefully protected by strips of bark. Some of the old women are designated as fire carriers and are generally exempt from other work. When they build fires at night, they surround them with shields of bark, so that their locality will not be revealed by the glare of light. They use columns of smoke by day and fires by night for conveying intelligence. They have a very good telegraphic code by columns of smoke, which can be made to indicate warnings, the position of game, ships or whales in sight along the coast, and various other things. They can make smoke signals that will be understood by their own or friendly tribes, but be unintelligible to hostile ones. In former times they used this smoke signal occasionally to the injury of the white settlers, who had at first no idea that the thin columns of smoke rising through the trees was a signal for the warriors to make a simultaneous attack upon 6 places at once. Fred asked what kind of weapons they used in fighting with one another or attacking the Europeans. Their principal weapon for close work, said Mr. Watson, is the waddy or club. It is a heavy club made of hard wood and has a knob at the end of the handle for greater security of grasp. Etiquette requires that blows with the waddy should be aimed only at the head. To strike any other part of the body with it would not be fair. The form of the weapon differs with different tribes, so that it is possible sometimes to learn to what tribe a party belongs by looking at their clubs. Some tribes have wooden swords about 3 feet long, which they handle very skillfully. They are expert in throwing spears which they launch very accurately for distances of 30 or 40 yards. Sometimes their spears are a single piece of hard wood, tipped with bone, iron or sharp stone. Other spears have heads of hard wood, while the shaft is a light reed which grows abundantly on the banks of most of the rivers of Australia. The spears vary from 6 to 11 feet in length. I have seen spears 15 feet long, but they were intended for fishing and not for war, though they are often used for fighting purposes. A black in his wild state is rarely seen without a spear in his hand, and this reminds me of one of my early experiences. I went out in the bush one day with some of the friendly blacks, and had walked a short distance in front of them when one of the party stopped me. He motioned for me to step to the rear and then said, "When you walk in bush along a blackfellow, you make him blackfellow walk first time in front." When I asked what for, he replied, "I den know. I believe Debble jump up, want him blackfellow spear whitefellow." You can be sure I took the hint, and never afterwards allowed the blacks to take the lead. Several times since then friendly natives have told me that when a white man is walking in front of them, there is an almost irresistible inclination to spear him. They have a superstition which they express in these words: "Blackfellow die, jump up whitefellow," which means that when a black man dies he reappears as a white one. In the early days of the settlement at Sydney, the convicts who ran away into the bush were almost certain to be killed by the blacks if they escaped death by starvation before the blacks found them. One convict who thus escaped wandered about for several days and finally became so weak that he could hardly stand. In this dilemma he took a staff which he found sticking in a mound of earth and used it as a support. A few hours afterwards he fell in with a party of natives who treated him with the greatest respect. They fed him bountifully and nursed him as well as their limited means permitted, and in course of time restored him to health and strength. Every man indicated a desire to obey him. He remained for years with the tribe, and as soon as he had acquired enough of their language to communicate with them, they made him understand that he was their chief. It turned out that the mound of earth where he found the staff was the grave of their chief, who had recently died and been buried there. The stick which he took from the mound was the shaft of the chief's favourite spear, which was stuck into his grave according to their custom. When he appeared, leaning on the stick, the superstitions of the natives told them that he was their chief returned in the shape of a white man. To this accidental circumstance he owed his life, as the tribe was in the habit of spearing every white man who came in their way. Fred asked what were their burial customs, and if they had any belief in a future existence. The dead are buried in the spots where they die, and these places are never inhabited again by members of the dead man's tribe, nor are they even visited except on rare occasions or from necessity. The names of the dead are never pronounced, and those having the same names are obliged to change them. My partner at the sheep station died of fever. He had been kind to the blacks and was evidently liked by them, but I could never get them to listen to any reference to him after his death, and they did not like to look at his photograph, which hung in the house. They have very crude ideas on religious matters. They believe in good and bad spirits, and some tribes have a belief in a supreme being, while others have none. They have many myths and superstitions, and some of these myths display a vivid imagination on the part of those who invented them. Shall I tell you some of them? The youth said they would greatly like to hear some of the Australian myths, whereupon Mr. Watson continued. The aboriginal theory about the creation is that Pund-Jel, or Bun-Jil, created two men out of the clay of the earth, but he did not create women. That honour was reserved for Pal-Lai-Yan, the son of Pund-Jel, who made a woman for each of the men. Pund-Jel gave each man a spear and told him to kill the kangaroo with it, and to the women he gave a digging stick for digging roots from the ground. The men and women were ordered to live together, and thus the world was peopled. By and by people became very numerous, and then Pund-Jel caused storms to arise and winds to blow so severely as to scatter the people over the earth, and thus the human race was dispersed. The first man and woman were told not to go near a certain tree in which a bat lived, as he was not to be disturbed. One day the woman, in gathering firewood, went near the tree. The bat flew away, and after that came death. How closely it resembles the biblical account of the fall of man, Fred remarked. The resemblance has been noticed by writers on the subject, said Mr. Watson, and some believe that the tradition is not genuine. Mr. Brough Smythe, author of an exhaustive work on the Aborigines of Victoria, accepts it as genuine, and so do other prominent writers. I have given some thought to the subject, and notwithstanding the similarity, I agree with them. The blacks say there is a very wicked man who has a very long tail living under the ground. He has many wives and children, and laughs at the blacks because they have no tails. They have another tradition that at one time there was no water anywhere on the earth, all the waters being contained in the body of a huge frog, where men and women could not get it. There was a grand council on the subject, and it was ascertained that if the frog could be made to laugh, the waters would run out of his mouth and the drought would be ended. Several animals danced and capered before the frog to induce him to laugh, but without success. Then the eel began to wriggle, and at that the frog laughed outright. The waters ran from his mouth, and there was a great flood, in which many people were drowned. The pelican took it upon himself to save the black people. He cut an immense canoe and went with it among the islands, which appeared here and there above the waters, and with this canoe he saved a great many men and women. A distinct tradition of the flood, remarked Fred to Frank, as Mr. Watson paused a few moments to consider what he would next say. There is a myth about the sun that is quite interesting, Mr. Watson continued. They say that because the sun gives heat, it needs fuel, and when it descends below the horizon, it goes down to a great depth, where it is supplied with fuel. They have some knowledge of astronomy, and have names for and traditions concerning the principal planets and fixed stars. They have mythical snakes and other animals possessing supernatural powers, and can tell you stories upon stories of the wonderful things these creatures have done. The monster most widely believed in is the Bun-Yip. He is of dreadful aspect, devours great numbers of human beings, and altogether bears a close resemblance to the dragons, which were believed in other parts of the world, at different times since the history of man began. He can cause death, illness, disease, and other misfortunes, and is supposed to haunt lakes, rivers, and waterholes all over the continent. Many natives claim to have seen him, and a considerable number of white men confirm their accounts of the creature. And do you think such an animal exists? Frank asked, with an expression of astonishment. Of course not, with the attributes the blacks give him, was the reply. But it is quite possible that Australia possesses an amphibious animal, which we have not yet been able to examine. As described by those who claim to have seen the Bun-Yip, he resembles a seal or large water dog. The seal abounds in Australian waters. I presume that he is the Bun-Yip of the natives, and that their imaginations have supplied his wonderful powers. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 16. On their arrival at Roma, Dr. Bronson and his young companions spent the night, or what remained of it, in a hotel that was anything but comfortable by comparison with the spacious caravanserais of the city, but fully as good as they had expected to find in an interior town. After an early breakfast, they were taken in a light but strong wagon drawn by two powerful horses to the station of their host. The road lay through an undulating country in which there was an agreeable diversity of open areas, interspersed with gum forest and cut up with numerous gullies, ruts, and holes, which gave a liberal amount of exercise to the occupants of the vehicle. Mr. Watson said it was an excellent road in the dry season, but anything but agreeable after heavy rains had converted it into a long stretch of mud. One of my neighbours used to say, he continued, that the road between our houses was 10 miles long, 20 feet wide, and 2 feet deep, and he was not far from the mark. We will let Frank tell the story of what they saw and heard at the station, and we may add that where he found his memory at fault while writing his account of the sheep and cattle raising business, he refreshed it by glancing at several books on the subject, and particularly at Advance Australia by the Honourable Harold Finch Hatton. We stopped several times on our way from Roma, said Frank in his narrative, as our host seemed to know everybody in the country, and wished us to meet as many of his acquaintances as we could. Every one was hospitable, and it was not easy to get away. Partly for this reason, and partly in consequence of the distance, it was almost sundown when we reached the station, which was quite a village of houses. The principal house, where the owner and his family lived, was in an enclosure perhaps 200 feet square. There were several trees in the enclosure, and a perfect wilderness of vines and creepers of many kinds. The vine most abundant was the scarlet geranium, which is supposed to keep away snakes, but if half the stories we heard are true, its virtue is not absolute in this respect. The house was a 2-story building of wood, about 50 feet by 30, and stood upon posts or piles 7 feet high, each post having a geranium vine growing around it. There was a wide veranda all around the house. The space on the ground was occupied with dining room, pantry, storeroom, office and bathroom, and was easily accessible on all sides. There was a huge fireplace in the dining room, and also one in the large sitting room directly above it. On the same floor with the sitting room there were 4 good bedrooms. One of these was given to Dr. Bronson, the others being occupied by the family. Fred and I were shown to a small house just outside the yard, where were 2 very good rooms, plainly but comfortably furnished. After arranging our toilets, we returned to the big house and were ready for dinner, which was shortly announced. We dined substantially on roast mutton, preceded by a soup of kangaroo tail, and followed by a plum pudding which had been put up in London and sent to Australia in a tin can. We spent an hour or 2 in the sitting room listening to tales of Australian bush life, and then started for bed, and thereby hangs a tale. Fred's room was separated from mine by a thin partition. When Mr. Watson left us, Fred remarked that he was quite ready for a good sleep, as he was very tired. As he spoke he turned down the bedclothes, and then shouted for me to come quick. "Here's a big snake in my bed," said he. "Come and help me kill him." Mr. Watson heard the remark and hastened back before I could get to where the snake was. "Don't harm that snake," said he. "It's a pet and belongs to my brother. It's nothing but a carpet snake." With that, Fred cooled down, but said he didn't want any such pet in his bed, even if it was nothing but a carpet snake. The serpent, which was fully 10 feet long, raised his head lazily and then put it down again, as if he was quite satisfied with the situation and did not wish to be disturbed. Mr. Watson explained that the snake had no business there, and without more ado he picked the creature up by the neck and dragged it off to a barrel, which he said was its proper place. After he had gone, Fred and I put a board over the top of the barrel to make sure that the reptile did not give us a call during the night. Poverty is said to make one acquainted with strange bedfellows, but poverty can't surpass Australian bush life, where a man finds a snake in his bed altogether too often for comfort. While we are on this subject, Frank continued, we will have a word about the snakes of Australia. The carpet snake, to which we were so unceremoniously introduced, is the largest of the family, and is really harmless, so far as its bite is concerned, though it has powers of constriction that are not to be despised. It lives upon small game which it can easily swallow, and occasionally ventures upon a young wallaby or kangaroo. It may be kept as a pet, as you have seen, but as it can't sing, doesn't learn tricks, never undertakes to talk, and does nothing for the amusement or entertainment of its owner, I don't understand why anybody should want to pet it. But there's no accounting for tastes. It catches a few rats and other vermin, and occasionally creates havoc in the chicken yard. There are 5 deadly serpents in Australia: the black snake, the brown snake, the tiger snake, the diamond snake, and the death adder. The black and brown are most common, and the brown snake frequently reaches a length of 9 feet. The most vicious and dangerous is the tiger snake, which seems to be allied to the Corra de Capello of India, as when irritated it flattens and extends its neck to twice its ordinary size. It secretes its maximum amount of poison in the summer, and its bite is speedily fatal. The bite of any of the snakes here enumerated will cause death in a few hours, unless the proper antidotes are applied. The death adder is unlike the other snakes in one respect. It never attempts to get out of anyone's way, but lies quite still until it is touched, when it instantly strikes at its victim. The best known remedies for snake bites are hypodermic injections of ammonia, cutting out the wound and swallowing large quantities of brandy or other spirits. Mr. Watson says there was once a man named Underwood who discovered a perfectly efficacious antidote to the bite of a poisonous snake. He gave several performances in which he allowed himself to be bitten by snakes that were undoubtedly healthy and in full possession of their venomous powers. Dogs and rabbits that were bitten by the same snakes after they had tried their fangs on Underwood died very soon afterwards, and it must be remembered that the second bite of a snake is always less poisonous than the first. After being bitten by the snakes, Underwood applied a remedy which was known only to himself and soon recovered from the effects of the bite. The manner of his death is a very convincing proof of the perfection of his remedy. One day, while under the influence of liquor, he allowed himself to be bitten by a snake. In consequence of his intoxication, he was unable to find his antidote, and so he died of the bite. His secret perished with him. He had demanded £10,000, $50,000 for it, which the government refused to pay, as they thought the price exorbitant. Every new chum, freshly arrived men in the colonies are known as new chums, has a nervous apprehension about snakes when he first sets foot in the bush, and has quite likely provided himself with a pair of long boots as a protection against venomous reptiles. Within a week or so this feeling wears off, and after a while a man thinks no more about snakes than in England or the United States. Most of the deaths from snake bites occur among the labourers in the fields, and altogether they are by no means uncommon. In some localities one might go about for years without seeing a snake, while in others the deadly reptiles are so numerous that caution must be exercised. The worst regions are said to be the cane fields of the Mackay district and the reed beds on the Murray River. There are centipedes and scorpions in Australia whose bite is poisonous, and there is a black spider about the size of a large pea with a brilliant crimson mark on its back. It lives in old timber and frequently takes up its abode in a house, where it does not wait to be disturbed before attacking one. Its bite is very painful. Death not infrequently follows it, but more probably the victim becomes hopelessly insane or paralysed. Mr. Finch Hatton tells how he was bitten by one of these spiders, and within 10 seconds he had cut out the flesh and rubbed the wound with ammonia, which he always kept about him. But his leg got very bad. The pain for days was intense, and afterwards the whole leg swelled and became soft like dough. The wound turned into a running sore, which did not heal for months. We thought we were going to sleep well at the station, but soon found our mistake. We were not far from a pen, where a dozen weanling calves were shut to separate them from their mothers. The calves kept up a steady bleating, and their mothers in the paddock close by plaintively answered them. About the same distance off, on the other side, was the chicken house, and we had the benefit of the voices of the chanticleers. Cocks in Australia begin to crow at midnight and stop at sunrise. They must have had a clock to look at, as the first of them crowed exactly at 12, and the others followed without a minute's delay. Then a flock of ducks added their clamour, and the fun was liveliest when a dingo or wild dog set up a howl in the bush. This started all the canines on the place, and as Mr. Watson and his brother were the owners of 4 bulldogs, 6 fox terriers, 3 cattle dogs, 4 kangaroo dogs, and 2 wolfhounds, I leave you to imagine the sound that greeted our ears. One gets used to this sort of thing like everything else, and on the second night on the place we slept without much interruption. But on that first morning we were glad when daylight came, so that we could get up, and when we saw the beauty of the breaking day we were very glad we had risen so early. There was a peculiar freshness about the air, and the scent of the gum trees was clearly perceptible. Over the low ground there lay a thin mist, which the rising sun dispelled, and then as the sunlight came breaking over the landscape, it bathed the whole scene in an atmosphere of gold. Ducks flapped their wings over the surface of the pond a few hundred yards away. Crows sailed around in the air or perched on trees not far from the dwelling house, and 2 or 3 other birds added their notes to the chorus. Chickens, pigeons, and other domestic birds gathered in front of the storehouse, waiting for their morning meal. Cows were lowing and horses neighing in the yards, and everything betokened activity. We went in the direction of the yards, and as we did so, a black boy came dashing up behind a drove of 30 or 40 horses which he had brought in from the great paddock. They were intended for the day's riding, and one of the men about the place told us that it is the custom on an Australian station to bring up the horses every morning in this way and turn them out again after the selections for the day have been made. The stock keepers were on hand to pick out their horses, and we watched the work with a good deal of interest. Australian horses have a bad reputation, and as we saw the men going into the yard, we felt sure there would be a lively time. But contrary to our expectations, the animals quietly submitted and were saddled and bridled without the least resistance. The horses are cunning creatures and know their masters, so that when an old hand approaches them, they thoroughly understand the folly of resistance, as it is sure to bring punishment. It was very different the next morning when a new chum went in to catch a horse. With the aid of a black boy, he cornered it off in the yard, and then with the bridle over his arm, approached it slowly and with soothing words, which might as well have been addressed to a grizzly bear. Australian horses are cruelly treated all their lives, and consequently they nearly all have vicious tempers, on which kindness is wholly thrown away. The horse immediately understood the man to be a stranger in the country, and proceeded to act accordingly. The expression of his eye and the droop of his quarters were not to be misunderstood, and just as the man put out his hand with the bridle, the horse gave a snort and a rush, knocking down his would-be captor, and then galloped round and round the yard with his tail in the air. Again the man got the horse in a corner, and just as he was about getting the bridle into place, the brute put his head over the fence where it could not possibly be reached, and at the same time spitefully threw his heels in the air in a way that made the new chum look out for his safety. 3 or 4 other attempts were made, to the great delight of the old hounds, who always sit on the fence and watch the performance until they grow weary of laughing. Then they come to the relief of the novice and saddle and bridle the horse for him at once. After the horse had been saddled, the new chum tried to mount him. He got safely into the saddle, but hardly was he seated before the beast began to buck, as we call it in America, or buck jump, as it is designated here. The horse brought his head and all his feet together, arched his back till it resembled a section of the dome of a church, and then jumped up, down, sideways, forward, backward, and in every other direction in very rapid succession. The man was a good rider, and managed to stick until the horse lay down and tried to roll over him, when he slid out of the saddle and gave up. Then one of the old hands tried the horse, which repeated the performance, but not so successfully, as the rider suddenly pulled the animal's head up and prevented his falling to the ground. Practised riders sometimes show their skill by putting a silver coin the size of a $50 between each thigh and the saddle, and retaining it there in spite of all the plunging and bucking of the animal. One of the men gravely told us he had seen a man thrown 20 feet into the air by a bucking horse, and then come down astride the saddle in exactly the right position. Another said he had seen a horse swell himself suddenly so as to burst the girths of the saddle. The saddle and the man on it then went fully 10 feet into the air and came down on the horse all right and in order. We had intended to tell them about the remarkable riding of Buffalo Bill and his cowboys, but after these 2 stories we had nothing to say. Australian horses are credited with remarkable endurance. A ride of 100 miles between sunrise and sundown is not a wonderful performance. There is a story of a man who rode a pony 100 miles in a day and then carried it 100 yards, but it is proper to add that the pony died from his rough usage. One horse carried his rider, a Mr. Lord, 263 miles in 3 days, and suffered no ill effects from doing so. The distances made were 88 miles the first day, 83 the second, and 92 on the third. Mr. Lord weighed 199 pounds, so that the horse had no featherweight to carry. We were called away to breakfast before the men had finished their work with the horses, as some were to be reserved for the use of the strangers. Mr. Watson had given orders that the best horses were to be turned over to us. Not the best from the stockman's point of view, but those of the kindest disposition and least addicted to tricks. A horse without any bad tricks is not easy to find on an Australian station. If what we were told about their breaking is true, it is no wonder. There are men who go about breaking horses for $8 or $10 a head. They are regular cowboys who cannot be thrown out of a saddle by any motions the horse may make, short of lying down and rolling over them. A lot of young horses which have never been in a yard twice in their lives are driven up into an enclosure. A horse is selected, separated from the herd, and driven into a small yard by himself. He is lassoed or secured in some way, and a saddle and bridle are put on him. While the animal is held by his assistants, the horsebreaker mounts, and then sticks his spurs into the poor beast, and sets him to bucking till he is tired out and gives in. Then the horse is left for a few hours with the saddle on. After 2 or 3 days of this kind of treatment, he is turned over to his owner as broken. The Australian saddle is very much like the Mexican, or like that used in the western states of North America and on the frontier. It has a high pommel and cantle, weighs not far from 20 pounds, and is used with a saddle cloth beneath it, the same as the Whitman and other well-known saddles of American make. Some riders prefer English saddles, but they are useless for bucking horses. A gentleman who has had a great deal of experience in Australia says he has seen men ride very bad buck jumpers barebacked, and has often heard of men who could ride them in an English saddle, but he never saw it done, and does not believe such a thing possible. For breakfast we had broiled steak with fried eggs and bacon, plenty of good bread, some pickles and jam, washed down with strong tea. Coffee is not often used in the Australian bush, the greater convenience of tea having made it much more popular. Living in the bush is not luxurious, and on many stations the unvarying round of tea, damper, and beef or mutton soon becomes monotonous. These are the staples of food. Vegetables of any kind are rarely seen, and as for pickles, jam and the like, they are luxuries which only the prosperous can afford. Damper is dough baked in hot ashes or on a hot stone. When you are hungry and the damper is fresh, it is by no means unpalatable, but cold damper requires an excellent appetite to get it down. Soon after breakfast, the horses were brought up, and we started, under the guidance of Mr. Watson, for a ride among the cattle. The run, as a cattle or sheep range is called, the word corresponding in usage to the American ranch, was about 20 miles square, and was said to be an excellent one, as the grass was good and there was plenty of water. Cattle and sheep runs are frequently much larger than this. I heard of some that covered areas of more than 600 square miles, and were capable of carrying 30,000 head of cattle, but such runs are becoming more and more rare every year. The large runs have 2 or 3, and sometimes more, stations or residences with yards and buildings. One of them is the head station, where the owner or manager lives, and from which orders are sent out. Each station has from 1 to 3 or 4 stockmen, with as many black assistants. This force is sufficient for managing the cattle, and each station has its herd of horses, which are driven up every morning, as already described. The horses are in a paddock or fenced pasture, but the cattle roam at large, and are generally about half wild. Some of the runs have boundary fences, but this is by no means the rule, and the consequence is that cattle of different owners are constantly mixed up and require separating. All over the runs there are cattle camps at intervals of a few miles. These are level places, free from stones and with plenty of water, and it is part of the stockman's work to accustom the cattle to run to these camps whenever they hear the crack of his whip. Driving into camp is called tailing or mustering, and we were bound on a mustering expedition to a camp 5 or 6 miles away. The object of the muster was to draft some bullocks to sell to a cattle dealer who arrived at the station about the time we did. 2 of the stockmen had been sent off very early in the morning to work the other side of the camp. We jogged on at an easy pace through alternating forest and open ground, where sometimes we could not see half a mile in any direction, and again coming out to ridges where we had an extensive view. We had gone about 3 miles when suddenly we came upon a mob of some 50 or 60 cattle that went off in the right direction, as soon as they heard the cracking of the whips. Mr. Watson said they would go straight to the camp, and Fred and I might follow them, which we did. Sure enough, they took us right where we wished to go, and when we reached the camp, we saw fully 500 cattle gathered there in charge of the 2 stockmen from the other side. The rest of the party had turned off to the right as soon as our mob of cattle started, and didn't come up to us until we had been fully half an hour on the ground. They were preceded by 3 or 4 mobs of cattle that came dashing in with tails in the air and acting as though they enjoyed the sport. The camp was a picturesque sight. The stockmen and the black boys were riding constantly around the herd to keep the animals from straying or breaking away. The cattle were moving restlessly about, the cows lowing for their missing calves, the bullocks indulging in an occasional fight in which none of them was hurt, and the whole herd separating occasionally into little groups composed of those that had been accustomed to run together on the pastures. The camp was partially covered with a very thin forest of ironbark trees, and the white, red and roan colours of the animals made a very pretty contrast against the black tinge of the wood and the green of the grass. We dismounted and sat down on a log, while the stockman and the cattle dealer proceeded to draft out the animals that were wanted. I may as well explain some of the terms used here, as they will doubtless seem strange in America. A mob is a bunch or group of cattle that have assembled for grazing purposes. A herd consists of several or many mobs. Tailing is the assembling of one or a few mobs at the stockyards or cattle camps. Tailing is sometimes called mustering, but the latter term applies more particularly to the annual or semi-annual assemblage of all the cattle belonging to a run for the purpose of counting, branding, and other operations to which cattle are devoted. The muster is exactly analogous to the American roundup. Unruly cattle in Australia are termed rowdy. Drafting is the process of selecting animals from the herds, and when they are rowdy, as they generally are, the performance is by no means free from danger. Not infrequently, drafting is called cutting out. The word squatter in Australia has a meaning almost the reverse of its American one. In America, a squatter is the occupant of a small area of land on which he has squatted or settled, with a view to acquiring title under the homestead laws, or perhaps to being bought off by somebody else. In Australia, the squatter is the holder of a run which he obtains by lease from the government for a term of years, paying an annual rental of 10 shillings per square mile, with a privilege of renewal and also with the right of preemption or actual purchase. What we call a squatter in America is here a free selector. He has the privilege of selecting land not already occupied for agricultural purposes, and between the squatters and the free selectors there is a feeling of great hostility. The laws of the colony have been subject to a great deal of change in the last 20 years. The squatters feel that they have been unfairly treated, and we heard many stories of downright hardship. Into this question of the rights of landowners in Australia we will not enter, as the discussion would be an interminable one. More interesting to the boys at home will be the performance of drafting cattle from the herd. A small mob of cattle was separated from the herd and driven away a little distance to serve as the nucleus of the draft mob. Then the cattle dealer and 2 of the stockmen rode into the herd and selected the animals they wanted. Each man was mounted on a good camp horse, one used to cutting out cattle, and it was interesting to see the intelligence of the horses in their work. The men selected the bullocks they wanted and then edged them out in the direction of the draft mob. Most of the bullocks were rowdy and gave the men a lively chase before they submitted to be separated from their fellows. The horse followed the bullock wherever he went, as though the latter was leading him. Over rocks, fallen trees, and among upright ones went the bullocks, with men and horses after them, and it was a wonder that none of the men had their necks broken in the chase. Accidents do happen, however, and sometimes they are fatal. One occurred at this very place a few months ago, a stockman being killed by his horse falling and then rolling over him. He was a graduate of Cambridge College in England, the son of a gentleman of good position but small fortune, and had come to Australia to make his way in the world. In speaking of this incident, Mr. Watson said that a considerable proportion of the stockmen in Australia were men of education and of good families, who had come to the new country because it afforded better means of advancement than they could hope for at home. It is no disgrace in Australia for a man to work with his hands for an honest living, any more than it is in the new states and territories of the United States. I heard a story of an ex-officer of a crack regiment of dragoons who cut wood near Brisbane, loaded it on a wagon with his own hands, unloaded it at the house of a government official, and received his pay for it just as any other wood dealer might have received it. In the evening of the same day he dined at a formal dinner at the very house where he had delivered the wood, and in consequence of his former rank in the army, he escorted the hostess to the table. The Premier of one of the colonies, the Premier is equivalent to our Secretary of State, worked on the public roads when he first came to Australia, and nobody thinks the worse of him for it. The Minister of Public Instruction in another colony drove a coal cart in Sydney, and there are dozens of men of prominence who have been shepherds, cattle drivers, carpenters, bricklayers and the like. Australia seems to have taken a leaf out of the history of the United States and been greatly benefited by so doing. It appears to be the antipodes of England in many social customs, just as it is in geographical position and many of its natural features. While we were seated on the log watching the drafting operations, Fred asked Mr. Watson about the daily life of the stockman on a cattle run. Mr. Watson answered that it was active enough, and no man who engaged in the business need have a bad digestion. The stockman gets his breakfast early in the morning, and immediately after breakfast the horses are brought up. Then he starts out over that part of the run which is assigned to him. He jogs along about 5 miles an hour, accustoming the cattle to the sight of men, keeping his own mobs inside the boundaries, and driving back those of his neighbours, hunting up stray calves and bringing them home and branding them, and occasionally driving the cattle to the camps, so that they will know what is expected of them when they hear the cracking of the whip. Sometimes the man is accompanied by a black boy, but quite as frequently he goes alone. Really, it ought to be the rule for a stockman never to go out alone, said Mr. Watson, as there are so many dangers connected with bush riding, and on my run I insist upon it. Many accidents have happened, and the history of the colonies is full of melancholy stories about men who fell and were crippled away from home and died in consequence. Many a man has disappeared, and no trace of him has ever been found. In other cases, bleaching skeletons have been discovered years later, and the few who have not forgotten the missing men will connect these skeletons with their fate. There was a horrible case, said Mr. Watson, that is fresh in the memory of many men. A man was riding alone in the bush when his horse threw him and injured his spine in such a way that he could not move. Close to where he fell was an enormous ant's nest, and when the man was found 3 days after the accident, he was still alive and conscious, but unable to speak, his body having been half devoured by the ants. He died a few hours after, and it is awful to think of what his sufferings must have been. A parallel to this terrible story is found in the fate of a woodman who was felling trees in the forest several miles from anyone else. A burning tree fell on him and pinned him to the ground, but without doing him any serious injury. He was unable to extricate himself, and for the day and a half it took for the fire to smoulder slowly to him, he was fully aware of his impending fate. He scratched an account of the occurrence on a tin dish that lay within his reach. When he was found, his body was so charred and blackened that it would not have been recognised as the remains of a man had it not been for the tin dish that told the horrible story. The tree which fell on him was of a kind that has the peculiarity of smouldering slowly and leaving nothing but a track of white ashes on the ground. Each of us had brought his dinner, tied at the back of his saddle, and after looking on a while at the drafting, we went to a spring nearby and heartily enjoyed our meal. It consisted simply of beef and bread, and was eaten from the fingers in a very primitive way. Soon after dinner we rode back to the station, leaving the stockmen and their assistants to bring up the drafted animals, while the rest were let loose again. On our return we saw a young emu, the famous bird that is sometimes called the Australian ostrich. Fred and I started after him, but we might as well have tried to run down a railway train. He left us out of sight in less than 10 minutes, although we were on fairly good horses. Mr. Watson said the speed and endurance of these birds was really wonderful. He had often tried to run them down, but had only succeeded in a single instance, and that by a sudden spurt when the bird was frightened. Hunters on fleet horses sometimes run down these birds, and they can also be overtaken by swift-footed dogs. He said the funny thing was that the emu struggles along as though just ready to drop dead with exhaustion, keeping not far from 10 yards in front of the horse, and regulating his speed according to that of his pursuer. Dr. Bronson said he was like the jackrabbit of our western plains that will keep about the same distance in front of a dog, no matter how fast the latter may run. The bones of the emu contain an oil which is used by the natives for curing sprained sinews and swollen joints. It has remarkable qualities, as it is said to sweat through the side of a glass bottle. The natives believe that if applied to the joints of a person who has not reached maturity, it will soften the bones and render them brittle. Soon after losing sight of the emu, we roused up a flock of wild turkeys. One of the stockmen carried a gun, and by circling in the direction of the birds, he got near enough to bring down 2 of them. They are very shy of persons on foot, but can be approached on horseback with comparative ease. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 17. In their search for knowledge, Frank and Fred made many inquiries relative to the profits of cattle raising in Australia and the chances of making a fortune at it in a given number of years. Here is a summary of what they ascertained. The part of Queensland bordering the coast is not suited for sheep, owing to a peculiar grass which grows there. It has a seed with a barb at the end, and this barb enables it to work its way into any soft substance. The wool of the sheep becomes so full of this seed that it is absolutely worthless, and after a time the seeds work their way into the flesh of the unfortunate animal until they kill him. A man riding or walking in this grass when it is ripe gets his clothing full of the seed, and is very apt to lose his temper from the continual pricking of the sharp points. Sheep cannot live in this region, but the seeds do not affect cattle, which thrive on the grass. In the interior, the obnoxious grass does not exist, and consequently it may be roundly stated that all parts of Queensland are suitable for grazing cattle, but only the interior is adapted to sheep. Cattle raising is less profitable than raising sheep, but it does not require as much capital and is less risky. A cattle run may be made to pay from the start, while a sheep station requires a heavy outlay before any returns can be received. Mr. Watson said that 5,000 cattle could be put on an unimproved run for about $100,000. The necessary buildings, yards, weaning paddock, horse paddock and other enclosures would cost $3,000, while $2,000 would pay all the wages of employees and for the food and equipment of everybody attached to the place for a year. For the first 5 years only, fat cattle should be sold, and these would be enough to pay working expenses, in addition to improvements in the way of boundary and other fences. At the end of 5 years there would be 10,000 cattle on the run, and after making liberal allowances for expenses from that time, the annual increase would be 2,500, of which fully 800 would be fat cattle. The sale of the increase would return from $28,000 to $30,000 annually, and after deducting liberally for working expenses, the yearly profit could be put down at $20,000. Meantime, the run has doubled in value, and the investment is paying handsomely. This is the bright side of the picture. The dark side contains epidemics of pleuropneumonia, which has been the ruin of squatters on more than one occasion. Added to this is the danger of a severe drought, in which thousands of cattle die of thirst, and the inability to get food in consequence of the drying up of the grass. In some years, millions of cattle and sheep have perished in this way, and hundreds of owners were ruined. Compared with sheep raising, said Mr. Watson, the cattle business will return a high interest on the capital invested if properly managed and fairly successful. but does not afford the rapid road to wealth that many have travelled by a few successful years with sheep. Cattle require few men to manage them and entail no great expense before they are sold and the money is obtained for them. A cattle station has rarely an occasion to ask the banks for loans, while the sheep raiser constantly requires money to pay for shepherds, shearers and other labourers, and is under heavy expense for the carriage of his wool to the seaports. It is safe to say, he continued, that the palmy days of sheep and cattle raising are gone forever. There is very little country suitable for grazing purposes that is not already taken up, and the holders want high prices for their titles and improvements. Formerly a man could go into the interior, find a good location for a run, enter it for lease, and then obtain a partner with the capital necessary for stocking it with a few thousand sheep. With half a dozen good seasons they would make their fortunes, partly from the sale of wool and the increase of stock, and partly from the rise in the value of the lease. But at the same time they might be ruined by 2 bad seasons of drought, disease among the sheep, or by the low price of wool. Frank asked what was the nature of the droughts of which Mr. Watson had spoken. In a general way, they are like droughts anywhere else, was the reply, but they have some features peculiar to Australia. In 1883 and 1884, we had 2 successive years of drought, a thing never known before. Very little rain fell in all that time, and in some localities not a drop. The grass withered, waterholes, springs and creeks that for years had been unfailing sources of supply dried up, and the whole country was desolate. There were single areas, hundreds of miles in extent, where not a drop of natural water could be found, and the sheep and cattle perished in great numbers. Experience has shown that every part of Australia capable of producing sheep is subject to occasional periods of unusual drought, and nobody can foretell them. There is only one way of guarding against their effects. What is that? Build reservoirs and store water in sufficient quantities to last through the severest droughts. Of course this will cost money, but it will be a profitable investment in the long run. Many squatters are now doing this, and they are also putting down driven wells after the system invented in America about 1860. It is probable that the next long-continued drought will not cause the death of so many sheep as did that of 1883 and 1884. The loss of sheep in Queensland in those 2 years was nearly 3 millions. Fred asked how many sheep, cattle and horses there were in the colony. According to the official figures, Mr. Watson replied, we had at the last reports, December 1885, 260,207 horses, 4,162,652 cattle, and 8,994,322 sheep. Compare these figures with those of 1844, when we had 660 horses, 13,295 cattle, and 184,651 sheep. We had more than 12 million sheep in Queensland at the end of 1882, and will doubtless reach that number again with a single prosperous season. Sheep increase more rapidly than cattle, as you are doubtless aware, provided the flocks do not suffer from distemper, drought, severe storms, or other drawbacks. According to the official figures, we have 75 million sheep in Australia, or more than twice as many as you have in the United States. At the end of the visit to the cattle station, Dr. Bronson and the youths returned to the railway and proceeded to a sheep station in which their polite and hospitable entertainer was interested. We have already described sheep farming in New Zealand, and as the business is much the same in Australia, the visit was not altogether full of novelty. But our friends ascertained that one important difference between sheep farming in the 2 countries was in the matter of snowstorms. We have seen how the New Zealand flocks suffer from heavy falls of snow. In Queensland there is no such hindrance, the sheep remaining out of doors the entire year and needing no protection other than the yards into which they are driven at night or when wanted for shearing or selection. An Australian sheep station consists of 2 yards built of logs, brushwood or small saplings. Each yard must be large enough to contain 1,500 sheep, and there is a small hut for 2 men to sleep in at night. These stations are scattered over the run at distances of 2 or 3 miles from one another, and there is a head or central station where the squatter or his manager lives, and whence the supplies for the men are sent out. According to the size of the run and the number of sheep, upon it will the stations be multiplied. The run our friends were visiting had 12 stations altogether, the nearest one being 1 mile from the head station and the farthest 14 miles. In reply to his inquiry as to the duties of a shepherd, Frank learned the following, which he carefully noted. A good shepherd will let his flock out of the yard soon after sunrise and before the heat is uncomfortable, and allow them to spread out as far as can be done with safety. With the aid of his dogs he heads them towards water and allows them to feed so as to reach the drinking place about noon. Then he turns them around and feeds them slowly back again, so as to get to the yards just at sunset. This is the routine day after day, with slight variations when the sheep are mustered for selection, which is not very often. Some days the same as any other day on a sheep station, as the animals must be pastured exactly as on weekdays, and there is no relay of shepherds. It must be a terribly monotonous life, Frank remarked. It is indeed, was the reply. The 2 men at a station are separated during the day as they feed their flocks in different directions, and at night they are too tired to do much talking, and very often are not on speaking terms. They become moody and taciturn, and it is a sad fact that 3/4 of the occupants of insane asylums in Australia are shepherds. Every shepherd should go armed, as he never knows when he may be attacked by the blacks. Many a poor fellow has been speared by the Aboriginals. They watch for months until they see him without his gun, and then rush upon him and spear him. Many of the shepherds seem indifferent to life, and it is not to be wondered at, as they are cut off from society, have no friends or friendships, and no encouraging prospects for the future. I have often wondered how it was possible for us to procure shepherds, when the future has so few inducements for them. But somehow we always manage to find enough of them. Many men come here with bright hopes, but they soon tire of the work. If they have money enough to get away, they generally do so at the end of a few months. The new chums that engage as shepherds are always put at the most disagreeable work, that of looking after diseased sheep, if there are any on the station. If you want to see what it is, read Mr. Eden's book, My Wife and I in Queensland, and learn what he went through when he came to the colony. He engaged as a shepherd and was assigned to look after sheep affected with the foot rot. Every morning each animal had to be caught, its hoofs pared, and a dressing applied of a peculiar ointment that burned a hole in the operator's clothing if any fell upon it. He and another man had 700 sheep to look after, and each animal had to be lifted bodily over a fence and held down by main force during the operation. When this was completed, the flocks had to be fed, and if any sheep died while they were out in pasture, the men brought in the skins, or the value of the animals was deducted from their wages. No wonder he left the place at the end of 2 months and walked back to Brisbane. Fred remarked that they must have a very busy time of it at the sheep stations during the shearing season. "It is the busiest time of the year," said Mr. Watson, "and one that taxes all our abilities. The sheep are driven to the wool shed, which is a large quadrangular building, varying in size according to the capabilities of the station and the extent of its working force. Walk out with me and look at ours, which is accounted a good one." The boys were interested in the building, and especially so, as Mr. Watson explained its peculiarities and uses. "You observe," said he, "that there is a bulkhead running across the middle of the building, dividing it into 2 parts, one of which is intended for sheep, and when full, holds about 500. This smaller enclosure opens out from the larger one, and is always kept full, so that a shearer can lay his hands on a sheep at once without the necessity of chasing it. This plank floor, on each side of the small enclosure, is for the shearers, and there is a small door abreast of where each man stands. He lets his sheep out of that door after they have been sheared, and there is a small yard outside each door where they remain, so that they can be counted by the manager, and thus all disputes avoided. The The shearer drags a sheep from the pen and places it between his knees with its head uppermost. He always stands when at work, and for a novice it is very wearying till he gets used to it. He shears from the throat downward, leaving the back to the last, when the fleece falls off in one piece. "Do the men ever cut the sheep while shearing?" Fred asked. "Yes, very often," was the response, "and some men tomahawk, a great deal worse than others, and never seem to improve. When this happens, the shearer does not stop an instant. He calls out 'Tar!' and the man or boy whose duty it is to gather up the fleeces rushes to the spot with a tar bucket and brush and covers the wound with tar to keep away the flies. The sheep do not struggle, no matter how badly they are hurt, and are literally dumb before the shearers." "How many sheep can a good operator shear in a day?" "The number varies according to skill and experience," said Mr. Watson. "The men are paid an agreed price per score, usually 5 shillings, or 4 sheep for a shilling. I have known men who could shear 6 score or 120 sheep in a day. But under ordinary circumstances, it takes a good shearer to do 4 score. In addition to their pay, the squatter must feed them. In rainy weather all work ceases, as the wool cannot be packed when wet." "Where do the shearers come from?" "That's a hard question to answer. They follow other occupations, except at shearing time, when they form themselves into gangs and travel about the country. They are usually well mounted, and generally a gang carries its own cook and is very particular about its way of living. The squatters find it to their advantage to feed the shearers liberally, and I have known one who hired a fiddler to play all day in the shed to keep the men in good humour. Most of these fellows are gamblers, and generally by the end of their season a few skilful players among them have all the money earned by the entire gang. After the wool is sheared, it is packed into bales and pressed hard by means of machinery almost identical with a cotton press. In this condition it is sent to the coast and shipped to England or whatever market is open for it. High prices for wool make good profits for the squatters and low prices for the reverse, just as is the case in business generally. Many squatters have their entire crop of wool mortgaged to the bankers, who have made advances upon it. In this respect, sheep stations are more desirable than cattle stations, as money can always be had in advance upon the crop of wool. Some of the larger establishments have adopted improved methods of washing sheep. Our friends had an opportunity to inspect one of them. During the inspection, Frank made a drawing of the washing apparatus, to which he appended the following description. A represents a 20 horsepower engine working a 16-inch pump. B, which raises water from the river alongside, discharging about 3,000 gallons per minute into spouting tank C, half of which is cut off in the drawing to show the work behind. The tank is of iron, 4 feet deep, furnished with a spout 4 feet 6 inches deep, terminating in a narrow opening 3 feet long and 3/16 or 1/4 inch wide, the width being regulated by screws. Through this aperture, the water under the pressure of 8 feet 6 inches rushes with great force. E is an iron tub in which the spouter stands while holding the sheep under the spout. F is an inclined plane, up which the sheep walk after emerging from the water, passing on to large batten yards, 150 feet by 100 feet, where they remain till partially dry. These yards are not shown in the drawing. G is another 10 horsepower engine used for cutting firewood at the circular saw bench H, and to furnish steam to heat water in the soaking tank I and the 10 square tanks K, ranged along either side of the soaking tank. To each of these tanks is fitted a branch steam pipe M, communicating with the main steam pipe N, leading from the boilers of both engines A and G, so that both are available for heating water, of which a very large quantity, varying from 7,000 to 10,000 gallons, is required for a single day's work. O are water pipes leading from the spouting tank C to supply the square tanks K, the soap tubs P and Q, and spare water tub R. The soap tubs are also fitted with steam pipes for the purpose of boiling their contents. S is a donkey engine placed over a well, from whence, driven by a continuation of steam pipes from both boilers, it draws water for showering through a flexible hose the dirty sheep in the receiving yard, T, for transmission through the pipe N of water to drinking troughs for the washed sheep in the batten yards, filling up the pump by branch pipes, which is often necessary and for various other purposes. The receiving yards, having been filled with sheep, the water in, and the tanks brought up to the required temperature by some of the steam pipes, and the soaking tank charged with the prescribed proportion of dissolved soap, etc., the pump is set to work to fill the spouting tank and reservoirs underneath into which the spouts discharge. The portcullis gate W is then lifted, and from 8 to 10 sheep are sent down the inclined chute X into the soaking tank, when they are manipulated by men on either side and allowed to swim for 4 or 5 minutes. Hence they pass on to the rinsing stage Y, again down a short incline to the stage Z. From thence, lastly, they are handed to the spouters. By these they are rolled and turned under the knife-like jet of water for 2 minutes, when they swim out to the inclined landing stage as white as snow. When the water in the soaking tank becomes overcharged with dirt, by a simple arrangement it can be emptied and refilled with clean hot water from the square tank, in which a constant supply is kept up, in 8 or 10 minutes. From 1,200 to 2,000 sheep are washed daily. Frank and Fred learned many other things about sheep farming in Australia, but they made no further notes on the subject, and therefore we will drop it. At any rate, they did not conclude to go into the business when they learned of its hazards and discomforts, and ascertained from the newspapers that the price of wool was at that time quite low. Frank made a memorandum of a good story that he heard during the evening while they sat in front of the fire in the sitting room of the head station. It was told by the manager of the place, and was as follows. "When I first came to Australia," said the manager, "I was employed on a cattle station in Victoria. While I was there, gold was discovered about 10 miles away from us. The rush to the mines caused a demand for our cattle, and the owner did a fine business in supplying the miners with beef. But, on the other hand, there was a great deal of stealing, so that he was obliged to hire more men than usual. The favourite objects of the thieves were our saddle horses, and every few days a horse would be missing from the paddock, and the chances of his recovery were doubtful. But we had one horse that was a treasure. He was perfectly docile in harness, and would stand quietly while being saddled, but anybody who mounted him was thrown at once. He was kept as a carriage horse, and was a favourite of the manager, and was so docile that he could be caught at any time with a handful of oats. Once or twice a month he would be missed from the paddock. In a day or two he reappeared, and almost always with a saddle and somebody's swag or baggage strapped to it. Once he came back with a new saddle and a swag containing, among other things, 30 ounces of gold dust, and nobody ever appeared to claim it. Another time he brought in 20 ounces and 3 gold watches. Altogether, in the course of a year, he was stolen about 20 times, and must have brought home $2,000 or $3,000 worth of gold dust, to say nothing of the saddles. He kept the place supplied with saddles all the time I was there." "A very profitable horse," remarked Dr. Bronson. "I suppose the owner was not willing to sell him?" "Not by any means," was the reply. "He used to say that he had only to set that horse in the paddock as he would any other trap, and the thieves walked in at once." "That reminds me of a Melbourne horse story," said one of the listeners. Being pressed to give it, he did so. "In the days of the gold rush, in 1851, said he, "there were 2 men in Melbourne who made a fortune in horse trading. They had 2 or 3 horses trained for their business, and when a party was fitting out for the mines, one of these horses would be offered for sale. Of course the would-be purchasers wanted to try the animal first, and the dealer would point to a steep hill on Burke Street and suggest that the horse be tried with a load up that hill. The animal was attached to a loaded dray, and straightway pulled it to the top of the hill without hesitation or pause. Of course, that settled the question of his usefulness, and he would be sold at a good price. But when attached to a load and started for the mines, he balked and refused to pull at all. Silent partners of the dealer were watching on the road with other horses for sale, and they soon made a trade in which the bulky beast was thrown in for almost nothing. The fact was, the trick horses were fed at the top of the hill and only after they had drawn up a heavy load. Sometimes the same horse was sold 2 or 3 times in one day, and it was afterwards said that a single horse had been disposed of for £50 and bought in for £5 at least 100 times. "I can't tell a horse story," said another of the party, "but I've one that comes close to it, and that's a horse collar story." Of course, everybody wanted to hear it, and he complied with the general wish. You all know that soon after the discovery of gold in Victoria, the country was infested with bushrangers, or highwaymen, who made it very unsafe to travel with gold dust or other valuable property. A man was liable to hear the order to bail up at any moment and find a gun or pistol levelled at him. Unless he obeyed with alacrity and threw his hands in the air, he was in great danger of having a bullet through him. Very often it happened that an armed man would be taken unawares, and though he had a rifle in his hand or a pistol at his belt, there was no chance to make use of the weapon. Sometimes 2 or 3 bushrangers would stick up a stagecoach, while one watched the passengers, ranged along the roadside, and kept them within range of a revolver, and perhaps 2 revolvers, and others searched them and took possession of their valuables. Gold was sent down from the mines under a government escort to protect it from the bushrangers, and of course a heavy charge was made for the service. Various devices were adopted to foil the rascals by those who undertook to transport their own treasure. Men concealed their gold in their clothing or about their wagons, and one smart fellow put nearly 100 ounces inside a horse collar, which was worn by the single horse drawing a dray, containing a few bundles of clothing and other insignificant things. He got along all right for the first 2 days, and on the 3rd began to feel entirely safe. While he was jogging along the road, he was overtaken by a man who said the police were after him on account of a fight with a drunken fellow at a wayside inn. He said his horse was much jaded, and he would give the stranger 10 sovereigns to exchange. The bargain was quickly made, as the animals appeared to be of about equal value. The miner unfastened his horse from the dray and began to unharness it. As he did so, the stranger, quick as a flash, seized the collar, threw it around the neck of his own steed, sprung on its back where the saddle still remained, and was off like the wind. "That's all I wanted, mate," said he, as he rode away. He had somehow learned the miner's scheme for carrying his gold, and played this elaborate game to rob him. "Speaking of bushrangers," said another, "did you ever hear of Oliver, the Terror of the North?" Some had heard of him, and others had not, so the story was called for. "There was once a bushranger of that name in the north of Queensland," said the narrator, "and he had been sticking up people in the country back of Robinson. He had a wooden leg, but in spite of this defect, he was a bold robber and a very slippery one to hold. He got away from the police several times after they had fairly caught him, and catching him was no small matter. One time, when he'd been at his tricks, the police got him and brought him to Robinson. The jail there was in a very bad condition, and the police magistrate was at a loss how to keep Oliver, until a happy thought struck him. What do you suppose it was? Nobody could guess, and the storyteller continued. Well, he locked Oliver up in the jail, but took his leg to his own house and locked that in a trunk. Oliver stayed that time and didn't even try to break jail. "We were speaking of horses just now," said one of the party, "and that reminds me of a clever trick which was played on a rich squatter by a man in his employ. He had sent the man on an errand and mounted him on a valuable white horse. It was at the rainy season of the year, and all the creeks were flooded. On the bank of a creek, which he had to cross, the man spied a white horse lying dead at the water's side. A brilliant idea occurred to him, an inspiration of rascally genius. He dismounted, skinned the dead horse, concealed the skin in the bushes, and rode away, and sold the animal he was riding for a good price. Then he returned to where he had concealed the skin, and after soaking his saddle and bridle in the river for an hour, he went back to the station, carrying saddle, bridle, and skin, and covered from head to foot with mud. There he told how, in attempting to cross a creek, the horse was overcome by the waters and had just strength to reach the bank, where he died. As for himself, he had a narrow escape with his life, and to prove the truth of his story, he had brought home the skin of the once valuable beast. The squatter believed the story, blamed himself for sending the man on such a dangerous mission, and gave him 10 sovereigns as a reward for his fidelity and compensation for his wetting. The man left the place soon afterwards for another part of the colony. Months later, the squatter saw his horse advertised for sale, and on inquiry found how he had been imposed upon. From anecdotes about horses and bushrangers, the conversation turned upon the pearl fishery on the northern coast of Queensland. "It is quite an extensive industry," said Mr. Watson, "and employs a considerable number of men. The exports of pearl shell from Queensland for the year 1885 were 13,189 hundredweight, valued at £87,110, or $400,000, and in some years the product has exceeded that amount. Other parts of Australia produce pearl shell and pearls, and altogether the fishery is a very important one." Dr. Bronson asked if it was profitable. "Very much so," was the reply. "At one time pearl shell was worth £250 a ton. The pearls were reckoned to pay the cost of the work, so that the money obtained for the shell was clear profit. Even when shell fell to half that price, the profits were heavy, and certainly they ought to be, to induce a man to endure the privations of the work. The best pearls are from the west coast of Australia. They are not equal to oriental pearls in colour, but they are very large, and are eagerly sought. One was sold in London for £1,500, or $7,500, and frequently single pearls bring as high as $2,000. I stopped a short time at Somerset, which is the most northerly town in Australia, and entirely devoted to the pearl fishery. The men living there are a rough lot, wearing very little superfluous clothing and quite careless about appearances. They go out with sloops and schooners and send down divers in just the same way that pearl diving is carried on in Ceylon and the Persian Gulf. Their divers are all black men, and in fact many of them come from the Persian Gulf, being attracted to Australia by the higher wages paid there. The shells are shaped like oyster shells and are from 12 to 15 inches across. The lining of the shell, technically known as nacre or mother of pearl, is the article sought, but the oyster is carefully examined to see that no pearls are missed. "Didn't I read not long ago about the drowning of many fishers on the coast of West Australia?" said one of the youths. "Quite probably," was the reply, "and you were liable to hear of such a calamity at any time. The West Australian fisheries are subject to terrific hurricanes. The signs of these hurricanes are well known, and every fishing boat has ample time to reach a place of safety. But the fishers are too reckless to take any precautions, and every few months a lot of their boats are sent to the bottom or driven high and dry on the shore. The few that escape death on such occasions immediately get new boats and start off on another expedition as if such a thing as a hurricane had never been heard of. Alligators abound in all the rivers of the northern part of Australia. They grow to a great size and are dangerous, and not a year passes that we do not hear of somebody being killed by them while taking a swim or attempting to cross a swollen stream. They are great nuisances at cattle and sheep stations located on the rivers where they abound, as they make a clean sweep of calves, dogs, sheep and other small animals while drinking, and have been known to attack full-grown bullocks. "Did you ever know an adult alligator to be treated as a pet?" said the man who had told the horse collar story, addressing his query to Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson shook his head, whereupon the storyteller said he had known such a case. The saurian was not only an individual, but a public pet. Frank and Fred were curious to learn about it. Their curiosity was gratified as follows. "Years ago," said the man, "I was at the town of Cardwell in North Queensland. It is on a pretty bay which is full of fish and oysters, and was then the home of a monster alligator, which was known as the Cardwell Pet. Every morning something resembling a huge log was seen floating under the trees near the shore. It was not a log, but the back of the pet, and he was on the lookout for a stray dog coming down to the water. He ate up most of the dogs in town soon after he appeared, and whenever a new dog happened along with a stranger, he usually became a bonne bouche for the pet. but there were 2 dogs in Cardwell that knew his ways. When ordered to do so, they would go down on the beach, where they barked and played with each other, apparently heedless of the alligator, but all the time keeping out of range of his jaws. In this way he was often enticed out upon the sand, the dogs seeming to enjoy the fun. He became the lion of the place and was always the first sight shown to strangers. When the town was first established, shots were fired at him, but as soon as his importance as a curiosity became known, he enjoyed immunity, and at the time I was there, anyone who ventured to harm him would have been roughly handled by the inhabitants, as he was literally the pet of the town. Frank asked the narrator if he knew how large the Cardwell pet was. "I do not," was the reply, and circumstances did not permit accurate measurement. I have seen many alligators in Queensland that exceeded 19 feet in length, several that were more than 20, and there was one taken on the Fitzroy and called Big Ben that measured 23 feet 6 inches. When I last heard of him, he was owned by Jamrach in London. I think the Cardwell pet was quite equal to Big Ben and possibly larger. You know, it is always the largest fish that is not weighed or measured. Anyway, the pet was said to have made a meal of a sundowner, though I don't believe he really did, as that class of game is too cautious. Fred asked what a sundowner was. He had heard the term several times, but thus far it had not been explained to him. "He is the equivalent of the American tramp," said Mr. Watson, "and abounds freely in Australia. He is fed and lodged at the stations, where he is careful to arrive at sundown or a little later, and hence his name. If he gets there before sunset, he is requested to move on to the next stopping place, or else he is asked to make himself useful at some kind of work during the remaining hours or minutes of the day. He abhors work, and therefore times his arrival to avoid it. Sometimes a group of these fellows will rest by the wayside a mile or so from a station, waiting for the sun to disappear. Many a vagabond makes an easy living by wandering from one station to another, pretending that he wants employment, but carefully avoiding it. The sundowner is as insolent as the American tramp. By Australian custom, he is welcome to supper, lodging, and breakfast, the food consisting of tea, sugar, bread, and beef, or mutton, and the lodging being in his own blankets on the floor of the men's hut or the wool shed. I have had a dozen or more of these travellers on a single night, and my monthly average is not less than 120. Sometimes a party of them has been so unruly and so threatening in their demands that I have been compelled to send for the local police to carry them away. On one occasion, the gentleman continued, a ruffianly traveller drew a knife and threatened to stab my cook, because the latter refused to give him a mutton pie that had been prepared for the men, the traveller's table being filled with cold beef as the only viand. I had him handcuffed and taken to the police station, where he was recognised as a man who was wanted for a robbery somewhere up country. As a general thing, the squatters hesitate to quarrel with the sundowners, preferring to suffer their impositions rather than run the risk of having their buildings and fences burned and other depredations committed. Of late years the number of vagrants seems to have diminished, but the supply is yet far in excess of the country's needs. Note: since this book was put in type, the labouring classes in Australia have united in a popular agitation against the Mongolians and have compelled the leading governments to adopt stringent measures. The poll tax on these immigrants has been increased in New South Wales from $50 to $500. Their naturalisation has been prohibited altogether. Rigid restrictions are imposed as to residence and trading, and vessels are allowed to land only one Chinaman for every 300 tons. Chinese merchants are allowed to trade in certain districts of the provinces, but the number for each district is limited to 5. These restrictions were authorised by a government bill which was passed by the Colonial Assembly without a dissenting voice. The resident Chinese have been attacked by mobs at Brisbane, and immigrants and cargoes have not been permitted to land at Sydney and Melbourne. The colonial authorities of Queensland and Victoria favour a policy of complete exclusion, and in New Zealand the Premier has publicly announced his conversion to the same views. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 18. Several days were passed agreeably in the pastoral and agricultural region of the Darling Downs, and our friends were overwhelmed with invitations from the hospitable squatters who inhabit that region. Fred said the invitations would have enabled them to spend a year there, and even then he was confident their welcome would not be worn out. Wherever they went they were comfortably lodged and well cared for, and they were unanimous in declaring that the world contained many worse places than the Darling Downs, even among those that were classed as highly attractive. Frank considered the flies and other creeping and winged things a great drawback to existence in that region. They have mosquitoes and sandflies in certain localities, said he, while others are entirely free from them. But as for the common fly, he is everywhere, and is a first-class nuisance. On the coast the flies are said to be troublesome only for a few months in the year, but in the interior they are perennial, and sometimes almost make life a burden. They are worse at some periods than at others, but bad enough at all times. In the worst fly time, nobody ventures to ride about without wearing a veil, and men have taxed their ingenuity to keep the pests out of their houses, but practically without success. Fleas are also abundant, though not as so much as flies. Neither are they seen as much in public. They abound most in sandy places, and the Sundowners transport them from one station to another, free of charge. A more welcome insect is the common honeybee. It has long been acclimatized in Australia, and owing to the great number of honey-bearing flowers, it has become very abundant. Bee farming is an important industry in New South Wales, and is carried on to quite an extent in the other colonies. They tell us that in the north of Queensland, white ants are very destructive, as they eat nearly every textile fabric, and have a voracious appetite for all kinds of wood. They have even been charged with devouring window glass, iron bars, and similar substances, usually considered inedible. I heard a man say with the utmost gravity that they had eaten up 2 cross-cut saws, and a box full of American axes, handles and all. But I don't believe it, and I doubt his veracity in several other statements he made, and therefore won't repeat them. One day, while the youths were strolling in the bush not far from the station, they were startled by the sound of immoderate laughter that seemed to come from among the limbs of a low tree. The sound was repeated after a short interval, and curious to know the cause, they went in its direction. As they neared the tree, 2 or 3 birds flew from it and settled in another tree a short distance away. They did not seem at all alarmed at the presence of Frank and Fred, and the latter remarked that the creatures were evidently allowed to go about unharmed. On their return to the station, they told what they had seen and heard, and asked what were the birds that had so surprised them. Those were laughing jackasses, was the reply. Or, if you want another name for them, you may choose between giant kingfisher, piping crow, musical magpie, or settler's clock. The bird under consideration belongs to the kingfisher family, and is called by all these names, the last being given on account of the uproar he makes at noon, and thus tells the settler, who does not carry a watch, when the middle of the day is reached. Many people believe he destroys snakes. Some of us are sceptical on this point, which has never been satisfactorily decided. But at any rate he is useful, as he often indicates the locality of fresh water, and so has saved many persons from suffering or perhaps perishing of thirst. He is never shot, and consequently is not fearful of the presence of man. I wonder you have not heard the bird before this, he continued, as he abounds near the cities and towns, as well as in the bush. Then the boys remembered that they heard the same sound on several occasions, but always supposed it was somebody laughing, and did not consider it any business of theirs to investigate. There's another curious bird in Australia, said their informant, which we call the satin, or bower bird. He builds a bower, or walk, and decorates it with any gaudy feathers or other things he can find, and also with shells, bleached bones, and similar small objects. So well is his propensity known, that when we drop a pipe bowl or a penknife in the bush, we search for it in the bowers or runs of these birds, and very often find it there. As the bowerbird feeds entirely on seeds and fruits, it is evident that he secures these small things for the sake of ornament. Fred suggested that perhaps the bowerbird had been infected with the bric-a-brac craze which pervades society in other countries. The ambition to gather a cabinet of curiosities was a fashionable one, and why shouldn't a bird have it, as well as anyone else? Frank asked if it was possible to see a lyrebird in that region, and was disappointed when told that it was rarely seen outside of the fern country of southeastern Australia. Their authority on birds told them that this winged emblem of Australia was about the size of a pheasant, and had a tail 3 feet long. The outer feathers of the tail are beautifully marked and form the lyre from which the bird takes its name. The male bird forms a mound of earth on which he promenades, displaying his beautiful tail to its utmost advantage, in the same way that a peacock exhibits his feathered ornaments. The female is as plain as an ordinary hen, and presents a very mean appearance by the side of her lord. The youths were further informed that the lyrebird is an excellent mocking bird, and could imitate with exactness the notes of all the other feathered denizens of the forest. He can also, said their authority, reproduce nearly every sound made by man. Settlers in the region inhabited by these birds are often deceived by them, and many amusing stories are told. Sometimes a man working on his clearing hears somebody chopping wood a short distance away, and a dog barking at his heels. He goes in search of the intruder, and finds after a long walk that the pheasant has been making game of him. A man using a cross-cut saw hears somebody doing the same thing, and after searching unsuccessfully for him, discovers that it is the pheasant's performance. Frank summed up the rest of the ornithology of Australia as follows. The great southern continent has many varieties of the parrot family. It possesses the king parrot, the bird of paradise, the blue mountain parrot, the cockatoo, blue, white and crested, lories, paroquets and lovebirds. It has the wild turkey, which we have already mentioned, and a bird closely allied to it, called by the singular name of native companion. Wild ducks are found all over the country, the mountain duck being the finest. Then in their order come the black duck, wood duck, and the Australian teal, followed by 5 or 6 other varieties, less known and less liked by sportsmen. Don't forget the black swan among the water birds, said Fred, as Frank paused after reading the foregoing paragraph. I was not forgetting him, replied Frank. What would be our picture of Australia without the black swan? He is found in all the lakes and swamps of the southern coast. In the Gippsland lakes, thousands of black swans may sometimes be seen in a single flock, and the sound of their feet and wings striking the water as they rise for a flight may be heard for miles when the air is still. The black swan is not strictly a game bird. His flesh is rather rank, but this taste can be removed in cooking, and then he isn't at all bad to eat. Going from large birds to small, continued the youth, I learned that snipe are abundant in many localities, but they do not seem to be appreciated as in England and America. The Argus snipe is the prettiest of the family, and also the most difficult to find. He is beautifully marked on the back and wings, and is a valuable addition to an ornithological collection. There are at least a dozen varieties of quail in Australia, and as articles of food they are abundant and cheap. With very little effort, a settler in most parts of the country could have quail on toast every day in the year. At least the quail would be easily forthcoming, though the toast might not. Cold roast quail and damper are not to be despised for lunch after a long ride in the bush. While Frank was busy with the study of the birds of Australia, Fred contemplated with great care the map of the country. He observed that all the mountain ranges were near the coast, so that the course of the larger rivers was towards the interior. There is not, said he in his notebook, a single large river flowing into the ocean from all this great continent, with the exception of the Murray. Every other stream is short and insignificant, and even the Murray and its tributaries do not form a first-class river. "Here we are," said Fred, "on the headstreams of the Darling, one of the rivers that unite with the Murray to pour into the sea through Lake Alexandria, between Melbourne and Adelaide. On looking at the map, I thought we should be able to descend in a boat to the ocean, but Mr. Watson tells us we can do nothing of the sort. Some of the rivers on the map are at this season simply dry beds, though at times they have water enough to float a first-class boat from the Mississippi. Steamboats have ascended the Darling to Walgett, 2,345 miles from the sea, but they can only do so at certain or rather uncertain times, and therefore no dependence can be placed on the navigation of the Murray and its tributaries. The Darling depends on floodwaters. Sometimes they will fill the stream to its junction with the Murray and thence to the sea, and again they fail before going halfway. The river can never be navigated throughout the year, and in some years boats are not able to run at all. So my scheme of going down by water to the ocean is not practicable, and we return to the coast the way we came." And return they did, taking the railway to Brisbane, and thence going by coach and rail to Gympie, the centre of the Queensland gold mining region, or rather one of its centres, as the colony possesses several auriferous fields. There is a standing offer of a reward of £1,000 or $5,000 to anyone who discovers paying gold deposits in a new locality, upon which there shall be upwards of 200 men at work 6 months after the fields are opened. Consequently, a great many prospectors are constantly at work, through the double hope of the reward and of making a fortune out of the discovery. The goldfields of Gympie were discovered in 1868 by Mr. James Nash, and the settlement which rose there was at first called Nashville. The existence of the precious metal in the colony was known for at least a decade before that date, but none of the mines had proved remunerative. At present there are upwards of 20 goldfields in Queensland, and the aggregate annual yield exceeds $5 million. From 1867 to 1885 inclusive, the mines of Queensland yielded 4,840,221 ounces of gold, valued at not far from $80 million. But we are forgetting Frank and Fred in our contemplation of these dry statistics. Here is what Frank wrote concerning their visit to Gympie. "We came here partly by rail and partly by coach. The railway from Brisbane to Gympie not being completed, though perhaps it will be by the time this is in print, if it should ever have such good fortune. It is 116 miles from Brisbane to Gympie and 61 from here to Maryborough. The town is prettily situated on the side of a range of hills on the River Mary. It has handsome public buildings and bears every evidence of prosperity. It has a school of arts, a public library, and other institutions not always to be found in mining towns, and altogether deserves the good name that it bears. It has a population of nearly 8,000 in the municipality alone, and there are 4,000 more in the immediate neighbourhood. There are the usual paraphernalia of the mining industry, which we have already described in other places. In every direction there are mining shafts and reduction works, and for miles and miles around the country is full of prospecting holes, where gold has been sought but not found, at least in paying quantities. The first rush here was for the alluvial diggings, and large amounts of gold were taken out by the early comers. We were much interested in hearing about the adventures of Mr. Nash, the discoverer of the gold diggings here. He had been an unsuccessful prospector for 20 years, had gone through all kinds of privations, narrowly escaped death at the hands of the blacks on many occasions, and was almost killed by the earth caving in on him while working a prospect hole. He always went by himself and worked alone. When he found gold here, he managed to work away for 3 months without interruption. Then he was discovered by a stockman, who took a claim next to his and spread the news abroad. Nash became a rich man at last, but his health was ruined, and he had little real enjoyment of his wealth. The alluvial diggings at Gympie were soon worked out, and reef or quartz mining followed. In fact, the reef mining began while placer mining was at its height, and the alluvial diggers were in the full tide of success. The placers were, and the reefs are, very rich, and many of the workings have paid enormously to their owners. Of course, where there have been so many prizes, there has been a proportionate number of blanks, and there is no telling how many thousands of men have left Gympie poorer than when they came here. The town consists practically of a single street, which straggles up and down for more than a mile, with here and there an attempt to run a lateral street in the direction of a mine or a crushing mill. Most of the houses are of wood, and scattered over the hills are the huts of the miners, in order that they may be near the places where they are employed. This does not prevent their coming into the town in the evening, and occasionally making it a very lively place. In the early days there were the usual disorderly scenes of the centre of a gold rush, and one of the old inhabitants told us that a few months after the discovery became known, it seemed as though half the bad characters in Australia had congregated there. When the alluvial diggings had been exhausted, the wandering miners disappeared and wended their way to newly reported fields. The place became more orderly, and then the abandoned claims were occupied by the Chinese, the most patient workers the world ever saw. They are contented to take up what white men consider unprofitable, and, considering all their disadvantages, they have done wonderfully well. They are not allowed to enter any goldfield until it has been open for 2 years, and there is a poll tax of £10 a head upon every Chinese who enters the colony. They are generally peaceable, but occasionally they quarrel among themselves over the right to work a certain spot, and then the noise they make is something tremendous. From Gympie, our friends went by rail to Maryborough, a seaport town on the Mary River, 25 miles above its mouth and 180 from Brisbane. The railway carried them past many sugar plantations, and they learned that Maryborough is the outlet of a considerable district devoted to sugar cultivation, the annual product being not far from 5,000 tons. Large quantities of lumber are exported from Maryborough, and there is also a considerable business in wool and hides from the cattle and sheep stations in the country towards the interior. Here they took steamer for Sydney, touching at Brisbane, Newcastle, and several other points of lesser consequence. During their voyage they became acquainted with a resident of one of the northern ports, who had much to say about the advantages of his part of the colony, and greatly regretted that they had not been able to visit it. "It's a pity," said he, "that you missed the Great Barrier Reef, which is one of the most remarkable geographical and geological phenomena to be found anywhere on the globe. It stretches along the whole eastern coast, from opposite Port Bowen in latitude 23 degrees to Torres Strait at the extreme north of Queensland, and is 1,200 miles long. Its greatest width, which is near its southern end, is about 70 miles, and it is from 5 to 100 miles from the shore of the continent. All along its whole length there are sunken reefs, which make navigation in its vicinity very dangerous. Many a ship has been lost on this reef, and scores or hundreds of persons have found a watery grave by its side." Fred asked if a ship inside the reef was obliged to go its entire length before finding an opening to the ocean. "Not at all," was the reply. "There are many openings to the ocean through the reef, some of them very narrow and others several miles in width, and the reef contains specimens of all kinds of coral formation, atolls, fringing reefs, and others. The portion of the reef above water and the numerous coral islands near it are thought to have an aggregate surface of 30,000 miles. "What is supposed to have caused the formation of this reef?" Frank inquired. "The outer margin of the Great Barrier Reef probably indicates the former coastline of this part of Australia," was the reply. "This was fringed with coral reefs, but as the land sank, the coral animals continued to build upward to the level of the sea, and thus a great ridge was formed, which was broken and heaped up by the waves of the Pacific. Fresh water prevents the formation of coral, and the openings in the Great Barrier Reef are thus formed by the freshwater streams. The largest is opposite the mouth of the Burdekin River, which drains a considerable area of country. The reef is a good place for sport, just as are the reefs of the Fiji, Samoan and Society Islands, which you tell me you have visited. Vessels go there in search of bêche de mer, for which they have a good market in China. The fishery for this curious article of food is practically just the same as in the island groups of the Pacific, and therefore I need not describe it to you. Very good sport can be had in northern Queensland in hunting the dugong or sea cow. This animal abounds along the coast of that region. Its flesh is not bad eating, and its oil was formerly in demand as a substitute for cod liver oil, but some of the fishermen got to mixing it with shark oil and other abominations, so that its good name was ruined. If you have a taste for turtle catching, it can be accommodated. We supply the Sydney and Melbourne markets with green turtle, and also put the soup and meat into tin cans and send it to England. There are numerous fishes, some good to eat and others worthless as articles of food, but with all the colours of the rainbow. We have sharks of the largest size, and the stranger should be careful about venturing into the water for a bath. Their new acquaintance had a great deal to say about the northern part of Queensland, whose praises he was never weary of sounding. He declared that within a very few years Queensland would consist of 2 colonies instead of 1, as the north was inclined to cut loose from the south and set up a government of its own. He thought it did not receive its fair share of the public money, and having paid its proportion of the taxes, it had a right to grumble when the south received all the appropriations for railways and other costly improvements. On his arrival in Sydney, Dr. Bronson called at once on the gentleman who had invited the party to see the interior of New South Wales. Arrangements were made for immediate departure, and at 9 o'clock on the following morning they were off for the upper country. So far as their experiences of cattle and sheep stations were concerned, they were practically a repetition of what they had gone through in Queensland. A new feature of the trip was a kangaroo hunt, to which they were invited, and of which Fred gives the following account. You must know that this is the land of marsupials, or animals which carry their young in a pouch, until they are able to take care of themselves. Nearly all the animals of this country belong to this family, and geological researches showed that there were once some marsupials here that equalled, if they did not exceed in size, the rhinoceros and hippopotamus. But these big fellows are all extinct. There are 110 species now, and the largest of them does not exceed 200 pounds in weight. The largest of the marsupials is the kangaroo, and the next in size is the wallaby. There are 8 species of large kangaroo inhabiting different parts of the country, the prince of them all being the red kangaroo of South Australia. Then come 17 species of small kangaroos, Halmaturus, weighing from 10 to 15 pounds, and then 3 species of silky-haired kangaroos, Onychogalea, inhabiting the interior of the continent. They weigh 8 or 10 pounds and are about the size of a common rabbit. Then come 5 species of hare kangaroos, 5 of jerboa kangaroos, and then the rat kangaroos, the bandicoots, opossums, rabbit rats, and numerous other small animals. We'll go back to the large kangaroos, where we began. In former times, when the only human inhabitant of Australia were the savage blacks, the kangaroo was kept from increasing too rapidly through the combined efforts of the dingoes and the natives. The dingo is the Australian wild dog and closely allied to the wolf and jackal, of which he is certainly the first cousin. He is carnivorous and fond of sheep, and was therefore poisoned and otherwise killed off by the settlers to prevent his depredations upon the flocks. A bounty was placed on his scalp, and he has been greatly reduced in numbers. The natives have likewise died off since the settlement of the country, and with their natural enemies removed, the kangaroos, which live wholly on grass, have increased till they have become a nuisance. A kangaroo eats as much as a sheep, and when a drove is undisturbed, its numbers multiply with a rapidity that dismays the squatter on whose land it has made its home. Our host gave us the foregoing information while we were riding to the place where we were to enjoy the sensation of hunting the kangaroo. He furthermore told us that it was no uncommon thing for them to kill several hundred kangaroos in a single drive, but it could not be called sport. He said a drive wasn't a hunt, and I asked him to explain the difference, which he did. The necessity of killing off the kangaroos to prevent their utter destruction of all the grass in the country was forced upon the settlers by the rapid increase of the animals. The government passed a law giving a bounty for the scalps of kangaroos, and none too soon, as in some parts of the country the droves fairly blackened the plains for many miles and literally starved the sheep out of the country. The bounty on the scalps added to the value of the meat and skins, partly paid for the trouble, which required a muster of all the squatters and their employees for a considerable distance around. A drive, or battue, is managed in this way. A yard with a high fence is built in one of the scrubs on the plains, and from this yard 2 fences run out on the plain for a long distance, widening like the sides of the letter V. All the men, boys, and blacks in the neighbourhood are mounted on horseback and scour the country for many miles around. They move in the direction of the jaws of the V, and when the herd is once inside it, the animals are doomed. They go straight towards the scrub which conceals the yard and do not discover where they are till they are inside the enclosure. Then the rails are put up, the blacks enter with clubs, and the slaughtering begins. A kangaroo can jump clean over a horse, and therefore the fence must not be less than 7 feet high to prevent his escape when frightened. We were not bent on any such performance, which is nothing but slaughter, though made necessary by the conditions of the country. I may add here that in some parts of the colony it is often necessary to make a drive of wild horses exactly as they drive the kangaroo. It is no uncommon matter for a squatter to make a drive of 400 or 500 wild horses, which are killed for their hides, but more especially to prevent their eating the grass, destroying the fences, and enticing tame horses out of the paddocks. We have seen several droves of wild horses, and they look very pretty as they gallop over the plain. We wished we had some of them under the saddle, but were told that the value of the animal rarely pays for the trouble and cost of breaking him. Occasionally horses with brands on them are found in the wild herds. They are impounded and advertised, at least such is the theory, but quite as often they are killed with the rest to save trouble. A black boy mounted on a swift horse came riding back to us and said the kangaroos were in a part of the plain that was concealed from us by a patch of scrub. We moved in their direction, keeping the scrub between us and them so as to get as close as possible before they discovered us. Our manoeuvre worked very well. There were 10 or 12 of the animals feeding quietly, and we were within a few hundred yards of them before they were aware of it. At the first alarm they arose on their hind legs and took a look all around, and a second later they were away. How they did jump! They seemed to go 30 or 40 feet at a time, but our host says it was little if any more than 15 feet. Even that is a tremendous jump. If you don't think so, just try it. We let loose the dogs, which up to this time had been kept behind us, and they went away without any urging. The dogs are kept for this purpose, just as foxhounds are kept in England and France, or deerhounds in Scotland. The dogs soon overtook and pulled down a young kangaroo. This caused some delay, but not much, and they were speedily put on the track of an old man kangaroo, as a full-grown male is called. The old man led the dogs a lively chase. He made directly for water, several miles away, which is always the custom of the kangaroo. If he cannot reach water, he takes his stand with his back against a tree, and in that position he is a dangerous creature to approach. We followed the dogs as closely as we could, but did not come up to them until the kangaroo was at bay in a pool where the water just left his forelegs clear as he stood upright. The dogs were all experienced in kangaroo hunting and knew enough to keep out of reach of his legs. Had they come within grasping distance, he would have held them under water till they were drowned, or else have ripped them open with a blow from his powerful hind leg, which has a claw in the middle, capable of inflicting a fatal wound upon man or dog. The dogs swam around him or stood on the shore of the pool when we came up. The pool was a small one, and the creature realized that it was his safest retreat, and he was evidently determined to die game. A shot from a rifle in the hands of one of the men finished him, and he was quickly dragged to the shore. Fortunately, not a dog was killed or injured. Rarely does a hunt terminate without some or more of the dogs receiving a scratch, and nearly every kangaroo dog in the country has a scar or two to show as evidence of his experience and prowess. After this exploit, we dismounted and took our lunch. Then we made a circuitous journey homeward, and roused up another old man, which we dispatched as he stood fighting with his back to a tree, but not till he had wounded one of the dogs. Another fully grown kangaroo was killed by one of the stockmen the same day in another part of the run, and the 3 skins will be properly cured and sent to Dr. Bronson and ourselves as souvenirs of the day's experience. We supped on steaks from a young kangaroo. The meat of the old and full-grown animals is too rank to be enjoyable, and is usually fed to the dogs. We had soup made from kangaroo tail, and it was delicious. Kangaroo soup has become an article of export, and some epicures are said to prefer it to oxtail, or even to turtle soup, though I very much doubt the latter statement. Our host says the natives in former times were very skillful in killing the kangaroo with the boomerang. When a native, armed with this weapon, was within reach of a kangaroo, the aim rarely missed. Another way of killing the creature was by stalking. The black fellow dressed himself with twigs and brush to look like a small tree. In this disguise, and carrying his spear between 2 toes of his foot, he advanced slowly, taking care to keep to leeward, so that the animal could not get the scent. Slowly he closed up, remaining motionless when the kangaroo looked up, and moving again when it began to graze. Once within spearing distance, he speedily settled the question of dinner or no dinner from the flesh of that identical beast. Frank asked what became of the skins of the kangaroos when they were slaughtered by wholesale, as already described. "They are pegged out on the ground and dried," said their host, "and then are shipped to market. Many of them go to America, where they are made into leather for boots and shoes and other purposes. The leather is very tenacious and almost impervious to water, and the demand for it is said to be increasing." Previous to 1869, very few of the skins were tanned, as the merits of the leather had not become known. The first that were sent to America was sold at a loss, and then in a few years, when their qualities were known, the American tanners could not get enough of them. One firm in Newark, New Jersey, is said to receive 6,000 skins every week, and even with that number cannot meet the demand for kangaroo leather. During the evening, stories of kangaroo hunts were naturally in order, and a goodly number were told, but as all were of the same general character, it is hardly necessary to give them. Frank made note of the fact that there is one kind of kangaroo which climbs trees and jumps, like a squirrel, from limb to limb. He is called the tree kangaroo, and has curved claws on his forepaws to enable him to cling to the branches. He is not a bad pet to have about a park, but his numbers should be judiciously kept down, or he may become a nuisance, like the larger kangaroos that live on the ground. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 19. Before returning to the coast, our friends had an opportunity to visit a native encampment and see a Corroboree. The reader naturally asks what a Corroboree is. We will see presently. Arrangements were made by their host, and early one morning the party was off for the native encampment, which was nearly 30 miles away. A tent and provisions had been sent along the previous evening, so that the travellers had nothing to carry on their horses beyond a lunch, which they ate in a shepherd's hut at one of the outstations. Early in the afternoon they reached their tent, which had been pitched on the bank of a brook about half a mile from the village they intended to visit. Taking an early dinner, they set out on foot for the encampment, being guided by a native who had come to escort them. We will let Frank tell the story of the entertainment. The village was merely a collection of huts of bark, open at one side and forming a shelter against the wind, though it would have been hardly equal to keeping out a severe storm. To construct these huts, the bark had been stripped from several trees in the vicinity. Fires were burning in front of most of the huts, and care was taken that they did not extend to the trees and thus get a start through the forest. There was an odour of singed wool and burning meat, but no food was in sight. The blacks are supposed to live upon kangaroo meat as their principal viand, but a good many cattle and sheep disappear whenever a tribe of them is in the neighbourhood of the herds and flocks. In addition to kangaroo, they eat the meat of the wallaby, opossum, wombat, native bear and other animals, and are fond of eels and any kind of fish that come to their hands, or rather to their nets and spears. Emus, ducks, turkeys, in fact, pretty nearly everything that lives and moves, including ants and their eggs, grubs, earthworms, moths, beetles and other insects, are welcome additions to the aboriginal larder. All the fruits of trees and bushes, together with many roots and edible grasses and other plants, are included in their bill of fare. There were 20 or more dirty and repulsive men and women in the village, some squatted or seated around the fires, and others walking or standing carelessly in the immediate vicinity. A dozen thin and vicious-looking dogs growled at us as we approached, but were speedily silenced by their owners. These dogs were simply the native dingoes, either born in captivity or caught when very young and domesticated. They are poorly fed, and the squatters say they can generally distinguish a wild dog from one belonging to the blacks, by the latter being thin and the former in good condition. More women than men were visible, and it was explained that the men who were to take part in the Corroboree were away making their preparations. The Corroboree is a dance which was formerly quite common among the tribes, but has latterly gone a good deal out of fashion. At present it is not often given, except when, as in the present instance, strangers are willing to pay something in order to see it. Our host had arranged it for us, and the camping party that preceded us, with the pack horses, had brought the stipulated amount of cloth, sugar, and other things that were to constitute the payment for the entertainment. We tried to make friends with some of the children, but they were decidedly shy, and we soon gave it up. In a little while the men who were to dance came out from the forest, and as they did so the women formed in a semicircle at one side of the cleared space in the middle of the encampment, and some of the men brought fresh supplies of wood and heaped it on the central fire. The women sat on the ground, and each had an opossum rug stretched tightly across her knees and forming a sort of drum. The dancers assembled in the centre near the fire. They wore only their opossum rugs around their loins, and the exposed parts of their bodies were streaked with paint in the most fantastic manner imaginable. Faces and bodies were adorned with white and red paint, and altogether the aspect was a combination of the ludicrous and the hideous. The leader, holding a stick in each hand, took his place midway between the women and the fire, and at a signal from him the women began a chant and kept time by beating with their hands upon the opossum skins. Suddenly the leader struck the two sticks together, and the dancers formed in line. When the line was completed, he struck them again, in unison with the chant and the time beaten on the drums. The dancers regulated their movements by the music, throwing themselves into all sorts of positions, moving to the right or the left, advancing or retreating, standing straight in line, circling around each other, and in a general way forming figures not altogether unlike those of civilized dancers in other lands. As the dance went on, the leader quickened the time. The chant and drumming quickened likewise, and so did the exertions of the performers. They grew hot and perspired at every pore. Faster and faster went the music. Faster and faster were the movements of the bodies, till it seemed as though they would drop from exhaustion. Suddenly, the men, as if by a prearranged plan, jumped higher than ever into the air, and as they did so, each gave a sort of shrill shout. The drumming and chanting ceased immediately, and the men fled to rest in the shelter of the bushes. There they remained for perhaps a quarter of an hour, and then they returned and resumed the dance. The second part was much like the first, except that some of the figures were different. The whole performance showed that it was the result of practice, as the time was well kept and all the movements were based upon a system of no insignificant character. At the end, the leader gave 2 heavy strokes with his sticks, the men retreated, the women followed them, and the dance was at an end. We are told that the natives have various dances, and in this particular they resemble the savage tribes of most other lands. They have their war dances before and after fights. Dances for the time when the youths are made men, i.e. when they attain their majority and are no longer to be classed as boys. Dances in which only the women take part. Dances in which the movements of the kangaroo and other animals are imitated, and a variety of religious and mystical dances to which Europeans are never admitted. In some dances, an entire tribe, men, women and children, participate. In others, only the men, or only the women. And there are certain dances in which several tribes may join. All the people of the tribe are instructed in these dances, and the rules concerning them must be observed with most scrupulous care. Nearly all the dances are performed at night, and quite often by the light of the moon added to that of the fire. I have heard some amusing descriptions of dances where there was a mimic battle between white men and aboriginals. The fictitious white men biting their cartridges and going through the motions of loading and firing a gun with great exactness. There was a representation of a herd of cattle feeding, of some of the animals being speared by the blacks, who then went through the motions of skinning and cutting up the slaughtered beasts. The movements of the kangaroo, emu and other animals were imitated, and so were those of the pig, the bear and the opossum. At the end of the dance we went to our camp, accompanied by the natives, who were to receive payment for the performance. After their departure we sat around the fire for a while, listening to Corroboree stories, and then retired to our blankets and to sleep. Our dreams were filled with pictures of yelling and gyrating natives, and altogether neither Fred nor myself felt much refreshed when we rose in the morning, but we were all right in an hour or so, and shall always remember our adventure among the Australian blacks. We heard some curious stories about their customs, particularly of the way the men get their wives. Marriage, as understood among civilized people, is unknown among the Australian blacks. Fathers dispose of their daughters as they would of sheep or cattle, and if the father be dead, the right falls to the nearest male relative. A man with a daughter of marriageable age arranges to dispose of her, and when the price is agreed upon, she is called forward and told that her husband wants her. She may never have seen him before, or seen him only to detest him. If she cries and protests, the father exercises his authority by prodding her with a spear or striking her with a club, and he often winds up by seizing her by the hair and dragging her to the hut of the man who has bought her. If she attempts to run away, she is clubbed into obedience, and sometimes her father spears her through the leg or foot so that she cannot run. Among some of the tribes, brothers exchange their sisters with other men, so that a marriage is generally a double affair. There is no ceremony, as we understand it, any more than in a horse trade with us. If a man has no sister, he steals a wife from another tribe than his own. He lies in wait in the neighbourhood of the other tribe, and when a young woman passes near him, he rushes out and knocks her down with a waddy or club. Then he drags her to his hut and pounds her into submission. Such a proceeding is perfectly proper, though it almost invariably leads to a fight between the two tribes, no matter how friendly they may have been before the occurrence. It is the duty of the woman's tribe to avenge her abduction, and that of the man's to protect the newly wedded couple. The ceremonies for celebrating the coming of age of a young man vary a good deal among the tribes, but in none of them is the performance a pleasing one for the subject thereof. In one tribe he is shut up in a tent for a whole month and nearly starved. In another He is shaved, painted with mud and pigments, and compelled to sit in a pool of dirty water for a whole day, while the rest of the tribe pelt him with mud. In another, he has 2 of his front teeth knocked out, and in another, the young beard on his chin is plucked out by the roots. In every case, pain is inflicted, so that the valour of the youth can be tested, and he is expected to endure everything without flinching. During the night we had an alarm, which roused us from sleep, and for a few moments it looked as though we were to have serious business. There was a yell in the forest near us, and as we sprang out of our blankets and went to the front of the tent, we saw a crowd of natives in war paint, brandishing their spears and waddies and acting as though they intended to attack us. Some of them were hideously painted, and altogether the spectacle was not a pleasing one. After a few demonstrations they retired, and our host told us it was a part of our entertainment to show how a night attack was made by the aboriginals. The mimic attack was quite sufficient for our purposes, and we were quite willing not to pass through the experience of a real one. We were told that had the attack been actual, the first warning of it would have been the hurling of spears. Very often it happens that a camping party of white men has no knowledge that natives are within many miles of them until the spears begin dropping in their midst. Our host was once in a party of this sort. There were 8 in all. 5 of them were killed or wounded by the spears, but the remaining 3, with their rifles and revolvers, beat back the assailants and thus saved their lives. Our friends returned to the station without further adventure, and a few days later were once more in Sydney, preparing to leave for Melbourne. Up to the last moment of their stay they were busily occupied with the attentions of the numerous acquaintances they had made, so much so that they had barely time to write up their journals and preserve a record of what they had seen and heard. But there was one attention which was as unexpected as it was interesting, though it could hardly be said to have been bestowed by an inhabitant of the city. It was a visit from a brickfielder, and is thus described by Fred. Mention has been made already of the tendency of an Australian to speak exultingly of the climate of his own city or section, and to disparage that of other localities. All parts of the country suffer from the hot winds of the interior, but the inhabitants of each place declare that it is worse anywhere else than with them. Be that as it may, our first experience of the hot wind here in Sydney is quite bad enough, and if Melbourne or Adelaide can surpass it, we pity them. They call this wind a brickfielder, probably because it brings a vast quantity of dust, such as might be blown from a field where bricks are made, or brick dust has been thickly strewn, and this was what we saw and felt. There was a period of calm and ominous silence, and we observed that the sky was changing from blue to a sort of fiery tinge. Puffs of heated air came now and then like blasts from a furnace. They grew in force and frequency, and in an hour or so became a steady wind with increasing force. It was hot and dry and scorching, and we seemed to be withering under its effects. "It's a brickfielder, sure enough," said a friend, and he cautioned us to get back to our hotel as soon as we could. We took his advice and went there. In a little while there was a driving volume of dark clouds like a London fog. The wind increased almost to a gale, and then came the dust. It was not a fine, impalpable sound, like that brought to Cairo by the Chum scene in April, but a perceptible and gritty dust that sifted into every crevice and cranny, blinded our eyes, filled our ears, and made its way inside our clothing, till we could feel that it was all over our skins. Nothing is sacred to it, and it invades the most stately mansions, as well as the humblest cottages. The air was filled with dust gathered up from the streets, in addition to what the wind brought from the interior. The dustiest and most disagreeable March day of New York was the perfection of mildness compared to it. Windows and doors were closed, and it is the rule to keep them so long as a brickfielder lasts. The hot gale will make its way inside if it can find the least opening, and then the entire house and all its contents will be thickly sprinkled with dust. The heat was intolerable, but there was no help for it, as an open door or window would only bring more heat and the dust in addition. We looked out of the windows, but the dust cloud was so thick that we couldn't see across the street. A few luckless wayfarers were clinging to posts or struggling to keep their feet, and those who were trying to go against the wind made very slow progress. The brickfielder lasted all day and far into the night, and then it suddenly stopped. With its cessation there was a heavy fall of rain, which converted the dust into mud and made pedestrianism anything but comfortable. They tell us that these winds sometimes last 2 or 3 days, or even longer. They are always followed by rain and a cool wind from the south. And never was cool wind more acceptable than at such a time. Nobody can predict when the wind will come, whether in a day, a week, or a month, and when it does come, everybody prepares to stay indoors, if he can possibly do so, and wait till it is over. Every man, woman and child has a dust cloak or dust coat to be worn when necessity compels going out of doors in a brickfielder. One gentleman says these winds prefer to put in their appearance on Sunday morning, just as the congregations are assembling in church. The dates of large picnic parties are also favourite times for their appearance, and when they come, the picnic ceases to be a delight. He says that some years ago, in one of the Australian cities, arrangements had been made for a grand banquet out of doors, the finest that had ever been known in the colony. The date had long been fixed and extensive arrangements made. Invited guests came from afar. The best speakers of the Antipodes were present, and all was going finely, when suddenly, just as the early courses of the banquet had been served, a brickfielder came, and the scene was as disorderly as a political meeting in one of the lower wards of New York. The feast came to a sudden end, and not a speaker opened his mouth, lest it might be filled with dust. One swallow may not make a summer, but one brickfielder is enough for a whole year. Consulting the railway timetable, Dr. Bronson found that the express train for Melbourne left at 5:15 p.m. and ran through in 19 hours, thus making the greater part of its journey in the night. As our friends wished to see as much of the country as possible during their tour through Australia, they decided to take a slower train at 9 a.m, which would bring them to Goulburn, 134 miles, at 4 p.m. Another train at 10:35 the following morning would reach the frontier at Albury, 386 miles from Sydney, at 8 o'clock in the evening. In this way they would get a good view of the country and be able to say far more about its features than if whizzed through on an express train at night. The first railway in the colony of New South Wales was projected in 1846, and within 2 years the surveys for the line to Goulburn were completed. Ground was broken in July 1850, the first turf being turned by the Honourable Mrs. Keith Stewart, in the presence of her father, Governor Fitzroy, and a large assemblage of people. The first railway line in the colony, from Sydney to Parramatta, was opened in 1855. The engineering difficulties and the high rate of interest upon loans retarded the work of railway building, so that in 20 years after the opening of the first line, only 406 miles had been completed. But in more recent times the enterprise has been rapidly pushed, the mountains having been passed, and the construction upon the great plains of the interior being comparatively easy. In September 1886, no less than 1,831 miles of railway were in operation in New South Wales, and the colonial parliament had authorised 1,590 miles in addition, of which a part is now under construction. The railways of New South Wales are divided into the southern, western and northern systems. The southern stretches from Sydney to Albury on the frontier of Victoria, 386 miles. At Junee, the southwestern line branches from the southern and runs to Hay, 454 miles from Sydney, on the Murrumbidgee River and one of the most important towns in the Riverina district. The western line runs in the direction indicated by its name and terminates at Bourke on the Darling River, 503 miles from Sydney. These are the longest railway lines now in operation in any part of Australia, though not equal to some that are projected in Queensland and South Australia. The northern line extends to the frontier of Queensland, as already described. On figures, Australia has at present about 10,000 miles of railway in operation, with another 10,000 miles, and perhaps more, in contemplation. The completed lines have cost not less than $200 million, and there are about 30,000 miles of telegraph in working order. The up-country journey of our friends, in which they took part in a kangaroo hunt and witnessed a Corroboree, was made over the Western Line. We have rarely seen finer engineering work on a railway anywhere else in the world than on this line, said Frank in his journal. It reminds us of the Brenner Line over the Alps, the Central Pacific in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and the ride from Colombo to Kandy in Ceylon. It was an uninterrupted succession of magnificent views of mountain scenery, with deep gorges and snowy waterfalls at frequent intervals. We advise those who may follow us to note particularly the Katoomba and Wentworth Falls and Govert's Leap, and if they have an interest in engineering, they will be much attracted by the Lapstone Hill and Lithgow Valley zigzags, where the railway climbs the steep sides of the mountains. There is a fine bridge over the Nepean River at Penrith, and a tunnel called the Clarence, 3,700 feet above sea level, and 538 yards in length. There is also some fine engineering on the Southern Line, and for a long time, when the railway was first proposed, many doubters predicted that it would never be able to pass the Blue Mountains to the plains beyond. The longest tunnel in Australia, 572 yards, is near Picton on the Southern Line, and the zigzags, bridges, cuts and fillings are well calculated to excite the admiration of the professional railway man. As for the scenery, it fully justifies the praises which Australians bestow upon it, and the ride over the Blue Mountains is one that everybody who visits the country should take in the daytime. The engineers of this line claim to have succeeded in solving a problem which has been pronounced impossible by many experienced men, and has been tried elsewhere occasionally, and always with disastrous results. That of having two trains pass each other on a single-track railway. It is done in this way. At the end of each zigzag there is a piece of level track, sufficiently long to hold two trains. The engineer of a descending train sees an ascending one on the zigzag below. He runs his train out to the end of a level, and there waits until the ascending one has entered the same level, reversed its course, and gone on its way upward. One of the railway managers said to Dr. Bronson, "There isn't any double track here at all, and yet, you see, two trains can pass each other without the least difficulty. The ends of our zigzags serve as switches. That's all." "You have no idea what a salubrious region this is," said one of the passengers to whom they had been introduced by a friend who came to see them off. "The air is wonderfully bracing, so much so that it is a common saying, 'Nobody ever dies in the Blue Mountains unless he is killed by accident or blown away.' Many people live to more than 100 years old. There is an authentic account of a man who celebrated his 110th birthday 6 months before he died, and another who was cut off by intemperate habits when he was only 101. This man used to speak of a neighbour who lived to be 108 years old and hadn't had an unsound tooth in his head, when he was killed by the kick of a vicious horse. The Blue Mountains are a part of the Great Dividing Range, already described in our account of the visit to Queensland. Of late years they have rapidly grown in favour as a pleasure resort, and thousands of the inhabitants of Sydney go there to escape the heat of summer. The mountains increase in height as they approach the boundary between New South Wales and Victoria, where they are known as the Australian Alps. The highest peak of all, Mount Kosciuszko, is 7,308 feet high, and its summit is covered with snow throughout the year. Frank and Fred were at once seized with a desire to visit Mount Kosciuszko, but were restrained by the doctor, who did not share their enthusiasm for mountain climbing. So the youths contented themselves with a distant view of the snowy tops of the high peaks of the range, and allowed Mount Kosciuszko to rest undisturbed. The country is wild and picturesque, but the facilities for travel are not extensive, and only those travellers who are accustomed to fatigue should undertake the journey. The starting point for the excursion is the little town of Tumbarumba, from which the mountains are about 40 miles away. A coach runs between Tumbarumba and Calcairn, 74 miles, the nearest point on the railway, and the town is said to be pleasantly situated at an elevation of 2,000 feet above the sea. The Murray River, which is sometimes called the Hume in the upper parts of its course, takes its rise at the foot of Mount Kosciuszko, and its companion mountains. The scenery is quite alpine in all its characteristics, and well justifies the name which has been applied to this part of the great chain. Deep gorges and precipitous cliffs enclose the headstreams of the Murray, and the forest extends far up the sides of the mountains, wherever there is sufficient soil for trees to find a place to grow. Lower down there are considerable areas of open or cleared country that have proved well adapted to agriculture. Wheat and oats are profitably grown in the vicinity of Tumbarumba, and in some parts of the Albury district, in which Tumbarumba is situated, tobacco is an extensive crop. At Goulburn, where they halted for the night, as previously arranged, our friends found a well-built city of about 8,000 inhabitants, and owing its prosperity to the large amount of inland trade which it controls. Frank and Fred asked for the gold mines of Goulburn, but asked in vain. They were told that there were no goldfields in the immediate vicinity, and that the city depended upon its commercial position and the agricultural advantage of the surrounding region. They were invited to visit some lime-burning establishments and learned that there were extensive quarries of limestone in the neighbourhood, with promising indications of silver, copper and other metals, which as yet are hardly developed. In the evening the party witnessed a theatrical performance by a strolling company, which was making the rounds of the interior towns of Australia in the same way that American companies go on the road during the dramatic season. The acting was good, and the company included several players who were not unknown in New York and other American cities. The youths had already noted the fact that Australia is a favourite resort of members of the dramatic profession of England and the United States. A considerable number of the men and women well known to the footlights of English-speaking countries have at one time or another appeared on the boards of Melbourne and Sydney. Australians are fond of the drama, and there are few cities in the world that can be counted on for a more liberal patronage of good plays and good players, in proportion to their population, than the principal cities of the great southern continent. From one of the books in his possession, Frank drew the following interesting bit of theatrical history. The first theatrical representation ever given in Australia was at Sydney in 1796. The play was The Ranger, performed by a company of amateurs, all of whom were convicts. The manager was also a convict. An admission fee of 1 shilling was demanded, and the governor and his staff were graciously invited to free seats. Coin being scarce in the colony, a shilling's worth of flour or rum was accepted in lieu of money. The convict who played Filch recited the prologue and was probably its author. It ran as follows. From distant lands, o'er widespread seas we come, but not with much éclat or beat of drum. True patriots all, for, be it understood, we left our country for our country's good. No private views disgraced our generous zeal. What urged our travels was our country's weal, and none can doubt but that our emigration has proved most useful to the British nation. He who to midnight ladders is no stranger, you alone will make an admirable ranger. To seek Macheath we have not far to roam, and sure in Filch I shall be quite at home. Here light and easy columbines are found, and well-trained harlequins with us abound. From Durance vile our precious selves to keep, we've often had to make a flying leap. To a blackface have sometimes owed escape, and Hounslow Heath has proved the worth of crape. But how, you ask, can we e'er hope to soar above these scenes and rise to tragic lore? For oft, alas, we've forced the unwilling tear, and petrified the heart with real fear. Macbeth a harvest of applause will reap, for some of us, I fear, have murdered sleep. His lady too with grace and ease will talk, her blushes hiding neath a mine of chalk. Sometimes indeed so various is our art, an actor may improve and mend his part. Give me a horse, bawls Richard like a drone, we'll show a man who'd help himself to one. Grant us your favours, put us to the test. To gain your smiles, we'll do our very best, and without dread of future turnkey lockets. Thus, in an honest way, still pick your pockets. The principal theatres of Melbourne, Sydney and Adelaide will compare favourably with those of any other city on the globe, and there is hardly a town of any consequence at all that does not possess a minor theatre or a hall where entertainments are given occasionally. During the days of the gold rushes, the mining regions proved more remunerative to the strolling actors who visited them than to the majority of the men who were digging for the precious metal. The theatres of those days were often the rudest structures imaginable, and not infrequently performances were given in tents, and sometimes in enclosures that were open to the sun and rain. It is said that a performance of Hamlet was once given on an open-air stage in a pouring rain. Ophelia wore a waterproof cloak, and in the last scene in which she appeared, she carried an umbrella. Polonius, being an old man, was permitted to wear an india-rubber coat, but Hamlet's youth did not permit such a protection from the weather, and when the play ended, he bore a close resemblance to the survivor of an inundation of the Ohio Valley, or a man rescued from a shipwreck on the Atlantic coast. Beyond Goulburn, the railway carried our friends through the district of Riverina, famous for its pastoral and agricultural attractions. At Albury, they crossed the Murray River and entered the colony of Victoria. A change of gauge rendered a change of train necessary, and Fred remarked that it seemed like crossing a frontier in Europe, the resemblance being increased by the presence of the custom house officials, who seek to prevent the admission of foreign goods into Victoria until they have paid the duties assessed by law. As before stated, Victoria has a protective tariff, while New South Wales is a free trade colony. Consequently, Victoria is obliged to guard her frontier to prevent smuggling, and the work of doing so effectively is by no means inexpensive. But she derives a large revenue from the duty on imports, and the statesmen and others who favour a protective tariff can demonstrate by argument and illustration that it is the principal cause of the prosperity of the colony. There is, of course, a goodly number of free traders in the colony, and the war between free traders and protectionists is as vigorous and unrelenting as in the United States or England. The federation of all the Australian colonies, and their union under a single government, on the same general plan as that which was adopted for the British American provinces, has been for some time under discussion. Doubtless it might have been accomplished before this, had it not been for the opposition of New South Wales, which holds aloof from the movement mainly on account of the tariff question. Federation will probably come before long. Many Australians say it will be a step in the direction of independence, and they argue that a country so far away from England can hardly be expected to retain its allegiance to the mother country forever, in view of its growing power and population, its diversity of interests, and the perils to which it will be subject in case of a European war in which England should be concerned. The railway from Melbourne reached Wodonga, opposite Albury, in 1873, but the line from Sydney was not completed till 1881. From that time till 1884 there was a break of 3 miles, which passengers traversed by coach or on foot. In the year last named, the connection was completed by the construction of an iron bridge over the Murray, and the closing of the gap with tracks adapted to the gauges of both the colonies. There are now commodious stations on both sides of the river. The New South Wales trains cross the river to Wodonga, while those from Victoria cross it to Albury. It was evening when the party arrived at the frontier, and as soon as the formalities of the custom house were over, the doctor and his young companions went to a hotel near the station. The custom house was not rigorous, as none of their baggage was opened, the officials being contented with the declaration that they had nothing dutiable in their possession. Next morning the youths were up early to have a look at the great river of Australia. They were somewhat disappointed with the Murray, their fancies having made the river much larger than it proved to be. Compared with the Mississippi, the Hudson, the Rhine or the Thames, it was insignificant, but it was nevertheless a river navigable from Albury to the ocean, 1,800 miles away. A steamboat lay at the bank of the river, a short distance below the railway bridge. It was not much of a boat in the way of luxury, but was well adapted to the work for which it was intended, and had a barge fastened behind it by a strong tow rope. Fred learned that there were several boats engaged in the navigation of the Murray and its tributaries, but they were unable to run at all seasons of the year. In ordinary stages of water, boats can reach Albury, but there are certain periods of the year when they cannot do so. Some boys were sitting on the bank farther down the river, engaged in fishing with pole and line. Frank and Fred made their acquaintance and examined the fish they had taken. The oldest of the boys, evidently much more intelligent than his companions, enlightened the strangers as to the piscatorial possessions of Australia. "That is the Murray cod, or cod perch," said he, as he pointed to one of the results of the morning's work. "What a splendid fish!" Fred exclaimed. "What? That?" said the Australian youth, with an air of contempt. "That's only a little one, and doesn't weigh more than 2 pounds. "How large do these fish grow?" queried Frank. "Oh, we catch 'em weighing 30 or 40 pounds, was the reply. "We bait with tree frogs and have to use strong lines or they'd get away from us. They're pretty good eating," he continued, "but not so good as bream and trout. The trout were brought here from your country, and we're getting 'em all through the rivers of Australia, so folks tell me. They sent us the eggs, and the fish were hatched out here, and several kinds of European and American fishes have been introduced that way. We've a good many kinds of perch. How many I don't know, but the best is the golden perch of the Murray and the rivers running into it. We've got a blackfish, as we call him. He's black outside, but his flesh is white as snow, and he's splendid for eating. If you want to go trout fishing, you can do so 20 miles from Melbourne and find all you want. They've been trying to raise salmon in Australia, but the rivers are too warm for 'em. Sometimes we read in the newspapers about somebody's catching a salmon, but it never amounts to much." Frank presented his informant with $1, partly in return for his information and partly to secure the fish, which he carried to the hotel and requested that it be cooked for breakfast. It was cooked accordingly, and when, accompanied by the doctor, the youth sat down to their repast, the fish was pronounced a toothsome morsel. Soon after 10 o'clock they were in the railway train for Melbourne. They traversed a varied country, passing through a rich pastoral and agricultural region, through widely extended wheat fields, and in sight of numerous flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, through stretches of forest more or less luxuriant, over plains and among hills, along winding valleys, and occasionally in sight of the mountains, which lie between the dividing range and some portions of the coast. In due time the crest of the range was passed, and the train descended gently to Melbourne and deposited the travellers safe and sound at the railway terminus. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 20. Frank and Fred were impatient to see Melbourne, the city of which they had heard so much, and whose praises are loudly chanted by every resident of the colony of Victoria. As they rode from the railway station to their hotel, they could hardly believe that they were in a city where, half a century ago, there was little more than a clearing in the forest on the banks of the Yarra. Yet so it was. On June 2nd, 1835, John Batman ascended the Yarra and Saltwater rivers and made a bargain with the native chiefs of the locality to purchase a large area of ground, more than 1,200 square miles, for which he paid a few shirts and blankets, some sugar, flour, and other trifles, probably not $100 worth altogether. The government afterwards set aside his purchase, but paid to Batman and his partners the sum of £7,000 for the relinquishment of their claim. Batman returned immediately to Tasmania to procure a fresh supply of provisions, and near the end of August 1835, during his absence, another adventurer, John Faulkner, landed on the banks of the Yarra from the schooner Enterprise, and made his camp in the forest on the bank of the stream. He brought 5 men, 2 horses, 2 pigs, 1 cat, and 3 kangaroo dogs, and this was the colony that founded the present city of Melbourne. Faulkner may be fairly considered the founder of Melbourne, as the permanent occupation of the site dates from the day he landed from his schooner. But Batman's part of the affair should not be forgotten. He returned in the following April and settled on what is now a part of the city, As might be expected, there was a bitter quarrel between Batman and Fawkner as long as both survived, and it was continued by their descendants. The inhabitants of Melbourne have duly honoured Batman by erecting in the old cemetery of that city an appropriate monument to his memory. He died in 1839, before the city had grown to much importance, though it was giving good promise for the future. At the time of Batman's death there were 450 houses, 70 shops and 3,000 inhabitants in Melbourne, and the first ship had sailed for London with a cargo of 400 bales of wool. Frank and Fred learned all this before taking their first stroll along the streets of Melbourne on the morning after their arrival. They also learned that the city took its name in honour of Lord Melbourne, who was then Premier of Great Britain. Frank suggested that perhaps Shakespeare had Melbourne in mind as the bourne whence no traveller returns, since a great many deaths occurred there during the gold rush. Fred reproved his cousin for using this antiquated chestnut, and the topic was indefinitely postponed. The first thing to attract the attention of the youths was the width of the streets, 99 feet, or a chain and a half, in contrast with the narrow streets of Sydney. Then the situation is pleasing, as it is on some rolling hills something like those on which Moscow, the ancient capital of Russia, stands. The hills afford good drainage to the central part of the city, and as one goes about, he finds himself occasionally upon an elevation from which he can look away for a considerable distance. The city itself is about 1.5 miles square and is regularly laid out. It is surrounded by parks and gardens, and its suburbs include a radius of not far from 10 miles and are steadily extending. Within this radius it is claimed that there are fully 360,000 inhabitants, and the number is increasing year by year. 360,000 people in a city which was first settled in 1835, said Fred. Chicago and San Francisco must look sharp for their laurels. They may look, but they won't find them, replied Frank. Are you not mistaken? Queried his cousin. Did not each of them have as many inhabitants as Melbourne within 50 years after its settlement? We will see, was the reply. Chicago was practically founded in 1816, when Fort Dearborn, which had been destroyed in 1812, was rebuilt. In 1870, 54 years later, it had, according to the census, 298,997 inhabitants. San Francisco was begun in 1776, when the mission of San Francisco de Asís, more commonly called the Mission Dolores, was established there, but some people claim that the city was not really founded until 1835, when the village of Yerba Buena was built, and to please them we'll start from that date, which is the year in which Melbourne was founded. By the census of 1880, 45 years from its foundation, it had 233,959 inhabitants, and that its 50th anniversary was doubtless considerably behind Melbourne. But Chicago has gone ahead of both of the other cities in question, as it contained more than 500,000 people in 1880 and was still growing as fast as the extensions on the prairie would permit. Perhaps in time it will cover the whole state of Illinois. Melbourne, Chicago and San Francisco are the marvels of the world in their growth, responded Fred, and they've no reason to be jealous of one another. Frank echoed this opinion, and then the figures of populations were dropped from discussion. Their walk took them along Collins Street, which is the Broadway or the Regent Street of the city. They traversed its entire length from west to east, and then turned their attention to Burke Street, which runs parallel to Collins Street. To enumerate all the fine buildings they saw in their promenade would make a list altogether too tedious for anything less than a guidebook. As they took no note of what they saw, it is safe to say that neither of the youths could at this moment write a connected account of the sights of the morning. If we had been sceptical about the wealth and prosperity of Melbourne, wrote Fred in his journal, all our doubts were removed by what we saw during our first tour through the city. One after another, magnificent piles of buildings came before us, the banks and other private edifices rivalling the public ones for extent and solidity. The highest structure in Melbourne is known as Robb's Buildings and was built by a wealthy speculator on the same general plan as the Mills, Field and similar buildings in New York. There are many banks, office buildings, stores, warehouses and other private edifices that would do honour to London, Paris or New York, and the same is the case with the Post Office, Houses of Parliament, Law Courts, Public Library, National Gallery, Government House, Ormond College and other public structures. We turned down Swanston Street in the direction of the river, the Yarra, or to speak more properly, the Yarra Yarra, as it was originally known, though few now call it by the double name. Anybody who comes here expecting a great river will be disappointed, as the Yarra isn't much of a stream on which to build a city like Melbourne. It answers well enough for people to row upon with pleasure boats, and for occasionally drowning somebody, but is altogether too small and shallow for larger vessels. Steamers and sailing craft drawing not more than 16 feet can come up to the city, but large vessels must stop at Sandridge or Port Melbourne, 2.5 miles away. The Yarra supplies water for the Botanical Gardens, but not for the city generally. We reached the river at Prince's Bridge, where a fine viaduct of 3 arches replaces the former one of a single arch. There are several bridges across the Yarra which separates Melbourne proper from South Melbourne and other suburbs, and we were told that new bridges are under consideration and will be built as the necessity for them becomes more pressing. A great deal of money has been expended in deepening and straightening the river, and it is certainly vastly improved upon the stream, which Batman and Faulkner ascended in 1835, when they made the settlements from which Melbourne has grown. Since 1877, the river has been deepened 3 feet, and the minimum low water depth is said to be 14 feet 6 inches at spring tides. Streetcars or trams, some drawn by horses and others by cables, run in every direction, and there are omnibuses, cabs and other conveyances, so that one can go pretty nearly anywhere he chooses for a small amount of money. Some of the omnibuses remind us of the new ones in Paris, as they have 3 horses abreast and dash along in fine style. Hansom and other cabs are numerous, and the fares are about 1/3 more than in London. This is a great change from the days of the gold rush, when the most ordinary carriage could not be hired for less than £3 a day, and very often the drivers obtained 2 or 3 times that amount. We have been told of a gold digger just down from the mines of whom £12 was demanded one day for an afternoon's drive. He handed the driver a £10 note and told him he would have to be satisfied with that, and he was. We went into 3 or 4 arcades which form pleasant lounging and shopping places, like the famous passages of Paris and the arcades of London. One of them is called the Book Arcade, and is principally devoted to the sale of books. And if we may judge by the number of volumes we saw there, the people of Melbourne are liberal patrons of literature. No matter what the taste of a person might be in books, whether he desired a work of fiction or a treatise on science, a volume of travels or an exposition of Hindu philosophy, he could be accommodated without delay. They have a public library here containing nearly 150,000 volumes, all of which can be read without charge. When we got back to the hotel and met the doctor, it was time to sit down to breakfast. He had already received 2 invitations to dinner from gentlemen to whom he brought letters. They had heard of our arrival, and knowing we had been hospitably received in Sydney, were determined that we should be initiated at once into the courtesies of Melbourne, and start off with a favourable impression of the place. A few minutes after we were through with breakfast, a gentleman called for us and gave us a carriage drive, in which we saw more than we can begin to describe. We visited the Botanical Gardens, which are about 1 mile from the city, and on the south bank of the Yarra. They cover an area of not far from 100 acres, and do great credit to the gentleman who designed and perfected them. The collection of plants and trees is very large, and everything is labelled, so that the scientific student can know at once its history and character. We strolled along a winding walk among the ferns, and could easily imagine ourselves in the heart of a tropical forest. We also visited the Fitzroy, Carlton, Treasury, and other gardens and parks, of which Melbourne has an abundant supply. On many of the streets trees have been planted, and they add much to the attractions of the city. The water supply of Melbourne comes from an artificial lake 19 miles from the city, and is brought in by the Yan Yean waterworks. which are not altogether unlike the Croton works of New York or the XVIII of Boston. Water seems to be abundant in all the houses, and we are told that there are more bathtubs in Melbourne than in any other city of its size in the world. We can't begin to name all the churches we have seen in our rides and walks along the streets. Suffice it to say, there are no finer modern churches anywhere than here, and the inhabitants of Melbourne have shown great liberality in their contributions for building these religious edifices. There is no state church in the colony, but the Church of England is the fashionable one and has a greater number of adherents than any other church. In their order, and omitting the smaller figures, there were by the last census of the colony 311,000 Episcopalians, 203,000 Catholics, 132,000 Presbyterians, 108,000 Methodists, 20,000 Independents or Congregationalists, 20,000 Baptists, and 11,000 Lutherans and German Protestants. On the 1st of January 1886 there were 2,150 churches and chapels in Victoria, and about the same number of public buildings and dwellings used for public worship, or more than 4,000 in all. While we were riding about the city, we asked our host whence came the names of the streets. The principal ones commemorate men who were connected with the early history of the colony, was his reply. Collins Street is named for Colonel Collins, who established a convict settlement on the shores of Port Phillip Bay in 1803, but soon gave it up and removed the settlement to Tasmania. Burke Street is named after the Governor of New South Wales in 1836. Flinders Street after Captain Flinders, of whose explorations you are doubtless aware. Lonsdale Street after Captain Lonsdale, who was in command here about that time, and Swanston Street after one of Batman's companions. King, Queen, William and Elizabeth Streets are tokens of our loyalty to the royal family of Great Britain, the same as are the streets of like names in Sydney and Brisbane. I should have said in speaking of the streets that between every two wide streets there are narrow ones, which were originally intended as back entrances, and were known by the prefix of Little. Thus we have Little Collins Street between Collins and Burke Streets, Little Burke Street between Burke and La Trobe, and so on through the list. Most of these little streets have become known as lanes, and are spoken of as Collins Lane, Burke Lane, etc. Burke Lane is largely occupied by Chinese, and Flinders Lane, between Flinders and Collins Streets, is generally known as the Lane, especially among the dealers in clothing throughout Australia, as it is the peculiar haunt of the importers of wearing apparel, or soft goods. Elizabeth Street runs in the valley between the two principal hills on which the city is built, and divides it into east and west, just as Fifth Avenue divides the numbered streets of New York. As Melbourne is on the other side of the world from New York, it is quite in the nature of things that the custom of designating the portions of a street should be the reverse of ours. In New York we say East 14th Street or West 23rd Street. Here they say Collins Street East or Burke Street West, according as the designated locality is east or west from Elizabeth Street. We returned to the hotel in good season to dress for dinner, continued Fred, and at the appointed time went to the place where we were to dine. It was several miles out of town, and our journey thither was by railway, our host sending a carriage to meet us at the station. Melbourne resembles London in having a network of suburban railways, and resembles it further in having a great rush of people to the city in the morning and out of it in the afternoon. Ordinarily the facilities of travel are fairly equal to the demand, but if a heavy shower of rain falls about 6 p.m, the supply of vehicles is insufficient. The house of our host is well built and well furnished, and has plenty of ground surrounding it for garden, lawn and shrubbery. English trees grow in the grounds. Much of the furniture came from the old country, but the portion of it that was made in Melbourne is by no means inferior to the imported part. Prosperous people in Melbourne know how to live well, and some of the wealthier inhabitants spend a great deal of money on the support of their establishments. We dined as well as we could have dined in London or New York, the local luxuries of those cities that were wanting here being fully atoned for by the products of the colony. It was late in the evening when we got back to our hotel in the city, after listening to stories of colonial life in general, and of life in Melbourne in particular, until our heads were nearly giddy with what had been poured into them. Anthony Trollope intimates that the Melbourneites are given to blowing about the wonders of their city, and he excuses them on the ground that they have something worth blowing about. If we were to make any remark on this subject, it would be to agree with him on both points. But as one hears the same kind of talk in Chicago, St. Louis, San Francisco and other American cities, and also in the other colonial centres of Australasia, we have ceased to wonder at it and set it down as a matter of course. In the next day or two, our friends visited some of the suburbs of Melbourne, including Northam, Carlton, Fitzroy, Collingwood and Brunswick on the north, and Richmond, Prahran, Windsor, Malvern and Caulfield on the south. Frank noted that some of these suburbs were prosperous and well populated, while others were much less so, and seemed to base a goodly part of their hopes on the future. There is a great deal of speculation in suburban land, just as in the neighbourhood of all large cities the world over. Fortunes have been made in suburban speculation, and still larger fortunes hoped for but not yet realised. Melbourne was originally laid out in half-acre lots, but nearly all of them have long since been divided and subdivided. One of the few that have not been divided but are held by the families of the purchasers is in a good part of Collins Street. The colonist who bought it paid £20 for the lot in 1837. It is now worth £100,000, and since the time of the original purchase, the holders have received at least £100,000 in rents. $1 million in 50 years from an investment of $100 may be considered a fairly good return for one's money. Dr. Bronson and his nephews were not neglectful of the harbour of Melbourne any more than they had been of Sydney Cove when at the capital of New South Wales. There are trains at short intervals from Melbourne to Sandridge, Port Melbourne, and cars and omnibuses every 15 minutes. The fare is 3d or 6 cents. This is a great reduction from the days of the gold rush in 1851, when the omnibus charge between Sandridge and Melbourne was 2 shillings and 6pence, 62 1/2 cents, for each passenger, and a carriage for 4 persons cost from $5 to $20 for the single trip. Mr. Manson, who was so attentive to our friends in Sydney, was equally well acquainted with Melbourne. He called upon them shortly after their arrival in the latter city, and proposed to accompany them in their visit to the port. His offer was at once accepted. During the ride to Sandridge, the conversation turned upon the days of the gold rush, and the incidents that long since passed into history. "It was before I came to Australia," said he, "so that I cannot speak from personal knowledge, but I have heard the stories from so many old residents that I have no doubt of their correctness. The expense of getting goods from Sandridge to Melbourne, 3 miles, was often as much as to bring them from London to the harbour. William Howitt tells, in his 2 years in Victoria, that the cost of carrying his baggage from the ship to his lodgings in Melbourne was more than that of bringing them the previous 13,000 miles, including what he paid for conveyance from his house to the London docks. When a ship arrived with passengers, the charge for taking them from the anchorage to the beach was 3 shillings, and then came the omnibus charge already mentioned. If a man was alone, the boatman charged him 10 or perhaps 20 shillings, and if a person was obliged to go out to a ship and they knew his journey was important, they would charge any price they pleased. A gentleman having occasion to visit a ship that was about to sail, and manifesting some anxiety to do so, was obliged to pay £12 or $60. After goods were landed, they were loaded into carts for transportation to Melbourne. A clerk looked at a load and then said glibly, "These things will be £3, and if anybody demurred at the price, the gatekeeper was ordered not to let the cart pass out of the yard till the sum demanded was paid. People grumbled and denounced the charges as outrageous, but they generally paid them and went on. In the city the same high scale of prices prevailed. In the shops the prices were about 300% above the cost of goods. Lodgings were in great demand. The meanest kind of an unfurnished room was worth $10 a week, and 2 poorly furnished ones were from $20 to $30 a week. Hotel keepers turned their stables into sleeping places, and a man paid 5 shillings a night for a third of a horse's stall, good straw, a blanket and a rug. One landlord had 75 of these 5-shilling lodgers in his stable nightly, in addition to the occupants of the rooms in the legitimate portion of his house. "I wonder the people didn't live in tents till they could arrange to go up country," one of the youths remarked. "They did so," was the reply, "and so many tents were spread on the waste ground outside the city that the place became known as Canvastown. The government charged 5 shillings weekly for the privilege of putting up tents on this waste ground, or at the rate of $60 a year. Of course, all were anxious to get away as soon as possible, but they were often detained 3 or 4 weeks, or even longer, waiting to obtain their goods from the ships." "Was there much security for life and property in those days?" Frank asked. "According to all accounts, there was a great deal of disorder," Mr. Manson responded. "There were many runaway convicts here from Tasmania and New South Wales, together with other bad characters. Robberies along the road were very common. One Saturday afternoon in broad daylight, 4 fellows armed with guns and pistols stopped some 20 or more people, one after the other, tied them up to trees and robbed them, on the road from Melbourne to St Kilda. The bushrangers carried on their performances up to the very edge of Melbourne, and sometimes they rode through the streets and out again before they could be stopped. The coolest piece of robbery was performed in the harbour one night. A ship was to sail for England at daylight, and she had several thousand ounces of gold on board. About midnight, a party of 8 or 10 went out in a boat, pretending to have business on board, and were admitted without suspicion. Their real business was to plunder the ship, and they succeeded. They stuck up the officers and crew, bound them hand and foot, loaded the gold into their boat, and escaped. No alarm was given until someone went on board the next morning, as all the officers and crew had been gagged and locked in below. The robbers got clean away. Nothing was ever learned about them, but it was suspected that they were ex-convicts from Tasmania, which had by this time brought our friends to Sandridge, and they alighted at the head of one of the piers. There are 2 piers at Sandridge, to use its former name in place of its more modern appellation of Port Melbourne. These piers run far out into the bay, and ships of almost any tonnage may lie alongside to discharge or receive cargoes. One is known as the Town Pier, and the other as the Railway Pier. On the Railway Pier, trains of cars may load or discharge at the side of the ships, and thus effect a great saving in the handling of freight. It was a busy scene from one end of the pier to the other, and as the strangers walked about they were obliged to be cautious lest they were run over by moving cars or stumbled among the piles of goods that lay about. Vessels from all parts of the world were lying at the piers. At anchor in the bay were other vessels, steamers and sailing craft, likewise hailing from the 4 quarters of the globe. All the great companies known in the East, the P&O, North German Lloyds, Messageries Maritimes, Orient and others, were represented, and the ubiquitous tramp steamers were there in goodly numbers. There were numerous intercolonial steamers engaged in the trade between Melbourne and the ports of the Australian coast, and also with Tasmania, New Zealand, Fiji and other islands. Some of the steamships have their docks at Williamstown, which is on the other side of Hobson's Bay, directly opposite Sandridge and connected with Melbourne by railway. The business of Williamstown, like that of Sandridge, is mostly connected with the shipping. A steam ferry carried our friends across the bay, and they spent an hour or 2 in Williamstown, the time being principally devoted to an inspection of the shipbuilding yards and the graving dock, which has accommodations for the largest ships engaged in the Australian trade. Hobson's Bay may be called the enlarging of the Yarra at its mouth, or the narrowing of Port Phillip Bay at its head, but by whatever description it is known, it is an excellent harbour for Melbourne, as it has good anchorage and abundance of space for the ships that congregate there. Port Phillip Bay is about 35 miles long and the same in width. Its entrance is nearly 2 miles across, and, like Sydney Harbour, it has space for all the navies of the civilised world. No doubt the Melbourne people would not object to such a visitation, provided it were peaceful, for the same reason that the Sydneyite gave to Frank and Fred, that it would be a good thing for business. On their return from Williamstown to Sandridge, the party drove to St Kilda, the Coney Island of Melbourne, and a great resort for those who are fond of salt-water bathing. Farther down the bay is Brighton Beach, a familiar name, whether the visitor be from New York or London, and if he looks further he will find other names that will not be altogether strange. All around the bay there are pleasure resorts, private residences, business establishments, factories, and other evidences that the region has long since been reclaimed from the possession of the savage and become the permanent home of the white man. Fred observed that there were fences far out in the water, enclosing areas where bathers were splashing and, to all appearances, having a good time. He immediately asked what was the use of the fences. "They are for protection against sharks," replied Mr. Manson, "which are abundant in these waters and all along the Australian coast. You have doubtless heard of them at other points." The youth remembered the sharks at Queensland and New South Wales and the stories he had heard about them. He remarked that if the creatures were as bad as they were farther north, he should not venture into the water at St Kilda until satisfied that the fence was thoroughly shark-proof. The carriage was sent back from St Kilda, and on assurance that the fence was strong, the whole party indulged in the luxury of a sea bath. Then they strolled on the beach, dined at one of the restaurants for which St Kilda is famous, and returned in the evening by railway to Melbourne. Frank and Fred thought it was very like an excursion to Coney Island, and Dr. Bronson fully agreed with them, except that he missed the broad ocean which spreads before the popular watering place of New York. "There's a fine watering place at Queenscliff, at the entrance of Port Phillip Bay," said Mr. Manson, "where you can look out on the Pacific and can see and hear the surf breaking on the shore. There's a fort there to guard the entrance in case of war, and all ships are signalled from that point on their arrival. As St Kilda is the Coney Island of Melbourne, Queenscliff may be called its Long Branch, as its distance is about 32 miles, and it can be reached both by railway and steamboat. Farther down the coast," said he, "there are other watering places, and what with the mountains and the sea, Melbourneites are well provided with retreats. Here is something interesting." As he spoke, he took from his pocket a photograph, which Dr. Bronson examined attentively, and then passed it over to the youths. It represented some rocks which resembled pieces of artillery and were overlooked by a head that reminded Frank of the Old Man of the Mountain in Franconia, New Hampshire. "The height to the crown of the head," said Mr. Manson, "is 24 feet, and the tuft of coast scrub that has found sufficient soil to cling to it in the cleft of the rock increases the resemblance to a head by representing hair. The guns are more realistic when viewed from another angle. Near them are some spherical blocks of sandstone that might almost serve as cannonballs. The head has been named the Sentinel and is also called the Sphinx. It is on the southern coast of Victoria and about 8 miles from Linn, which has a growing popularity as a watering place. The rocks resembling cannon are known as the Artillery Rocks." Frank and Fred hoped they would have an opportunity to visit this natural curiosity, but circumstances did not favour them, as Linn was too far away from the route of travel to justify the detour. The day after their visit to St Kilda, they were taken on a steamboat excursion to Geelong, a pretty and well-built city on the shores of an arm of Port Phillip Bay and about 45 miles from Melbourne. It is famous for its woolen mills, tanneries and other manufactories, and at one time its inhabitants firmly believed that it would be a successful rival of Melbourne on account of the superior advantages of its harbour and its greater nearness to the ocean. It is said that the Geelong people caused a railway to be built between that city and Melbourne, in the expectation that all the wool shipped at Melbourne would be brought to their city, which would also be the landing place of all the goods destined for Melbourne. The result was exactly the reverse. The railway serving to take from Geelong most of the foreign trade it already possessed and carry it to Melbourne. Cargoes of wool are shipped from there still, but they are few in number when compared with those from Melbourne. Before the mail closed for America, Frank and Fred busied themselves with a large number of papers which they sent to friends at home. They included the Age and the Argus, dailies which reminded them of the London Times or Daily News, the Illustrated Australian News and the Illustrated Sketcher, pictorials making their appearance monthly, a dozen or more weekly and monthly papers, some of them of Brobdingnagian proportions and representing all shades of religious, social and political feeling, and a quarterly called the Imperial Review. In a letter to his mother, Frank said they had visited the office of the Melbourne Age at the invitation of one of its proprietors, and had come away with the belief that few people in the Northern Hemisphere had a just appreciation of the journalistic skill and enterprise of the Antipodes. "The weekly edition of the Age is called The Leader," said Frank in his letter. And there isn't a daily paper in the United States that has a weekly edition to rival it in size, quantity and variety of matter. And the same may be said of the Australasian, which is the weekly edition of the Argus. The leader for this week, of which I send you a copy, contains 48 pages, and they tell me this is the regulation number. The pages are the size of those of Harper's Weekly, and are filled with whatever is considered of greatest interest to their readers in the country districts. It is evident, continued Frank, that there are many waifs and strays in the population of Australia, if we are to judge by the advertising columns of the newspapers. All the leading dailies have advertisements headed Missing Friends, and sometimes there will be a whole column of these inquiries for persons about whom information is desired by their friends. Here is one of them. Robert Whiffen arrived at Melbourne by ship, Covenanter, on Christmas Day 1852, and was last heard of in 1867. Any information respecting him will greatly oblige. What volumes might be written by the novelist if he knew all the inside history covered by the Missing Friends column of the Melbourne Age or the Sydney Herald for a single 12-month. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 21. We're sorry you were not to be here for the cup race, was remarked to our friends by half the acquaintances they made in Melbourne. It's the greatest day in the southern hemisphere, said one of them, and is to Australia what the Derby Day is to England. Banks, stores, courts, legislative councils and all other places of business are closed on that occasion, and the whole population takes a holiday. The race for the Melbourne Cup is the sporting sensation of Australia, and it is said that nearly 200,000 people assemble to witness it. The city and suburbs furnish a large part of the attendance, and the rest is made up from the country regions, from the other colonies of the continent, and not a few visitors from New Zealand and Tasmania. For weeks, and one may say for months, preceding the event, it is the principal topic of conversation, and the stranger is often surprised at the prevalence of horse talk in the best social circles. For a week before the memorable day, the city is crowded with strangers, and the oft-repeated question, "Which horse'll win the cup?" is heard everywhere and from every lip. The first Tuesday of November is Cup Day, and the race may be considered one of the harbingers of spring. Every available conveyance is in requisition, vehicles of all kinds rent for high prices. The railways run frequent trains, and many thousands of spectators go and return on foot. The racecourse is at Flemington, 3 miles from Melbourne. It covers 316 acres of ground, and is considered one of the finest racing tracks in the world. From the grandstand, the towers and spires of Melbourne are distinctly visible. The whole track lies directly in front, and altogether the scene, as the horses come in at the finish, is one long to be remembered. Horses from all the colonies may compete for the Cup. It is a curious circumstance that of all the competitors for the Melbourne Cup in 1887, not one was bred in the colony of Victoria. Though Dr. Bronson and the youths were not in Melbourne at the right time for the Cup race, they had abundant opportunity to witness games of cricket, the sport for which the Victorians are famous. The game is universally popular in the colony. In and near Melbourne there are 2 or 3 cricket grounds, splendidly equipped with everything that players or spectators could desire, and when notable games are played, they are sure to draw large crowds. The interior cities and towns have their cricket grounds, and every vacant lot in Melbourne, large enough for a game, is the resort of larrikins and other youths from 7 years old and upwards, all intent upon cricket. In fact, the game is to Australia what baseball is to America. The Australian 11 and its successful competition with the All England 11 and other British clubs is too well known to cricket players to require more than passing mention. It is no more than justice to say that the Australians are the champion cricket players of the world. The larrikin of Australia, mentioned in the preceding paragraph, is the equivalent for the street Arab of New York and the young hoodlum of San Francisco, a youth who is subject to no parental restraint and all too often is without any place he can call home. Under these circumstances he is very apt to drift into vicious ways and gives the police a good deal of trouble. When Frank first heard the word larrikin and heard its meaning, he naturally asked for its origin. "Nobody knows positively," was the reply. The story goes that years ago a policeman arrested a boy whom he had caught in some violation of the law. When called to testify against the young culprit, the policeman, who was a native of Dublin, gravely said, "I caught him, Your Honour, a larrikin, larking, around, and making a deal of noise." From that time to this, so the story goes, the turbulent youth of Australian cities and towns have been known as larrikins. Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, and all other large places in the colonies are plentifully supplied with them. Melbourne was determined, as I've said before, wrote Frank, not to be outdone by Sydney in hospitality, and it certainly wasn't. We have had invitations that would require weeks and months to accept them. Everybody has made us welcome, not only to their houses here, but at the seaside and up country. Dr. Bronson received cards for all the clubs, and in good many ways we have had the freedom of the city. There are several fine clubs here, among them the Athenaeum, the Australian, the Melbourne and the Yorick, the last being semi-professional in its character, like the Lotos of New York. In fact, it has an exchange with the Lotos, members of either club having the privileges of the other without charge for a period of 3 months. Many of the private houses have ballrooms attached, and dancing parties are very common in fashionable life. A favourite social amusement is lawn tennis, and I don't think there is any place in the world where it has greater popularity. It is played by old and young of both sexes, and many of the young ladies in society devote 3 or 4 hours daily to the sport. We were invited one day to accompany a gentleman on a round of afternoon calls. The calls amounted to visiting 6 or 8 tennis courts in succession, and in each court we found a goodly-sized party, some of the ladies and gentlemen playing as though their lives depended on winning, and the rest drinking tea, chatting and looking on. When the heat of summer comes on, those who have country houses, either by the sea or on the mountains, retire there, just as New Yorkers run away to Long Branch, Newport or the White Mountains. Some of the owners of country houses keep them open throughout the year and are never contented unless they have a party of guests to accept their hospitality. We were invited to several of these houses, but time prevented our accepting all the invitations. We ran up for a few days to a rural retreat on the southern slope of one of the mountains that looks upon Melbourne from a distance of 40 or 50 miles. The place and all its appointments were delightful. The house stands in a broad clearing in the gum forest, and in a position commanding an extensive view. To the rear and on each side the wood-covered slopes rise above it, but in front there is a view along the gently descending plains to Melbourne and the ocean beyond. Though the city is nearly 50 miles away, we can clearly make out its position on a fine day, so great is the purity of the atmosphere. When the air is a trifle murky, we see in place of Melbourne a cloud of smoke, which the winds bear away, sometimes to the north and sometimes to the south or east. Port Phillip Bay shines between the city and the ocean, and with a glass we can trace the course of the steamers as they enter or leave the great haven or creep along the coast. Immediately in front of the house the lawn sweeps down to a pretty pond or tiny lake, and around it is a garden in which all the flowers of 2 hemispheres seem to have made their home. We have been reminded over and over again, and on nearly every day of our stay in Australia, of the welcome which the climate gives to the flowers of other lands, and nowhere is the reminder more forcible than in the gardens of these country houses near Melbourne. Every description of ornamental tree and flowering shrub is to be found there, and exotics vie with the native flowers of Australia in covering the ground with all the colours known to the artist. Not only is the ground carpeted with them, but the trunks of the trees, the posts that support the houses, and even the fronts and roofs of the buildings themselves are so covered with creeping and flowering plants that scarcely any of the original wood or other material is visible. Evidently, Melbourne knew that we had been treated to a brickfield in Sydney, and was therefore determined to give us a taste of its climatic peculiarities before our departure. To offset the hot wind of Sydney, we had a southerly burster in Melbourne, and also 2 or 3 showers of rain that came down with such vigour as to fill the gutters of the lower streets to a depth of 2 or 3 feet. Most of the crossings are bridged, so that one can walk over the temporary rivers in safety, but in former times accidents were not infrequent. Another child drowned in the gutters yesterday was by no means an unusual heading in the Melbourne papers, and sometimes full-grown men fell victims to the streams that flowed like mill races while they lasted. A gentleman says that quite recently he saw a man try to jump across a gutter, but he made a miscalculation and fell into it. Instantly the stream took him off his feet and carried him partly under a low bridge, where he would have been drowned had not the spectators pulled him out by the heels. Melbourne streets are very muddy in wet weather and very dusty in dry times. The mud in winter is said to be something almost surpassing belief, unless one has actually seen and tested it. Most of the streets are macadamized with a basaltic rock, which breaks up into a very irritating and disagreeable dust that is said to be trying to the eyes of a good many people. But about the burster, which I had forgotten for the moment. The weather was fine and warm, with a northeast breeze and not a cloud in the sky. In the morning Dr. Bronson remarked that the barometer was falling, and during the forenoon it continued to go down with considerable rapidity. We were going on an excursion, but the gentleman who had invited us came around to suggest a postponement, as we were about to have a burster. We always expect it, said he, when the barometer falls rapidly in the forenoon, as it is doing now. So we stayed in and watched for the storm. There was an appearance as if a thin sheet of cloud was being rolled up before the advancing wind. In fact, it was not unlike the beginning of the brickfielder in Sydney. Then came a high wind, which brought clouds of dust, and then the breeze chopped suddenly to the south and blew with great violence. It was 30 miles an hour at the start, but before it got through with its performance, it was 60 or 70 miles. It has been known to go to 90 or 100 miles, and on one occasion it reached 150 miles an hour and did a great deal of damage. The thermometer fell more rapidly than the barometer had done. In the morning about 9 o'clock the mercury was at 89 degrees Fahrenheit, and it remained about that figure until the wind went around to the south a little past noon. In less than an hour it had fallen 20 degrees, and in another hour 20 more. These sudden changes are the trying features of the Australian climate, but the people say nobody suffers from them except in discomfort. They tell us that the mercury has been known to drop 30 degrees in half an hour, and the readings of the thermometer at noon and midnight sometimes show a variation of 99 degrees. William Howitt mentions experiencing a temperature of 139 degrees in the shade, and it is no uncommon thing for the mercury to mount to 130 degrees. There is an official record of 179 degrees in the sun and 111 degrees in the shade in South Melbourne, and at the inland town of Denilquin of 121 degrees in the shade. The burster ended towards evening with a heavy fall of rain that filled all the gutters to their fullest capacity, and but for the bridges at the crossings would have made them navigable for small boats. Thunder and lightning accompanied the rain, and while it lasted, the shower was as tropical as one could have wished. Nowhere else in the world have we seen heavier or more drenching rain than in Australia. If you want to know how fast rain can fall here, look at these figures. On February 25th, 1873, nearly 9 inches of rain fell in as many hours. At Newcastle, March 18th, 1871, they had the heaviest rainfall ever recorded in Australia. 10.5 inches fell in 2.5 hours, accompanied by a terrific squall of thunder and lightning. During the whole storm, which lasted 22 hours, more than 20 inches of rain fell. Our friends went to Ballarat, 100 miles from Melbourne, and once an important gold mining centre. It is still heavily interested in gold mining, but the alluvial diggings in its neighbourhood were exhausted long ago, and the operations at present are confined to the reefs or ledges of rock. The mines are in the suburbs, and as our friends entered the city and passed along the wide avenue called Sturt Street, with shade trees along its centre, they could hardly believe they were in a mining town. There is hardly a trace of the usual features of a mining region. The public buildings are substantial. There are numerous churches. The streets are wide, well shaded with trees, and the town boasts of a botanical garden on the shores of a lake, where there are numerous pleasure boats. Who would dream of finding these things in a town devoted to taking gold from the earth? This was the scene of the Great Rush in 1851, after the discovery of gold became known. Some of the earlier diggers obtained from 20 to 50 pounds of gold daily. The precious metal lay almost on the surface, and in several instances large nuggets were turned up by the wheels of bullock carts, or were found shining in the sun after a heavy shower. "They told us," said Frank in giving the account of his visit to the gold mines, "that a man one day sat down to rest at the foot of a tree in the scrub. Wishing to sharpen his knife, he proceeded to rub it upon a large stone that lay half embedded between the roots. As he rubbed away on the supposed stone, what was his surprise to see it turn to gold? With his knife he dug around it, gashed it in several places, and found he had unearthed a nugget larger than he could carry. Here was a fortune, and all gained by accident. What to do he did not know. He could not carry the nugget, and he dared not go away to obtain aid, lest it might be discovered in his absence, and also for fear he might not find his way back to it. If he dug a hole and concealed it, someone might observe him, and would know at once what he was about, and he could not wait where he was, as he might be there for days without being seen, and he had no provisions with him. Besides, his first visitors might be bushrangers, who would appropriate his treasure to their own use, and quite likely knock him in the head to get rid of a disagreeable witness against them. He did the best thing he could under the circumstances. He covered his treasure with earth and leaves, then tied his shirt to a neighbouring tree to mark the spot, and half naked went as quickly as possible to the gold commissioner of the district, and obtained an escort to accompany him to the place and secure the prize. Luckily no one had been there in his absence, and the great nugget was borne safely to the commissioner's tent. According to Australian history, gold was discovered at Lewis Pond Creek in New South Wales in February 1851 by Edward Hargreaves, and at Clunes, 16 miles from Ballarat, Victoria, in July of the same year, by a miner named Esmond. Both Hargreaves and Esmond were rewarded by the government for their discoveries. They had been gold miners in California and were led to search where they did through the similarity of the ground. There is a report that gold was really found by a shepherd near Clunes at least 2 years before the discovery by Esmond, and there is another report that gold was found in 1814 by convicts who were building a road over the Blue Mountains, but the government kept the discovery secret. No gold mining region in the world ever gave up so much of the precious metal in the same time as did Ballarat in the early days. Claims 8 feet square and the same in depth yielded from $50,000 to $60,000 each. At the Prince Regent mine, men made $80,000 each in a few months' time. At one claim, a tub full of earth washed out nearly $10,000. One nugget, the Welcome, was sold for $52,500, and a claim that had been abandoned on the supposition that it was worked out gave to the fortunate 2 men who then took possession no less than $40,000 in less than 2 weeks. I could fill a volume with stories such as these, and then shouldn't be at the end. The total yield of the Australian gold mines up to the present time is said to be very nearly $1,700,000,000. Just before gold was discovered in Victoria, the colony had 77,000 inhabitants. In a single year, 80,000 were added to the population, and 3 years after the gold discovery, there were 236,000 inhabitants there. The number has increased ever since, with more or less steadiness, and now exceeds 1 million. In 1854, there were 51 females to every 100 males. Now the proportions are 88 to 100. "We went from Ballarat to Sandhurst, another mining city," said Fred in his journal. "It was formerly known as Bendigo, and in old times was the scene of a rush much like that to Ballarat. It has had about the same history as Ballarat, having been wonderfully rich in alluvial diggings, then almost deserted, and finally doing a fine business in quartz mining. In one respect, today it differs from Ballarat. At the latter place the mines are in the suburbs, while here they are right in the city. There is a mine in nearly every backyard. Gold is sometimes, so they say, picked up in the street, and is even in the bricks of the houses. The first brick house built in Sandhurst was pulled down and crushed, and the crushing yielded 3 ounces of gold to the ton. At any rate, that's what they tell us, and they're very earnest about it too. Then we came back by railway through Ballarat as far as Geelong, where we turned off to Colac and Camperdown to see the famous Lake District of Victoria. At Colac we climbed a hill and from its summit counted 15 lakes, varying in size from tiny ponds to that of the Dead Sea of Corangamite, with an area of 49,000 acres and a circuit of more than 90 miles. It is so salt that no fish can live in its waters, salter a good deal than the sea. A strange feature of the lakes of this region is that they are alternately salt and fresh. Almost at our feet, as we sat on the summit of the hill, were 5 lakes, 2 fresh and 3 salt, and they were separated by very narrow strips of land. The salt is said to come from the drainage of the rocks, the water being evaporated faster than it flows in. In summer, the lakes fall below their winter level and leave great quantities of salt on the banks, where it is gathered by the people. We all agree that we have never seen prettier lake scenery anywhere in the world than in this famous western district of Victoria. The lakes are at various levels, the larger ones studded with islands, and the shores of the salt lakes glistening with snowy crystals. In the landscape are plains, undulating areas, and mountains. The plains are dotted with trees. There are flocks of sheep and herds of cattle scattered over them, and here and there we can make out the houses of the prosperous farmers and trace the fences that enclose fields of grain. Most of the smaller lakes are in the craters of extinct volcanoes, and there is abundant evidence that this region was once the scene of great convulsions of nature. Warrnambool and Belfast are the ports of this district, and they supply the markets of Sydney, Brisbane and Adelaide, as well as the nearer one of Melbourne, with potatoes. The people claim that their potatoes are without competitors, quality and quantity being of the highest class. The maximum yields are from 20 to 30 tons an acre. Land sells for $400 an acre for growing potatoes, and one happy landowner lets out 2 square miles of ground for $25 an acre annually. This is the part of the country that was originally named Australia Felix, and it certainly deserved the title. "Where will we go next?" queried one of the youths, as the party was returning from Colac to Melbourne. "Where do you wish to go?" said the doctor, answering one question by asking another. "According to what they tell us," responded the original questioner, "there is still a great deal to be seen, at least from a resident's point of view. We are urged to visit cattle and sheep stations in the interior, but there can hardly be anything especially new about them after what we have seen in New South Wales and Queensland, so I vote against any more pastoral visits." The other members of the party asserted to his opinion, and it was decided that time did not permit them to stay longer among sheep and cattle. For a similar reason it was concluded to decline an invitation to spend a few days in Gippsland, which was named after one of the former governors and is famous for its mountain scenery, its lakes, rivers and other natural features. Some portions of it are too rough for agriculture, but a considerable part is peculiarly rich and fertile, and produces abundantly when brought under cultivation. A large proportion of the cattle sold in the Melbourne market comes from Gippsland, and the region has great resources in minerals, which are as yet but slightly developed. Tourists with a love for fishing and shooting generally find time to visit Gippsland, as these sports can be had there to the fullest extent. The forests of this region are very dense, and consequently the clearing of the land is attended with considerable expense. Frank thought with a sigh of the trout in the streams of this fertile district. He had hoped to be the captor of some of them, but his hopes were dashed when it was decided to give the go-by to Gippsland. "And now," said the doctor, "I'll tell you my plan." The youths listened attentively as he continued. "Today is Tuesday. There's a steamer twice a week, Monday and Thursday, for Launceston in Tasmania. We are due at Melbourne at 3:41 this afternoon. We will devote this evening and tomorrow to saying goodbye to our friends and leave by the steamer on Thursday for Launceston. How will that do?" The youths promptly assented, as they always did when the doctor told them his plans, and it was at once agreed that the scheme would be carried out. Arrangements were made accordingly. The farewell calls were made in the time prescribed by social rules, and the steamer started at noon on the appointed day. She carried the party across Bass's Strait during the night, and on the next morning they were at the entrance of the Tamar River on their way to Launceston, 40 miles up the stream and 267 from Melbourne. Frank wondered why the name of the island was changed from Van Diemen's Land to Tasmania. He received the following explanation. It was discovered by the Dutch navigator Abel Jans Tasman in 1642, and by him was named Van Diemen's Land, in honour of the then governor of the Dutch East Indies. Tasman was in love with the governor's daughter, Maria, and gave her name to one of the smaller islands. Van Diemen's Land was first permanently occupied in 1803, when the British government established a convict station there, and soon followed it by other convict stations. It was a penal colony from its settlement until 1853, when transportation was discontinued. During this half-century, many thousands of convicts were sent there, and the name of Van Diemen's Land was inseparably connected with the horrors of the system of English deportation and the crimes which led to it. Consequently, many of the colonists sought a change of name for their country, and on the 1st of January 1856 it was made, in reply to an address of the Legislative Council, in which it was represented that the letters patent of the bishop were for the Diocese of Tasmania, that the colonists used the title generally, and it was preferred to Van Diemen's Land by the colonists and by this council. It is to be hoped that the history of transportation will eventually be as much a thing of the past as is the former name of this beautiful island. Our friends found the scenery of the Tamar interesting, and as the steamer slowly stemmed the current, they were treated to a constantly changing and never wearying panorama. The island is the smallest of the Australian colonies. It is about the size of Scotland, and resembles it in being full of fine scenery. It is a land of mountains, lakes and rivers. Its climate is a little warmer than that of England, and a little more dry, and everything that grows in the British Islands will grow in Tasmania. The banks of the Tamar reminded our friends of those of the Thames, save that they were not as well peopled, and the mountain ranges which formed the background on either side were lofty and picturesque. As the vessel neared her destination, Frank and Fred were informed that they were at the head of the Tamar, or would be when they reached Launceston. "The North Esk and the South Esk," said their informant, "come together at Launceston, and their union forms the Tamar. The North Esk comes tumbling down from a rocky region, while the South Esk flows through a rich agricultural district, closely resembling some of the best farming country of England." And so they found it when, on the following day, they made an excursion into the region under consideration. The resemblance to England was heightened by the hedges that separated the fields from one another, and were a most agreeable change from the rail and wire fences to which they had become accustomed during their travels in Australia. The soil appeared to be of unusual fertility, and they readily accepted the statement of one of the residents that Tasmania was the garden of the world. "Everything that grows in England grows here," said he, "and grows better. The fruits are larger and of finer flavour, the yield of grain is more to the acre, and as to quality, there is nothing that can surpass that of our products. Our great drawbacks are distance from markets, the high price of labour, and the lack of suitable means for bringing the products of the farms to the seaports. We could supply the whole of Victoria with jam made from our fruits, but as she grows fruit herself, she has a protective tariff that practically excludes us." They found Launceston a pretty little city of about 17,000 inhabitants, and picturesquely situated. It has the usual public buildings and parks, and in its vicinity are several show places, which they visited in the afternoon. In a carriage they went to Corra, Linn, 6 miles from Launceston, where the North Esk pairs through a gateway of basaltic rock, and dashes over a bed of boulders that break the water into a mass of foam. Then it changes suddenly into a quiet stream which reflects the rocks and foliage bending over it, then changes again into tumbling rapids, and afterwards becomes the calm stream that unites with the South Esk to form the Tamar. After Linn, said Frank, we saw the Cataract Gorge and the Punch Bowl, which are favourite places of resort of the citizens and are certainly very pretty and interesting. Then we walked in the town park and saw the Garden Crescent, which is a popular recreation ground and much frequented. In the evening we had an interesting conversation with a gentleman whom we met at the hotel, or rather on the steamer which brought us from Melbourne. We asked to be permitted to take notes of what he said. He readily consented, and here it is, as Fred and I jotted it down. We have about 130,000 inhabitants in the island, which is divided into 18 counties, and these are again subdivided into parishes for administrative purposes. We have self-government on the same general plan as the other Australian colonies, and have been self-governing since 1856. Our climate is remarkable for its mildness, being removed from the extremes of heat and cold. The summers are never unpleasantly hot, and woolen clothing may be worn throughout the year, while the winters are not severe enough, even in the tablelands of the interior, to stop work in the fields. Snow covers the tops of the mountains in winter, but rarely falls on the lowlands, and when it does come, it doesn't stay long. We love England, and have named most of our counties after those of the old country, and in religion we are English. Out of our whole population, more than half are adherents of the English Church. Then come the Catholics with 30,000, Methodists 10,000, Church of Scotland 9,000, and Independents 5,000. Other religions are not numerous in their following, but we have a good deal of variety, as we have Mohammedans and pagans in addition to Israelites, and several smaller sects of Christians. We are a law-abiding people generally, and when you remember that the country was for so long the receptacle of convicts, you will admit that our proportion of crime is very small. The people of Australia sometimes call us Van Diemensians in derision, but we don't mind it, though we would like to have the name of Van Diemen's Land forgotten, as it has so many unpleasant associations. But however glad we are that we ceased to be a convict colony, there is no getting over the fact that the most prosperous days of the island were when transportation was in existence. Dr. Bronson asked him to explain this, which he did. The prosperity, he continued, was due to several causes. In the first place, the government sent its convicts here, and it maintained a large military and police force to take care of them. This meant an expenditure of money. The annual outlay of the government in Tasmania was £350,000, and of course we lost this when transportation stopped. Then too, the free colonists that came out here received grants of land, and also assignments of convicts to work the land, the size of the grants being proportioned to the number of convicts that a colonist would receive. It was a good thing for the squatter, and he was not slow to take advantage of it. It was like Negro slavery, with the addition that the slaves cost nothing to the owner. If a man died, the squatter could get another for nothing. If a man ran away, he was generally recaptured at once if he did not starve in the bush. And if he misbehaved himself in any way, the squatter sent him to the nearest magistrate to be flogged. Were the squatters not allowed to administer punishment? Queried Dr. Bronson. No, they were not, was the reply, but the magistrate usually applied the lash without taking the trouble to inquire into the case. It was no uncommon thing for a convict employed on a squatter's station to be sent with a note to the magistrate in which the latter was requested to give the man 2 or 3 dozen lashes, as the case might be. He received them and was sent home. If he ran away, either before or after the flogging, notice was given at once, and the police were speedily after him. In the bush he could easily elude the police, but the necessity for food generally drove him to surrender or led to his capture. No one was allowed to give food to a runaway, and as the general safety depended on the suppression of bush ranging, no one was inclined to do so. But didn't men sometimes make their escape and live in the bush? Only in a few instances. One runaway managed to hide himself for 7 years, building a hut and raising a few vegetables in a spot where he was not discovered. He kept a goat and a few sheep, and came occasionally in the night to the nearest station to steal a few articles that he needed. But at length the solitude was too much for him, and he came to the very station that he had plundered, and gave himself up. The squatter's wife was alone with her children when the man appeared, with his hair long and tangled, a few sheepskins stitched together for his clothing, and his whole appearance denoting destitution and despair. What was done with him? The squatter was a gentleman of influence. He realised that the convict could easily have murdered his wife and children, and in gratitude for his forbearance he became interested in the man's case and obtained his pardon. The man afterwards became a prosperous farmer and led a strictly honest life. Not only were the convicts valuable as servants or labourers for the squatters and employers generally, continued the gentleman, but they were also useful for the public works that are needed in a new country. There is a fine waggon road from Launceston to Hobart, 120 miles, which was built by gangs of convicts working under overseers and guards. There isn't a better road in Europe than this, and the same may be said of other roads that were built by convict labour in the early days of the colony. Before the railway was built, the stagecoaches used to run through from one place to the other in 13 hours, or at the rate of 9 miles an hour. When you reach Hobart, the capital of Tasmania, you will find a handsome town of 20,000 inhabitants, with good streets and substantial buildings, the Government House being one of the best belonging to a British colony anywhere. Hobart was largely built by convict labour, and so you see, we have many things to remind us that transportation was not by any means a detriment to the country. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 22. The forenoon of our second day in Tasmania, said Frank, was devoted to an excursion on the Launceston and Formby Railway as far as Deloraine. We left Launceston at 8 o'clock in the morning, reached Deloraine, 45 miles, at 10:15, had an hour and 3/4 in and around the place, and started at noon on our return. They urged us to stay longer and see more, and some of the acquaintances we had made seemed much disappointed that we declined to do so. The Tasmanians are as hospitable as their Australian neighbours, and do their utmost to make the stranger feel at home. They specially wished us to visit the Chudley Caves, which are about 20 miles from Deloraine, and are considered, by the Tasmanians at least, among the wonders of the world. We were told that we could walk 5 miles underground and see the entire caves in about 4 hours, that the mud and water would nowhere be more than 3 feet deep, and there were many places in the caves where there was no mud at all. No doubt the caves are remarkable, but as we had seen the Mammoth and Luray caves, we did not specially care for those of Chudley, much to the disappointment of the gentleman who urged us to see them. The railway between Launceston and Deloraine passes through a fertile country in which there are many fine farms and a goodly number of pastoral stations devoted to the rearing of high-class sheep, which are exported to Australia to improve the flocks of that country. The train rolled through glades and over plains, along the sides of mountains and across rippling streams, and as we approached Deloraine, the conductor called our attention to a bold spur of a mountain called Quamby Bluff, which is the end of a long range that filled the horizon. On our return to Launceston, we were just in time to catch the 3 p.m. train for Hobart, which we reached at 8 o'clock in the evening. The Launceston and Western Railway is of broad gauge, but the line to Hobart is a narrow one, 3 feet 6 inches, on account of the heavy work in the mountains through which its route is laid. As long as the daylight lasted, we had a beautiful panorama, the scene changing at every turn of the sinuous track. Occasionally we had glimpses of the old carriage road built by the convicts, and were impressed with its solidity and the thoroughness of the work, of which it is evidence. It is said that the road cost more than a railway would at present, and I have no doubt, after seeing it, that this was the case. We asked if any Aboriginals could be seen along the route, and were told that the last Tasmanian Aboriginal, Truganini or Lallaruk, died in 1876, and the last Tasmanian man in 1869. When the island was first occupied by the English, there were 4,000 or 5,000 natives upon it. There was incessant war between them and the whites until 1832, when the greater number of the blacks had been killed, only a few hundreds remaining. In 1854 there were only 16 of them alive, and these gradually died off. It is said that when the English landed in Tasmania, they mistook the friendly signs of the natives for hostile ones, and the mistake led the commanding officer to order his men to fire on the group that had assembled on the beach. 50 natives were killed on this occasion, and thus a needless war was begun. Of course, we have been invited to visit gold mines and other places where valuable minerals are found. They tell us that Tasmania contains the most valuable tin mine in the world, its annual yield being worth nearly $1 million. It was discovered in 1872 by a man who was regarded by his neighbours as more than half a lunatic. For years he sought for tin among the mountains, suffering all sorts of hardships and privations, and when at last he found the desired deposit, his assertion that he had done so was not believed. He was nicknamed Philosopher Smith, and had great difficulty in securing attention to his discovery and raising the necessary capital for working the mine. Like most discoverers, he did not reap the reward for what he found, as he was compelled to sell his shares in the mine while they were at a very low price. A share, originally costing 30 shillings, was worth £80 a few years later. A few miles before reaching Hobart, we came to the banks of the Derwent, the river on which the capital stands. It is a beautiful stream flowing down from the interior mountains, and its valley is said to be exceedingly picturesque. Hobart justified the description which our friend at Launceston gave us. It stands on 7 hills, with a larger hill called Knocklofty behind it, and behind this hill again is Mount Wellington, 4,166 feet high. The harbour is deep and capacious, and the navigation is so easy that ships often come in without pilots. Until 1881 this place was called Hobart Town, or Hobarton. In that year the name was officially changed to Hobart. The day after our arrival we climbed to the top of Mount Wellington and were well repaid for the fatigue of the ascent by the magnificent view it afforded. It was landscape and seascape together, and both extensive and picturesque. Water and land were spread below us as on a map, and we looked away towards the southern pole and wondered what would be encountered if we journeyed in that direction. Hobart is a famous resort of Australians who come here to escape the heat of summer. Its climate is delightful, and if all that the inhabitants claim is true, the Australians who come here have no reason to complain. Dr. Bronson says he has been told that the ladies of Tasmania are so charming that the friends of an Australian bachelor tremble for him whenever he decides to spend the summer at Hobart. But the doctor says the friends of a Tasmanian bachelor might be equally fearful when the latter goes to Melbourne or Sydney for an extended visit. New York boasts of its Franklin Square, where the Harpers have their great publishing house. Hobart has its Franklin Square, which is a pretty garden in memory of Sir John Franklin, who was governor here at one time. In the centre of the garden is a bronze statue of the renowned navigator. There are other gardens and parks. There are the Royal Society's grounds and the Queen's Domain, which are much frequented, and there is a splendid cricket ground where games are played very often. We have witnessed a rowing match between the Hobart and the Mercantile rowing clubs, and are told that there is a grand regatta here every year that brings many visitors from Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide and other cities. Altogether, Hobart impresses us most agreeably, and the inhabitants are justly proud of it. The stay of the party in Tasmania was somewhat shortened by reason of their haste to reach South Australia. They made a brief visit to Port Arthur, which is about 3 hours distant from Hobart by steamer, and lies in a landlocked bay enclosed between rugged hills which completely shelter it from the wind. Here are the prisons where thousands of convicts were once confined under the most rigorous discipline, the least infraction of the rules being punished with the lash, and serious ones by death through hanging. The story is that the latter punishment was so frequent that the jail chaplain at Hobart once made a protest, not against hanging in general or the number of men hanged, but at the pressure upon their facilities. He said that no more than 13 men could be comfortably executed at once, and the crowding had been too great. He trusted that for the future the accommodations of the jail might not be overtaxed. Our friends saw the prisons at Port Arthur, but the prisoners have been gone since 1876. The massive buildings remain without tenants and are going to decay as fast as solid stone structures can go. Frank and Fred were especially interested in the Neck, the narrow isthmus which connects the mainland with the peninsula where the prisons stand. Across the Neck, savage dogs were formerly chained at such close intervals that a man could not pass between them. The isthmus is not more than 100 feet in width, and as there were 15 dogs kept there, a man had no chance of passing them. If he attempted to swim around them at night, the dogs were expected to give warning by barking, and the waters are so infested with sharks that a person swimming has little chance of getting away with his life. The dogs were also used for hunting down the few prisoners who managed to get past the line. The number of escapes was very small, but in spite of all precautions, escapes did occur. The most notable instance is that of 3 men, Martin Cash, Jones, and Kavanagh, who swam across the bay one night, reached a farmhouse in the early morning, and there provided themselves with weapons and ammunition before their escape was discovered. Thus equipped for highway robbery and defence, they remained free for years, but were taken and hanged at last. Convicts at Port Arthur and other Tasmanian prisons were known as yellow birds, on account of the yellow uniform they wore. Rather suddenly, said Fred, we left Hobart one day for South Australia, as we found that if we waited for the next steamer, we should be detained longer than we cared to be in Tasmania. 3 days carried us to our destination at Port Adelaide, where we again set foot on the Australian continent. We passed up the Gulf of St. Vincent and entered Port Adelaide between 2 large shoals of sand which are marked by lighthouses. The captain of the steamer told us that the port was formerly difficult of entrance and quite shallow, but it has been deepened within the past few years and the channels have been widened so that it is now accessible for very large ships. As its name implies, it is the port of Adelaide, the capital of South Australia, 7 miles away and easily accessible by a double-track railway. We landed at a long and handsome pier. I had time to observe, before leaving for the city, that a great deal of money has been expended in dock and pier facilities, and in making the harbour a suitable one for an ambitious colony. There are immense sheds for the storage of wool and grain. There are graving docks and repair shops, manufactories of several kinds, 2 or 3 hospitals, a home for sailors, churches, schools, public buildings of the usual kinds found at a well-arranged seaport, and hotels and restaurants sufficient for the entertainment of all who are likely to remain long enough to require them. The railway carried us to Adelaide in about 20 minutes, and we found ourselves in a city whose regularity reminded us of Philadelphia or Chicago. It was founded in 1837 by Colonel Light, who named it after the Queen of William IV. It originally contained 1,042 allotments of 1 acre each, and is built nearly in the form of a square, with the streets at right angles. The ground is almost a level plain, and the situation is about 5 miles from the Mount Lofty range of hills, whose highest point is 2,300 feet above the sea level. The streets of Adelaide are wide and generally handsome. The show one of all is King William Street, which runs from south to north and bisects the city. We drove along this street and were all agreed that we would have to travel very far to find a handsomer avenue in a city no older than this. We passed the government offices, which is an extensive pile of buildings, forming a solid block and covering a large area. Close by the government buildings is the town hall, which is conspicuous for its high tower, and on the other side of the street is the post office, which accommodates both the post office and the telegraph, and will do so until Adelaide is more than twice its present size. The white freestone of which the town hall and post office are built is said to have come from some extensive quarries near the city. In addition to the public edifices, King William Street contains banks, newspaper offices and other private buildings that would be a credit to any city of Europe or America. As for churches, I don't know how many we have seen in our drive through the principal streets. They give the impression that Adelaide is a very religious city and that her wealthy people have been very liberal in providing places of worship. All the prominent religions are represented, the Church of England taking the lead, as in the other colonies. At the last census of South Australia, the Church of England had 76,000 adherents. Roman Catholics numbered 43,000, Methodists 42,000, Lutherans 20,000, Presbyterians 18,000, Baptists 14,000, and Congregationalists, Bible Christians, and Primitive Methodists about 10,000 each. No state aid is given to any of the churches, all of them being supported by voluntary contributions. There are nearly 1,000 churches and chapels in the colony, exclusive of 400 other buildings which are occasionally used for religious worship. We asked the driver of our carriage to show us some of the finest private residences. He did so, and we certainly commend the good taste of the leading citizens in their architecture. Our drive extended to North Adelaide, which is to the city what South Melbourne is to Melbourne, being principally a place for residents. The River Torrens separates Adelaide from its northern suburb. We crossed it on one of 3 handsome bridges and found it less worthy of the name of river than is the Yarra at Melbourne, its bed being little more than a dry waste of sand. 10 months in the year this is said to be its condition. For the other 2 months it is an impetuous flood. The river isn't as bad as it was, as a dam has been thrown across it near the jail, and the water held by it forms a narrow lake about 2 miles long, which furnishes a floating place for steam launches and rowboats in great number. We took a sail on one of the launches and enjoyed it very much. The lake reminded us in some respects of the Orza Alster at Hamburg and seems to be much appreciated by the citizens. The water supply of the city comes from the Torrens. It is drawn into reservoirs a few miles above the city and brought thence through covered mains into the city limits. The population of the city itself is about 50,000, and there are said to be 130,000 people living within a radius of 10 miles from the town hall. The population of the whole territory of South Australia is not far from 350,000, including about 5,000 Aboriginals. The area of the colony, including the Northern Territory, is estimated at 903,690 square miles. It covers 27 degrees of latitude and 12 of longitude, and is more than 15 times as large as England and Wales combined. Its greatest length is 1,850 miles, and its greatest width 650 miles. We delivered some letters of introduction, and were hospitably received, our entertainers doing their best to give us a good opinion of the city and colony. One of them told us that Adelaide had been called the City of Churches on account of the number and beauty of its religious edifices, and also the farmaceous city, owing to its great shipments of wheat and flour. South Australia is largely devoted to wheat culture, and some of the farms will rival the great wheat farms of the northwestern states of America. They have all the improved machinery for raising wheat on a grand scale, and their owners are liberal buyers of American ploughs, mowers, reapers and other apparatus intended for economy of labour in producing the staff of life. We visited one of these large wheat farms and were greatly impressed with what we saw there. It employs ordinarily about 70 hands, and in the busy season the number often exceeds 200. Everything is reduced to a system, and the manager is autocratic in his power. There is a set of printed rules to govern the conduct of the men, and they are required to sign them when engaged. All hands are called when a bell rings at 5 a.m. Horses are cleaned and fed before 6 a.m. when breakfast is served. The teams are in the field by 7 o'clock. An hour is allowed at noon for dinner, and then work continues till 6 p.m. in summer and 5 p.m. in winter. Supper is served at 7. Horses are fed and watered at 8:30, and the dining room is cleared and locked up at 10 o'clock. First class hands receive 20 shillings, $5 weekly. Second class, 18 shillings, and third class, 16 shillings. Anyone in charge of horses who abuses them or neglects to feed and care for them properly is discharged at once and forfeits all wages due him. Varying penalties are affixed for other offences, and the inducement is held out that any labourer can raise himself to a first-class position by good and industrious conduct. The product of wheat in the colony varies in different seasons. In 1884 to 85 it was nearly 15 million bushels, but since then it has been much less, owing to severe droughts. There are nearly 7 millions of sheep in South Australia, and the wool crop is the next in importance to the breadstuffs. The colony produces great quantities of grapes, and the export of wine is steadily increasing. Grapes, peaches, apricots, oranges and kindred fruits grow with very little attention, and in their season they are retailed in the market of Adelaide at a penny a pound, so that all tables are liberally supplied with them. We have eaten some very fine fruit since we came here, but the people tell us we are not in the time of year to see the orchards at their best. There are several pretty watering places within a few miles of Adelaide, where the people go in summer to enjoy the cool breezes from the southern seas. One of the favourite spots of this sort is Glenelg, which is only a few miles distant and easily reached by railway. We went there one afternoon, partly to see what it was like and partly because it is where the colony was founded. On the 28th of December 1836, Captain Hindmarsh landed there, and in the presence of a few officials and some 200 immigrants who had been sent out from London, read his commission as the first governor of South Australia and proclaimed the foundation of the colony. The ceremony took place under a venerable gum tree or eucalyptus, which is known as Proclamation Tree. We saw the tree, but it has fallen and is greatly decayed, and were it not for the board affixed to it, telling that on this spot the colony was founded, no one would consider it of any importance. The anniversary of this event is celebrated as a public holiday. All business is suspended on that day, and Glenelg is crowded with people who come to look at the Proclamation Tree and enjoy the cool breeze that blows from the ocean. The long pier, jutting into the bay at Glenelg, is a favourite resort on pleasant evenings, and our experience there reminded us of an evening at Coney Island or Long Branch. The Orient and P&O steamers stop at Glenelg to land and receive the South Australian mails. The anchorage is somewhat exposed to heavy winds, and occasionally there is considerable delay in landing or embarking. The Adelaideans are very proud of their parks and gardens, and with good reason. They certainly compare well with those of Sydney and Melbourne, and that is saying that they are very fine indeed. All around the city there are reserved lands which vary in width, but will average not far from half a mile. They are intended for parks for the public and are planted with shade trees and laid out into walks and drives. As the city grows, they will be in the midst of houses and not at such distances that a special journey will be required to reach them. Then they have squares of several acres in each quarter of the city, beautifully laid out and planted with shade trees. And they have the Botanic Garden of about 40 acres, containing, among other things, several fern houses, shade houses, a Victoria Regia house, and a large and handsome palm house, in which tropical plants are sheltered. We went repeatedly through the Botanic Garden and constantly found something to interest us. A few years ago, a museum of economic botany was erected, and since it was open to the public, it has done much practical good. Plants are distributed to those who desire them, and many valuable or beautiful exotics have thus been acclimatised in Australia. As usual, Frank and Fred studied the map of the country and considered its capabilities in the way of travel. Frank thought it would be the best kind of fun to cross the continent from south to north, following the line of the overland telegraph from Adelaide to Port Darwin. Fred was of the same opinion, but suggested that before broaching the subject to the doctor, they should learn something about the route. With this object in view, they made inquiries, the replies to which quite discouraged their enterprise. What they learned can best be given in the words of their informant, a gentleman connected with the telegraph service. "I have been over the whole line from Adelaide to Port Darwin," said he, "and will briefly tell you about it. The distance is about 1,700 miles, and more than half of it is uninhabited by white men, except at the telegraph stations. Some of it can never be occupied, as it is absolutely waterless, but in course of time, and with improved means of obtaining or storing water, the greater part can be made inhabitable. The first white man to cross the continent was John McDowell Stewart. Don't confound his name with that of Captain Sturt, a thing that's very likely to happen, as they were intimately associated." "Won't you kindly tell us a little about Captain Sturt?" asked one of the youths. "We've heard his name frequently as that of one of Australia's heroes." "Certainly," was the reply. "Captain Charles Sturt was sent out by the Sydney government to make an exploration beyond the Blue Mountains in the direction of the interior of the continent. Between 1827 and 1830 he made 2 expeditions, in which he discovered the Darling and Murray rivers. On the second expedition he descended those streams in a whaleboat, which he had taken along for the purpose of navigating any rivers or lakes into which the smaller streams already discovered took their course. The Macquarie, the Lachlan and the Murrumbidgee flow westward from the dividing range, but their outlets were then unknown. On his voyage down the Murray to the sea, Sturt had several fights with the natives, underwent many hardships and accidents, and found his men greatly reduced in strength. There he was obliged to turn back and propel his boat against the stream to the point whence it started. It was a toilsome journey. The natives opposed the explorers, and they fought their way from place to place, and it was only by the superiority of their firearms over the primitive weapons of the blacks that they escaped with their lives. For 1,500 miles they travelled in this way, and when they reached their old camp on the 27th day of their upward voyage, Sturt was hardly able to stand. Provisions were exhausted, and when aid reached them, they were at the point of starvation. In 1843, this same Captain Sturt offered to lead an expedition from South Australia to the interior of the continent. His offer was accepted, and in 1844 the expedition started on its way. Unfortunately, summer was approaching, and the party was destined to suffer terribly from heat and thirst. For 6 months it was encamped in one spot, unable to move. There was little or no water in the country, and 4 months passed without a drop of rain or even of dew. Sturt reported that the heat drew every screw and nail in their boxes. The horn handles of their instruments, as well as their combs, were split into fine laminae. The lead dropped out of their pencils, their signal rockets were entirely spoiled, their hair, as well as the wool of their sheep, ceased to grow, and their nails became as brittle as glass. Their flour lost more than 8% of its original weight, and other provisions in greater proportion. The mean of the thermometer during December, January and February was 101 degrees, 104 degrees and 101 degrees respectively in the shade, and in the sun it sometimes reached 160 degrees. Sturt did everything that lay within human power to reach the centre of the continent, but was unable to get nearer than within 150 miles of it. Some of his men died, and he turned back when at a point where it was absolutely certain that no water lay beyond. His draftsman on that expedition was John McDowell Stewart, the man who was the first to cross the continent from south to north, and whom I asked you not to confound with Captain Sturt. Sturt tried 3 times before he succeeded. At last, on July 10th, 1862, he reached the sea at the mouth of the Adelaide River in Van Diemen's Gulf on the north coast. Very soon after the result of Stewart's expedition became known, it was proposed to build a telegraph line across the continent, following Stuart's track, to meet the cable from Singapore to Port Darwin, and thus connect the colonies with the rest of the telegraphic world. The work was planned and completed by Mr. Charles Todd, Superintendent of Telegraphs, and was begun in 1870. On August 22, 1872, the first message was sent over the completed line, and congratulations were exchanged between London and Adelaide. "Didn't the blacks give you a great deal of trouble?" Frank asked. "Less than was feared," was the reply. "We managed to give them a wholesome dread of the whitefellow's devil, as they called it, and though they have raided the stations on several occasions and killed the officers, they have never disturbed the wires. While we were building the line, we gave every native who visited us an electric shock, and it seriously affected their nerves and also their imaginations. Once we had two of the most important chiefs at points more than 100 miles apart. We carried on conversations for them for 2 or 3 hours, and then had them meet halfway between the stations and compare notes. To say they were awestruck would be expressing it mildly. They were fairly paralysed with astonishment." "How far apart are the stations?" "The distances vary according to water and other conditions. Some of the stations are more than 100 miles from their neighbours on either side, and at every station there are 2 operators and 4 line repairers. When a break occurs, a repair party starts from the station on each side and travels along the line, testing it every 20 or 30 miles until the fault has been found and communication restored. Then the parties return to their own stations, generally without seeing each other." "How do you carry supplies through this desert?" inquired Fred. "We use camels, which were first introduced from Afghanistan by Sir Thomas Elder, and have been found admirably adapted to the arid regions of Australia. A camel breeding establishment has been in existence at Beltana for nearly 20 years, and more than 1,000 camels have been supplied from it for hauling stores and doing other work that is usually performed by oxen or horses. They are broken to harness or the saddle. They draw drays or light pleasure wagons singly, and teams of 6 or 8 camels are harnessed to heavy wagons, which they easily pull through the sand, together with a load of 2 or 3 tons. The Belle of Beltana, the daughter of the superintendent of the station, has a camel which she rides with a side saddle, just as a Belle of New York rides her favourite saddle horse. All the later exploring expeditions have been equipped with camels, and it was for exploration that these animals were first brought here. About 3 years after the line was opened, the men at the Barrow Creek station, 1,000 miles from Adelaide, were attacked by the blacks. A line repairer and an operator, Mr. Stapleton, were mortally wounded, and 2 others seriously. As Mr. Stapleton lay dying, the news was flashed to Adelaide by the other operator. The doctor and Mrs. Stapleton were summoned to a room in the Adelaide office, where they listened to the click of the instrument, which told how the husband's life was ebbing away in the far distant desert. An instrument was brought to his bedside and placed under his hand. He received the doctor's message that his wound was fatal, received the farewell of his wife, then telegraphed her an eternal goodbye, and as he finished it, his fingers clutched the key, and in a moment he lay dead. I was one of the group that stood in the Adelaide office that day, and you can easily believe that the scene moved everybody to tears. The youths easily did believe it, for their own eyes were moist as they heard the sad story. The gentleman paused for 1, 2, in fact, for several minutes, with his head turned away, then resumed. "The success of the telegraph has emboldened us, and we are now building a railway along the same line, and hope to have it done within the next 10 years. 400 miles are completed northward from Adelaide, and on the other side of the continent, half that distance is in the hands of contractors. Camels are employed to carry supplies, material and water to the men in advance of the end of the track, and the work is being pushed forward very much as your builders in America constructed the Central and Union Pacific Railways across the Great Plains east of the Rocky Mountains, and between those mountains and the Sierra Nevada range." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Boy Travellers in Australasia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a fine voice. The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox. Chapter 23. The mention of the explorations that preceded the construction of the Australian Overland Telegraph drew the attention of our young friends to the men whose names are famous in the history of Australian discovery. They had already thought of the subject when they saw in Melbourne the bronze statue in memory of the explorers Burke and Wills, but at that time they were too busy to make any extended investigation concerning it. The result of their reading and other study of Australian explorations they briefly summed up as follows. For the first 25 years after the settlement at Sydney in 1788, exploration was confined to the strip of land between the Blue Mountains and the sea. It was not until 1813 that the mountains were passed and the valley of the Fish River and the Bathurst Plains visited. The Lachlan River was discovered in 1815 and the Macquarie shortly afterwards. Both these rivers were traced to a marsh and were supposed to lose themselves in an inland sea. The Murrumbidgee River was discovered in 1815 and the Murray in 1824 by Mr. Hamilton Hume. Afterwards Mr. Hume accompanied Captain Sturt when the latter discovered the Darling River. Later, in 1831, occurred Captain Sturt's descent of the Murray, which has been already mentioned. Major Mitchell, Mr. Cunningham, and other explorers continued the work of investigating the interior of the great continent, and every year added something to the maps of the country. A most perilous journey was made in 1839 and 1840 by Mr. Eyre, who was afterwards governor of New Zealand and Jamaica. He explored a portion of the eastern shore of Spencer Gulf and then turned to the westward along the shore of the Great Australian Bight, a distance of 1,200 miles. 250 miles from the head of the Gulf he had lost 4 of his best horses, and as he could not carry sufficient provisions for his party, he sent back his companion, Mr. Scott, and 3 others, and continued the journey with his overseer, 2 natives, and a native servant to his own. To make sure of water, Mr. Eyre explored in advance of the party before moving the animals, and was sometimes gone 5 or 6 days without finding any. Most of the horses died of thirst, and the men only kept themselves alive by gathering dew with rags and a sponge. One night, the 2 natives armed themselves with guns, killed the overseer, and ran away, leaving Mr. Eyre with his servant Wiley, 2 horses, and a very small stock of provisions. They had 600 miles of unknown desert before them, and their whole supply of food was 40 pounds of flour, 4 gallons of water, and part of a dead horse. They had to go 150 miles before finding any more water, and after struggling on for a month, living on horse flesh, fish, and occasional game, with a little flour paste, they were rescued by a whaling ship just in time to save their lives. They remained 2 weeks on the ship and then continued their journey, with more sufferings for 23 days to King George Sound. The next great exploration was that of Captain Sturt towards the middle of the continent, mentioned in the previous chapter. About the same time, Dr. Ludwig Leichhardt, a German naturalist, was fitted out by private subscription in Sydney and explored eastern Queensland from its southern border to the Gulf of Carpentaria. In less than 5 months he made a journey of 3,000 miles and was highly successful in every way. Afterwards he started with another expedition to attempt to cross the continent from east to west, carrying provisions for 2 years, but after struggling for 7 months he was forced to turn back. Later he set out again with the same object, but since April 1848 nothing authentic has been heard from him or any member of his party. Several searching parties were sent out, but beyond a few trees with the letter L carved upon them, nothing was ever found to show where he went, and nobody knows what was his fate. The general belief is that he and his companions perished of thirst. About the same time, Sir Thomas Mitchell explored a part of what is now Queensland, and a year or so later, Mr. Kennedy started on an expedition in which he, with most of his party, was killed. And now, continued Frank, we come to Burke and Wills, the explorers whose monument we saw in Melbourne. The Victorian government fitted out an expedition in 1860 with Mr. O'Hara Burke as chief and Mr. W. J. Wills second in command. The party consisted of 18 men, 27 camels, which had been imported specially for the service, a great many pack horses and several wagons. They formed a camp on Cooper's Creek and left a party in charge of it, under command of a man named Brahe. Burke and Wills, with 2 men, King and Grey, with 1 horse and 6 camels, then pushed on to the Gulf of Carpentaria, and thus made the journey across the continent. On their return they suffered great privations. Grey died, and the others were so weak that they hardly had strength to bury him. The horse was killed for food. 4 of the camels were abandoned, and on the evening of April 21st, 1861, the 3 men crawled into the camp on Cooper's Creek. Imagine their despair when they found the camp deserted and the word dig rudely cut on a tree. They did dig and found a bottle containing a letter saying that the camp had been abandoned by Brahe that very morning. He had left a few articles of food, but no stimulants, tea or clothing, of which they were in great need. They rested a few days and then tried to reach a sheep station 150 miles away, but they were driven back by scarcity of water, and both the camels broke down and had to be shot. Brahe returned to the camp only 2 hours after Burke and Wills left it, but Burke had buried his dispatches in the hole where the bottle was found, replaced the earth carefully, and left no sign to indicate that he had been there. Consequently, Brahe supposed the explorers had not returned. The wanderers found some friendly natives who assisted them, but both Burke and Wills died of exhaustion within a few days of each other, about 6 weeks after their return to the camp. King joined a party of natives and was eventually rescued and brought to Melbourne. He was found by one of 4 search expeditions that were sent out by the Victorian government as soon as it was known that the depot on Cooper's Creek had been abandoned. Though only one of these expeditions was able to afford assistance to the missing explorers, all made interesting journeys and added considerably to the stock of geographical information concerning the country. Since the unhappy termination of the expedition of Burke and Wills, several expeditions have sought to explore Western Australia. The first man who succeeded in traversing the Great Desert from east to west was Colonel Egerton Warburton, who started from Alice Springs on the Overland Telegraph route in April 1873 and reached the mouth of the Oakover River in Western Australia in the following December. He had 17 camels when he started, but was obliged to kill or abandon all but 3. The party nearly died of starvation, and for a part of the time Colonel Warburton was so ill that he was strapped at full length on the back of his camel. The country was a fearful desert, the heat was intense, and for hundreds of miles there was not a drop of water. Forrest, Giles, and other explorers have traversed various parts of Western Australia, and it may now be said that though there is a very large area of unexplored or little-known land, the character of the whole continent is sufficiently well known for all practical purposes. Not more than half of it is inhabitable by Europeans, or ever will be. Some few districts now considered sterile may be made useful by irrigation, but the western half of the continent is an arid waste, where even the native black man cannot make a living. Frank paused as he read to Fred the foregoing paragraphs. "Perhaps you'll have to change the last statement," said Fred. "Why so?" queried his cousin. "Because it does not harmonise with the opinions of some of the scientific men of Australia," was the reply. "Here is something I've just found in a late number of a Melbourne newspaper." Frank listened with interest while Fred read the following. At a recent meeting of commercial and pastoral men in Sydney, an interesting paper on the Australian desert was read by Mr. E. Favenk. Here are some passages from it. "In looking back at the past history of Australia, the many disillusions that have taken place with regard to our knowledge of its geographical formation are very striking. In no particular is this more noticeable than in the gradual disappearance of the dreaded desert. Each successive adventurer has turned back with the tale that beyond his farthest point it was impossible to penetrate, only for after generations to reverse his opinion and reclaim the wasteland for a habitation and settlement. In a pastoral community, from the earliest ages, the necessity of fresh grazing lands for the increasing flocks and herds has existed, and the residents on the borderland of civilization soon found out that the herbs and shrubs of the interior possessed qualities hitherto unappreciated and unrecognized, and country looked upon as unfit to sustain animal life became eagerly sought after as first-class fattening country. That this has been the experience of New South Wales and Queensland has resulted in the shadowy desert being driven into the heart of South and Western Australia. That immense areas of spinifex of the worst description exist in the interior, which may well be called desert, there is no doubt, but as yet we have no evidence to show that they are not belts. All through the alleged desert, blacks are found all the year round. Although they can exist on a very small allowance of water, they cannot live without it, and this proves the existence of a permanent supply throughout the continent, although the springs that are the source of the supplies may be but scanty drainage and hard to find. Wherever large reservoirs are found, the standing waters of the interior, fish form one of the principal native dishes, and they are as a rule so fat as to be almost uneatable. On these waters too wild feathered game are in profusion from the larger species, geese, pelicans, native companions, etc., down to the smaller kinds, the little pygmy goose and the plover. Country, then, which can sustain human and animal life throughout the year, can scarcely be classed as an irreclaimable desert, and when we know from experience that even at their driest stages the edible grasses of this region can keep stock in good condition, and in the case of some of the grasses even fatten, the future occupation of the whole of the continent does not seem so very problematical. The wonderful success that has attended boring efforts to the northward of the Great Bight, long considered as the driest country in Australia, and stigmatized by Eyre as the most awful desert ever trodden by man, now being rapidly stocked with sheep, points out the way to the gradual reclamation of the desert. The knowledge we already have of some of the inland springs, slight as it is, proves the existence of these subterranean supplies throughout the continent. These springs are not what are known as surface springs, that is, the residue of a former exceptionally wet season issuing from the foot of some well-soaked hill or ridge, but strong volumes of water that vary not in any season, totally unaffected by drought. In fact, running stronger during dry weather. I think, therefore, that in most cases a judicious selection of the site for boring will bring about a successful result, and in this country so deficient in surface drainage, we shall find that nature has provided a store that will render the settlers independent of variable seasons. That reminds me, said Frank, of what Dr. Bronson was saying the other day when we were talking on this very subject. He said that when he was a boy the maps of the school geographies had a great American desert between the Missouri River and the Rocky Mountains, and another desert between the Rocky Mountains and the Sierra Nevadas. But as civilization has pushed westward, the desert disappeared, and all that region once supposed to be uninhabitable is now occupied as cattle pastures, and thousands of farms have been established and are doing well where 50 years ago it was thought nothing could be made to grow. Quite likely it will be the same with the great Australian desert, but as my paragraph represents the present state of things, we will let it remain as it is. The conversation then turned to the Aboriginals who had been mentioned in Mr. Favenk's address. Fred asked Frank if he had ascertained how many there were at present in South Australia, and how they lived. Yes, was the reply, and here is what I've learned. When the colony was settled in 1836, there were estimated to be 12,000 blacks within its borders. Now the number has diminished to about 5,000. They have died of diseases of various kinds, and the annual number of births is considerably less than that of the deaths. They are protected by the government, an official being charged with their care, and the annual distribution of $25,000 worth of food, clothing and medical comforts from some 50 depots which have been established for that purpose. 5 special reserves of land, about 670,000 acres in all, have been set apart for them, and they are being taught in the ways of civilization, just as our American Indians are being instructed on their reservations. "There's one thing we've forgotten to describe in our accounts of the Australian Aboriginals," said Fred. "What is that?" "The boomerang," was the reply. "No account of Australia is complete without a description of the boomerang." "That's so," responded Frank, "but first we ought to see it used." Fred agreed to this, and in compliance with their desire, one of their Australian friends arranged that they should see a performance with this remarkable weapon. Here is Fred's account of it. The performer was a half-wild Aboriginal who had been promised a reward for displaying his skill. Our friend explained that there were several kinds of boomerangs. The differences are in shape and weight. The variations in shape are hardly perceptible to the eye of a novice, though readily distinguished by those accustomed to them. The weight varies from 4 ounces to 10.5 ounces. The blacks of Western Australia used lighter ones than those of the eastern regions. Some of the boomerangs are intended for playthings, while others are for war or hunting purposes. The playthings can be made to return to the feet of the thrower, but the war boomerangs are not expected to return. You can readily understand that a boomerang would be deviated from its course or stopped altogether by hitting an object, and if it did not hit anything it would not be of much use as a warlike weapon. We examined the boomerang that the man was to perform with. It was about 19 inches long from point to point, 2.5 inches wide in its broadest part, half an inch thick, and weighed 8 ounces and a half. Its shape was somewhat like that of a slightly bent sickle, the curve being about 1/4 of a circle. When we had done looking at it, the fellow took it and examined it carefully, and then he looked at the trees and the grass to note the direction of the wind. Our friend cautioned us to stand perfectly still, especially after the weapon had been launched. The performer selects beforehand the spot where he wishes the boomerang to fall on its return, and sometimes a spectator in his excitement moves to that very spot and is injured. We promised to obey, and we did. 2 or 3 times the man made a motion to throw it, but did not. Finally, when he felt that he could strike the wind at the proper angle, he launched the weapon almost straight into the air. It went up a few yards, then turned and seemed to glide along a little way above the ground, gyrated on its axis, made a wide sweep, and returned with a fluttering motion to the man's feet. The farthest point of the curve was about 100 yards away. We are told that skillful throwers can sometimes project the boomerang nearly 200 yards before it starts on its return. We offered him a 6pence for every time he would bring it back to his feet and make it fall in a circle 2 yards in diameter, which we drew on the ground. In 10 throws he brought it within the circle 4 times, and in the 6 misses it dropped only a short distance outside. He did not throw it the same way every time. Once he made it skim along the ground for at least 50 yards, then rise into the air fully 100 feet, and after making a great curve it returned. Next he threw it so that it made at least 6 great spirals above him as it came down, and another time it passed around a tree in its course. Frank paced off 50 yards from the performer and placed a shilling in the end of a split stick 4 feet long, which was then stuck in the ground, just far enough to hold it up. We offered the shilling to the man if he would knock out the coin without disturbing the stick, and he did it, but the boomerang did not return. Our friend told us that the powers of the return boomerang had been greatly exaggerated. The non-returning one is the real weapon and is greatly to be feared in the hands of a skillful thrower. It has been known to hit a man behind a tree or a rock, where he was quite safe from bullet, spear or arrow, and if an expert in its use comes within throwing distance of a kangaroo or an emu, the creature's fate is sealed. He further said he had never known a white man to become expert in the use of the boomerang, though many had practised with it for years. We asked if the native knew how long and by whom the boomerang was invented. He shook his head and said no one could give any account of it. But as all the tribes throughout the country are familiar with it, it must be of very ancient date. He said there was a theory that the natives derived the invention from observing the peculiar shape and turn of the leaf of the white gum tree. As the leaves fall to the ground, they gyrate, very much as does the boomerang, and if one of the leaves is thrown straight forward, it gyrates and comes back. Such an origin is certainly quite possible. Children might be playing with such leaves, and to please them, a man might make a large leaf of wood, and from this the boomerang may have been developed. Quien sabe? And with this query of who can tell, we will drop the boomerang or leave it in the hands of the Aboriginals of Australia, who alone of all the people in the world know how to handle it. That is true as to the return boomerang, said Dr. Bronson when Fred read the foregoing account, but not of the non-returning one. According to those who have carefully studied the subject, such a weapon was used by the ancient Egyptians and by the Dravidian races of India. The Moqui Indians of Arizona and New Mexico have a form of boomerang for killing rabbits, and a similar weapon is said to be used by some of the tribes of California Indians. The Moqui boomerang resembles the Australian one in its general shape, but it is not a returning one. It gyrates along the surface of the ground and is fatal to a rabbit 25 or 30 yards away. There's something else peculiar to Australia that you've forgotten, remarked the doctor after a slight pause. What is that? It is the platypus, or duck-billed mole, said the doctor, the paradoxical animal of Australia. We had not forgotten him, Frank responded, though we have not yet written a description of this singular creature. He seems to be the connecting link between bird and beast, as he has the body of the mole or rat and the bill and webbed feet of the duck. The female lays eggs like a bird, but it suckles its young, which no bird was ever known to do. The one we saw at Melbourne was larger than the largest water rat. They told us that it lives in a hole which it digs for itself on the banks of the rivers, is very sensitive to sound, and hard to catch. Its fur is as fine as seal skin, and if it were larger, it would be systematically hunted for its skin. When the first specimens were taken to Europe, said Dr. Bronson, it was thought to be a hoax, like the Fiji mermaid, and it was some time before the naturalists were convinced of its genuineness. When its existence was officially acknowledged, it received the name of Ornithorhynchus. But isn't there a question as to whether the platypus lays eggs? Fred asked. I believe there is, replied the doctor, but the latest student of the subject, Mr. W. H. Caldwell of Cambridge College, England, who visited Australia in 1884–85 for the special purpose, says the creature is oviparous, so we will rest on his authority. From Australia, in general, the conversation changed to South Australia in particular. It was directed to the mineral products of the colony, in consequence of an invitation that had just been received by the doctor to visit a famous copper mine. The doctor explained to the youths that copper was the principal mineral resource of the colony. The exportations of mining products in the year 1885 amounted to £344,451, of which £322,983 were in refined copper or copper ore. Gold has been found in several localities in the colony, he continued, but never in such quantities as in Victoria or New South Wales, the annual export rarely exceeding £70,000, equal to $350,000. There are also deposits of silver, lead, bismuth and tin, and many persons believe that the colony will ultimately prove very attractive as a mining region, but up to the present time copper is very far in advance of anything else. They accepted the invitation and went to the copper mine, which is known as the Burra, and is 101 miles by railway from Adelaide. Starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, they reached the station near the mine a little past noon, spent 3 hours at the works, and returned to Adelaide in the evening. It was a long day and a wearying one, but the ride and visit were greatly enjoyed. The Burra mine was discovered by a shepherd named Pickett in 1844, and has proved highly profitable to its owners. For a good many years its annual product of ore was 10,000 tons, yielding 2,500 tons of pure copper. More than $20 million worth of copper has been taken from this mine, and the supply is by no means exhausted. But our friends heard of even richer mines than the Burra, They were told of the Moonta mines, which paid from the very start. Not a penny of capital was ever subscribed, but the mines have yielded large dividends, in some years as high as $800,000, in addition to paying for costly buildings and machinery. It should be added that the success of these and other mines led to a great deal of mining speculation, which was very disastrous for nearly all the investors. Early one Thursday morning it was announced that the regular mail steamship of the Peninsular and Oriental Company was at Glenelg and would leave in the evening for King George Sound, Western Australia. Dr. Bronson had taken passage for himself and his young companions. His first intention was to stop at King George Sound, but owing to the limited facilities of travel in Western Australia, the small population and the slight development of the country compared to that of the eastern half of the continent, the idea of making an extended tour through the only remaining colony of Australasia was definitely abandoned. The steamer left Glenelg in the evening of Thursday, and on the morning of the following Monday arrived at Albany in King George Sound, 1,007 miles from Adelaide. She anchored about a mile from shore, and our friends were landed in a rowboat on payment of 1 shilling each, the same fare being charged for the return trip before the departure of the vessel in the evening. King George Sound is about 5 miles long and nearly the same in width, and forms a good anchorage for ships. Its advantages as a naval possession were long ago recognised, the British government having secured it by establishing a colony there in 1826. There are 2 entrances on opposite sides of an island, called Break Sea, a massive rock that reminded Frank and Fred of Alcatraz Island in the harbour of San Francisco, or Capri in the Bay of Naples. The youths were disappointed with Albany, which they had imagined to be a place of some importance. It stands on rising ground on the north shore of the harbour, and has not far from 1,200 inhabitants, hardly enough to give it the dignity of a city, which most of its residents claim for it. Frank asked how they could get away from Albany in case they had decided to travel through Western Australia. "There is a road from here to Perth, the capital of the colony," said the gentleman to whom the inquiry was addressed. "The distance is about 261 miles, and whenever the mails arrive here, they are sent through to Perth by a coach, which makes the journey in about 53 hours. You may travel by the mail coach, or you can take a coasting steamer once every fortnight, and touch at all the ports worth seeing, as well as some that do not pay for the trouble." "How many railways have they in the colony?" "Not many," was the reply. "The Northern Railway, 35 miles long, runs from Champion Bay on the coast to the town and mining district of Northampton. The Eastern Railway, 90 miles long, extends from the port of Fremantle at the mouth of Swan River to Perth and thence to Beverley, whence it is to be extended to Albany. There are branches from both these lines, but none of great length, and there are some private railways belonging to timber companies. All the lines of the colony are of 3 feet 6 inches gauge. Several new lines are projected on the land grant system in the same way that many of your railways in the United States have been constructed, and on some of them work is now underway. But it will be several years yet before the country has an adequate system of railways. Western Australia is territorially the largest colony of Australia, but there are not yet 50,000 inhabitants in its whole area," the gentleman continued. "The largest place is Perth, which has a population of about 6,000. Fremantle, its port, 12 miles lower down on the Swan River, has 4,000, and the other places of consequence are Guildford, Geraldton, and Roebourne, the latter the centre of the pearl fishery." Fred asked what were the products of the country, and how it happened that Western Australia, while nearer to Europe than any other colony of Australasia, had been so neglected. "To your first question I will reply," said his informant, "that wool is our largest item of export, and then come sandalwood, lumber, pearl shell and pearls, horses and sheep. We send many horses to India, Singapore and Java, and our trade in this line promises to increase. Our annual exports of all kinds amount to £290,000, and our imports to something less than that figure. We have mines of gold, lead, copper, iron and tin, but up to the present, though there have been a few gold rushes, very little attention has been given to our mineral resources, and we really know little about them. There is an abundance of fine country in Western Australia. There are splendid forests in the southwest and excellent pasture lands in the west and north. An American visitor once said that Western Australia had been run through an hourglass, alluding to the great number of sandy regions in the limits of the territory. Of course, we have considerable areas of desert, but his remark is unfair as a general description. We could support a large population, and when our advantages become better known, we shall have it too. I ought to tell you that some of our most fertile land in the southwest is unfit for pasturing sheep and cattle, owing to the poison plants that abound there. There are several of these plants, 4 of them being well known and easily recognised. The most common is the York Road plant, a low scrubby bush with narrow green leaves and a white stem. Sheep feed eagerly upon it, swell to a great size, and live only a few hours. At certain times, when the plant is full of sap, a single mouthful is sufficient to kill a full-grown sheep. The plant will also kill horned cattle, but does not affect horses or only slightly. As you go to the north, you cease to find this dangerous plant, and the pastures there are as good for sheep as those of Victoria or New South Wales. The latter half of your query, he continued, compels me to speak of something which the most of us wish to forget. In the first place, when the colony was formed, in 1829, enormous grants of land were given to a few individuals of capital and influence who were to bring out colonists and otherwise develop the country. The grants were all the way from 100,000 to 250,000 acres, and the system proved a bad one. The capitalists came here to live on their estates and not to work, and the colony was the reverse of prosperous. The stories of the old colonial days would be ludicrous if they were not saddening. Of fine gentlemen and ladies, blooded horses, pianos, carriages, packs of hounds and other belongings of old countries landed on this desolate coast, and nobody knowing where his allotment of land could be found. These kid-gloved colonists ate up all the provisions they had brought, came near starvation, and then returned to England, or went to Victoria and New South Wales to seek new homes. In the languishing condition of the colony, it was sought to galvanise it into new life by allowing the government to send convicts here, under the stipulation that there should be an equal number of free colonists brought out at government expense. The system was continued until 1868. It was stopped in that year, partly because no free emigration could be induced to come here as long as the colony received convicts, and partly because of the opposition of the other Australian colonies. One of the governments of the eastern part of the continent proposed to exclude from its ports all ships that came from ours, through fear that our convicts would escape to their shores. Every free immigrant shunned us as he would shun the cholera or the plague, and if the system had been kept up to the present time, our population would consist almost entirely of convicts and their guards. All our prosperity dates from the suspension of transportation, and we want to forget that there was ever anything of the kind. A desultory conversation followed in which Frank and Fred learned many things concerning the colony, but we have not a place for all of them in this narrative. Talking about the pearl fishery, they were told that in 1883 a mass of 9 pearls, forming a perfect cross, was found in Nickel Bay, each pearl being the size of a large pea and perfect in form and colour. About the same time, a rich bank of pearl oysters, 15 miles long, the bank, not the oysters, was found in the vicinity of Beagle Bay, and a single pearl weighed 234 grains. They further learned that capitalists of Melbourne and Sydney had recently obtained large blocks of land in the north, and were sending their flocks and herds into these new pastures. The climate was claimed to be delightful, and their informant quoted the words of a clergyman who averred that it was no exaggeration to say, generally speaking, that Western Australia possessed one of the most healthful climates in the world. But in spite of its praises, they had no wish to remain, and after strolling through the streets of Albany, looking from the heights in its rear upon the peaceful waters of King George Sound, and gazing upon the spot where, with much ceremony, ground had been recently broken for the railway to Beverley, they walked to the end of the long pier which juts into the harbour, and were soon once more on the deck of the steamer. Just as the sun was dipping into the west, The great vessel left her anchorage, passed through the channel at the side of rugged Breaksea, and then skirted the coast to the westward for several hours. In the morning, Cape Leeuwin, the last headland of the island continent, was dimly visible in the distance. Before the sun marked the meridian, the cape and all behind it had disappeared, and the great steamer, her only companions the seabirds, ploughed the waters of the Indian Ocean, with her prow turned towards the shores of spicy breezed Ceylon. As Cape Leeuwin sank from sight beneath the waves, our friends murmured a farewell to the land whose skies are stippled at night by the stars of the Southern Cross, and whose arid plains are cooled by breezes from Antarctic seas, and their farewell was accompanied with the heartiest good wishes for the people whose enterprise and energy are so admirably exemplified in the populous and busy cities and the prosperous colonies which have been described in these pages by those veteran, though still young travellers, Frank and Fred. End of chapter 23. End of The Boy Travellers in Australasia by Thomas W. Knox.